I added a little something extra for all of my patrons. Every month, if they are of the custom card persuasion, they can feel free to join in at the end of the month and show off their things. Maybe not. Okay, when we go back to the other streaming location and we have access to the green screen, we will do that. Everyone say hi to Moby. Everyone say hi to Moby. Oh, okay, he's angry. Hello! How are we doing? Oh, so which handle should I refer to you as while we're here?
Rush hands, Balgazon, whichever is fine.
Hands. And preferred pronouns, if that's okay?
Sure.
Sure, alright. Well, thank you very much for joining us here today, and it looks like we've got some updates to a archetype that's near and dear to my heart, Amazonis. We've got Amazonis Tamer, level 2 Earth Warrior monster. If this card is special summoned by the effect of an Amazonis card, you can special summon an Amazonis Tiger from your hand, deck, or grave, but its effects are negated. If this card is in your grave and all monsters you control are Amazonis monsters, you can target a spell or trap card on the field, destroy it, then special summon this card, but banish it when it leaves the field. You can only use one effect of Tamer per turn and only once per turn. Alrighty, so Amazonis, that's the original Amazonis Tiger, right? Like from olden days?
The original. I mean, if you have Baby Tiger in grave, it does act as
Ooh, true.
grave as well. I never run into that, but it's a thing.
But just in case. Alright, Amazonis Conjurer, continuous spell card. Once per turn, if an Amazonis card or cards you control would leave the field by your opponent's card except by battle, you can destroy an Amazonis monster on your field or in your hand instead. So I presume that's to get around things like if they try to compulse you or like mirror jade your card away. Conjurer's like, I don't think so, buddy. You're destroying cards.
Right. I've been testing it, and it looks like it still doesn't. I'm not sure why. I've been trying to figure it out, but it doesn't work with things like Super Poly. I don't think it works with Super Poly.
Just leave the field by an opponent's card. I feel like it should work against Super Poly because it's not an active. Conjure isn't an activated effect; it's a replacement effect. So I feel like it should work. Huh. Interesting.
A bunch of really weird interactions, but yeah.
All right, when you activate. When this card is activated, you can apply one of these effects, activate an Amazonis Village from your deck, or fusion summon an Amazonis Fusion monster from your extra deck using monsters specifically from your field as material. Okay, that's some nice utility to tack on there. I know the field spell has gotten more and more important as we've gotten like progressively better Amazonis cards, and having more access to our fusions seems pretty keen.
Right. So the continuous effect gives you a chance to utilize the field spell a bit better, because you can kind of just pop something out of hand, and it really doesn't matter where which is crazy because that's so broken. It doesn't really matter where the monster is popped from, even if it was popped from your deck. You still get the effect off.
That's wild. I didn't even think about that. That's so cool.
So the fact that you can pop from hand also triggers it. When we get later down the line, there'll be some more little niche things about it too.
Alrighty. Okay, Amazonis Beastmaster, level, what is that, 11?
Yes.
Alright, level 11 Beast, not Beast Warrior, just level 11 Earth Warrior Fusion Monster requiring any 2 Amazonis Fusion Monsters with different types. Okay, so we have to be on our King Liger game here. Unaffected by the activated effects of your opponent's monsters whose attack is less than or equal to this card's original attack. Okay. During main phase 1, when your opponent activates a monster effect while they control a monster, you can immediately after this effect resolves, skip to the start of the battle phase, and if you do, until the end of this turn, any increase of this card's attack is changed to reduce the same amount of attack from monsters your opponent controls.
So you can drop your opponent's attack by up to 2,200.
Yeah, because the field spell's 200 per level, right?
Right. No, the field spell is 200 period, and then the two scales are both.
Oh, right. Okay. Okay, so and it's a monster from anywhere. If you hand trap me, go ahead, buddy. I'm gonna punch you right now if that's the case.
Yeah, as long as they have a monster existing on the board, it's an instant battle. Yeah.
That's wild. Okay, I dig that very much.
Thank you.
Okay, Amazoness Blade Dancer, level 6 Earth Warrior Fusion Pendulum monster, requiring a Amazoness monster and a Warrior monster special summoned from the extra deck. I like that. That incorporates a lot more of the Fusion Pendulum aspect of the deck that for some reason we have now. Pendulum, Amazoness monster control gain attack equal to their own level times 100, keeping in line with the new Chainmaster Swordmaster. When an attack is declared involving your Amazoness monsters, you can add a polymerization from your grave to your hand, and if an Amazoness monster is fusion summoned to your field, you can target a monster on the field and destroy it, but you can only use one effect per turn and only once per turn. Solid scale effect. As a monster, if this card would be added to your extra deck face-up because it was used as fusion material, you can place it in your Pendulum zone instead. During your main phase or your opponent's battle phase, you can fusion summon an Amazoness fusion monster from your extra deck using monsters from your field as fusion material, including this card. And when you do, you can banish an Amazoness fusion monster from your grave as fusion material. Oh, okay, that's a great way to cheat out some costs on that.
Yeah, thought so too.
Alrighty, and lastly, we have a Link 1, Amazoness Apprentice. Requiring any level 4 or lower Amazoness monster. It is a Earth Warrior with 1,000 attack. If this card is Link summoned, you can send a Amazoness fusion monster from your extra deck to the graveyard to activate the top 3 cards of your deck. And if there are any Amazoness monsters with different names, whose combined levels are less than or equal to the sent monster's level, special summon 1 to your field, and the rest of your opponent in face-up defense position. Also shuffle the remaining cards into the deck. Woof, that's a lot of wording, but that's really cool. So, like, if we hit 3 Amazonesses, we keep our best one, and then we give our opponent 2 more.
Other two. Also a little niche thing with the field spell. Even if those cards are on your opponent's side of the field, if you destroy them, you still get the benefit.
Oh, that's nutty.
So it's a good out to things like Kashtira, because you have monsters on your opponent's field. Evenly matched if your opponent wants to use it next turn. Impermanence. I mean, if they don't use it on an apprentice, which they probably should. But yeah.
But they just won't read. They'll look at Amazoness and go, "Oh, well, I guess it's just an easy win," and then you just clap them.
Right?
I recently ran into, during the Attribute 4 event, someone schooled me by using Amazoness Call on Pet Liger and then multi-piercing damaging me to death with Empress's Effect or something.
Oh yeah.
And that was painful, so I imagine that we can also take advantage of that, even though we give our opponent a bunch of monsters from like main to second turn onward.
Yeah, because if I'm not mistaken, that applies to all Amazoness monsters. The piercing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh, that's
And we have some like low defense in this archetype. Like we got some zeros hanging around here, if I remember correctly.
Definitely.
All right. Well, yeah, these seem like some pretty solid cards. Are there any like interactions or anything that we haven't talked about so far that you wanted to point out that these cards allow for?
Actually, I have a list of things.
Heck yeah. I love people with prepared notes.
All right, so just for Apprentice, I think I called out pretty much everything there. Well, basically, any monster is now a good monster, technically, because, you can kind of just toss it out and go into Apprentice. So even if you wanted to throw Blowpiper in there, per se.
Just go ahead. Fine, it's fine. It's just, it's all that and then Apprentice.
Yeah, we've talked about the benefits that the field spell has with it. Being able to summon monsters to your opponent's field. The Kashtira thing, outing evenly, outing impermanence. We went over everything with Blade Dancer pretty much. But it does a really good job of piggybacking over Apprentice, but after Apprentice, because you get to dump one in grave so that she can banish it right after. The only problem is once it goes to Pendulum Zone, you don't exactly get the effect of pop right then and there because it wasn't already face up when it happened. You have to wait until your next one. That's the only thing for that one. I think makes it a little more balanced, so you can't just fuse and then pop right afterwards.
Yeah, maybe pull back the power level a little bit so we're not just immediately making a tier 0 deck.
Beastmaster. I mean, I was really just trying to pay homage to Queen and Pet Liger to kind of somehow up the ante on their effects. But also, I didn't want to like put a negate on the god. That felt like that was like cheating around what the deck is meant to do. You know, they have never had any negation effects. I didn't want to give it like an omni negate or something.
Yeah, no, I think it was very in keeping with like the theme of Amazon, is that we didn't just put any outright like negates on the monster. So I think that was a pretty good flavor decision.
Thank you very much. Tamer. I mean, there's not much to say about Tamer. It's just pretty much the counterpart to Spiritualist, which can special summon itself by pushing one back to hand, and then once it's summoned, it can add you a polymerization. It's also a nice little pop if you just toss it in grave with the call. It just
Nice.
immediately after that, you can just pop, or you can pop your face up onslaught and then get a special summon from grave, which I have done before as well.
The
Uh,
Duel Links gaming is back, everyone.
and then finally, Conjurer. Yeah, again, I didn't want to give it like a negate or create like another Salomon Great Roar or something like that. So I think the kind of ignore leaving the field effect was was definitely a good. I think it was a good choice. Kind of
Yeah,
liked
for
it.
sure, for sure.
And then uh, yeah, just kind of being a backup poly and a backup secret arts for the deck is it works out that way. And then um, kind of enables, yeah, it really enables Village. Gets it straight from the deck for you, and then gives you a free pop effect with it. So um, there aren't many other interactions other than the ones that we mentioned. I've been playing this for like a couple months now, and annoying a lot of people with the PSCT.
Good, good.
No one likes it right now, but but we're where we need to be. I think this is pretty solid.
Yeah, there's definitely some PSCT things I would definitely give another like once over. I think when it comes to Conjurer, I don't know if the apply is the correct templating for here. I think you would just say when you activate this card, when this card is activated, use one of these effects. But I could be wrong, because you would be saying activated like twice in a row, and that might not be the case either. So
Okay.
now someone in chat, I believe it was Blitz, brought this up. The artwork that we have on hand here looks very, very on brand for these Amazonuses. Where did you source this from?
Okay, that's a good question. So Apprentice, especially I hate that I could never find. I didn't want to put somebody's name up here who had only posted it and not exactly did the artwork, but I can't find the original artist for Apprentice. But I did a lot of editing. So what I did was I took that picture of the young tribal girl, and then I got the picture of what is it? One of the mirrors that was used in the anime,
Mm-hmm.
and I put that as the backdrop for it, and then slapped her on front, and it kind of like melded really well together. Um,
All
I
right,
did
all
the
right.
same. Actually, funny thing about Beastmaster. So in the anime, there's two separate points where Empress is summoned and Pet Liger is summoned. So I took both of those and just kind of slapped them on top of each other, and then
All right. There we
put them
go.
in front of the other mirror, and it worked. It just kind of worked.
I would
Um,
I would never have guessed that. This looks like legit like anime card art.
yeah, thank you. And what's their name? Blade Dancer. That was a struggle too. I don't know the name of the artist who made that one either, but yeah, I wish I did. I've been looking everywhere, but it doesn't seem to be online anymore. Um, but I got that. I got a backdrop from D&D, and I slapped her on top of that. And there just happened to be two little spheres in the background, so I made them the same color as the pendulum scales. And I thought that would be kind of cool.
Oh, that's a good detail. I'm only now just seeing those. That's really cool. Okay, well, I'm putting the call out right now. If anyone can identify these, who made these artworks for Apprentice and Blade Dancer, please share them so that I can get them credited because they did some really good work here, and you've done some pretty good editing work to make these fit the idea of the Amazoness cards. I definitely want to share this with Delilah. I think she's gonna have a ball reading over these.
It's just I wanted to say something about because I watched the video actually a couple times where you kind of gave a shout out to her.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to ask about just a few people who have been helping me with the PSCT and everything. If I could give a little shout out to them before I get off. Is
Oh,
that cool?
please, please go ahead.
Okay, so first things first, definitely Delilah, because I wanted her to be able to see this most of all. Uh, Lady Emmy, I don't know how to pronounce this guy's name. Omega Dether, Brumazard, Evening Twilight, Cascada, MEUPN, the Proxy Liar, and Blue Boy. Those last two are people who have been creating custom cards for me for a little while now, bringing them into real life, and I've been able to play with them at locals and stuff like that. You know, with the okay from the owner of the store, and I annoyed the heck out of them too. Yeah, they don't like me either. So
Well, that doesn't seem very fair to you because you shared your creativity with them. But I'm certainly not annoyed. Thank you so much for being here and for sharing all their contributions too. That was really nice of you.
this is awesome. It started off really nervous, but I'm glad that we got through it, and we're good. We're okay.
See, I told you were gonna get the. I knew you got
Right?
this. All right, now comes the real time of judgment. The Nova scale must be implemented. I gotta find a better intro for using these things. So for those of you just tuning in, if you haven't watched this before, if you're all new to this, I do a particular grading thing. It's not like a do these cards get like a 1 to 100 kind of like letter grade kind of thing. It's more like identifying different properties of the card and basing how much it is on those four separate things. So N is for novelty, how new are these cards? O is for objectivity, how well is the wording on the cards and how balanced they are in the game, versatility, how many decks you could see play with this, and awesomeness, just how cool I think it is. It's a me thing. It's not objective. I don't care. It's my stream. I get to talk about how I want to talk about it. Mr. Revan51, thank you so much for following here on the Orbital platform. I hope your research goes well. Let's start with novelty on a 1 to 5. Where does this land on newness for cards? Now, as a archetypal legacy custom support, it by itself scores low because we have technically seen Amazoness cards before. We're not doing anything outside of their usual range, but getting a 1 here does not mean that it's bad. It means that you understood the assignment. It's very on brand. Like you said earlier, you didn't add anything that the archetype isn't supposed to really have, and I appreciate that you did that. Which is why I'm giving it a 5 on objectivity, because you didn't just break Amazoness over your knee just to make it something it wasn't. It's not overpowered. And while I think there are some PSCT changes that need to be made, I couldn't off the top of my head confirm that that's the case, and I'm not going to dock points for things that I'm not 100% sure on. So this is getting a 5 on objectivity. Great flavoring, great balancing, and great formatting. Versatility. So all of these cards are like specifically Amazoness, and I don't know if there's any effects here that we could see being used outside of Amazoness.
I hate to say this because I was trying really hard not to. Oh wait, no, that doesn't work either. I was gonna say you could use Call to dump Tamer, and then use her effect to pop one and summon herself, but you can't do that unless you have others face up.
Got it. So I think now, despite that, Earth Warrior is one of the big like type attribute combinations that exist that Amazonesses are a part of. So even though all of these cards by themselves are very specifically geared towards Amazonesses, by dint of that, I'm going to give it a 2 on versatility. You never know when a random Warrock player is going to show up and be all like, oh, actually, being able to fusion summon for Empress would be great right now.
Right. Or Vernon Sylph. Abusing
Or,
them.
oh, you know what? Actually, Earths just, I automatically get a 2 no matter what, because you can play any Earths with Vertisil. And awesomeness, I'm putting a 5 on there, okay? Amazoness haters, step to the left, okay? These cards are cool. Conjurer's Protection is helps against things that don't normally get to like have protection against. Um and it's very like, I don't know how familiar you are, but it's a very Digimon-esque kind of protection effect that we never see in Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, either you're protected from destruction, or you're just unaffected by everything. There's no halfway point. So I like that Conjurer allows Amazoness to be protected against specific things they don't normally get protection against. I like the fact that we have a fusion that uses both beasts and warriors to make the combined version. I just think it's all really cool.
Yeah.
So, rush hands. I'm awarding a 13 total on the Nova scale. Really solid cards. Amazing legacy support. Thank you so much for sharing these with us.
Thank you for having me on.
Any parting words for the audience?
Oh man. Just spot me on Dueling Network. You'll see me around. Rush hands. I'm always using this deck. Always. So.
Always. It never ends. All right. Thank you again, Rush Hands. Have yourself a good day, all right? Here, Warthog, how you doing today?
Firstly, I need to see if this microphone's working.
It is very quiet sounding on my end. I'm going to boost the gain if you can.
Yeah, I have like 2, so I'm just trying to see which one is the proper one.
That one sounds beautiful.
Oh, cool! It's a very old webcam microphone that is like a literal decade old now. Yeah, we got it in 2012, so yeah, decade old.
We love using the old technology, folks. Pay your tributes to Junk in chat. Am I talking about used up technology or something from Xenoblade? That's for you to decide with your references. Crusader, how you doing today?
I am all right, and if you really wanted, I found some old crunched up pictures of the cards that I made in a app for visual purposes.
Oh boy. Okay. Now, did you where'd you get the imagery from, if I might ask?
Other Yu-Gi-Oh cards, because I don't like stealing other people's art from online, so I just use the thing I'm very familiar with of just Yu-Gi-Oh.
Hey, I respect that 100%. Yeah, if you've got them on hand, go ahead and share them in the chat, and we will look them over. While you do that, I'm going to reset the Nova scale here.
Okay. And again, the art is crunched, as far as I can tell.
Oh yeah, that looks straight up like I downloaded it in like 2004. Oh my goodness. Heck yeah.
So
okay.
I just wanted to say this before you started reading their effects. These cards were made at the very start of 2021, after a very long break I had with the card game.
And why would that have happened in 2021?
Oh, because my card shop stopped doing Yu-Gi-Oh sales and tournaments, and so I just moved on to Dragon Ball until Yu-Gi-Oh came back.
Yeah, okay, yeah, that would be a pretty meaningful reason to put a break on the game. Yep. Oh, I should also ask, is Warthog Crusader okay, or is there another name I should call you by?
Warthog Crusader, the Collector, anything really works.
Collector. And do you have preferred pronouns?
He, him.
He, him. Gotcha. Okay, is there any forwards you want to say about the cards here, or do you want me to go ahead and get into the effects?
I just want to say why these were made. Yes. They were made back when the Wind Cyberse, there was only 10 of them. There's now 12 in the game, so not a lot still. I like to make cards that don't exist. Of like, one of my current projects right now is making a Pyro Ritual deck, because Pyros don't have a Ritual monster. And so making an archetype.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, I make a lot of archetype things, and I've had no output place for them because no one really likes my ideas because they're more thematic than like meta breaking.
Then they're missing out.
Yeah, and plus artwork is always an issue.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah.
Go forth, show my crazy ideas.
Sounds good. We're starting off with Swap Circuitry Security, a level 3 Wind Cyberse monster with 1400 attack and 1200 defense. If you've Pendulum summoned this turn, you may swap the cards in your Pendulum scales with each other. During your main phase 2, if this card is Pendulum summoned this turn, you may target and destroy one card your opponent controls in the same column as this card. Now, I'm glancing ahead, and I'm noticing why it would be important to swap your Pendulum scales. That's really neat. And being a way to pop cards after being Pendulum summoned is some pretty good versatility. And it's any card. Okay, so we can hit a monster or a spell or trap. That's pretty neat.
Yep, because Mech Knights were my favorite deck before I left.
Hey, all right, there we go. The influences continue.
Yeah, it still continues because I am the strongest soldier of the S-Force, as far as I can tell.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
How's that? How do you feel hunting down Masquerena, you swine?
Well, if you look at the new card that just came out involving Masquerena, the lore has taken one hell of a turn, and I'm waiting for you to make a video because I don't understand it.
Yeah, Chiyomaru is off of the grid. She's going up against orders. Somewhere there's a Die Sigma on his phone being all like, I'll have your badge for this, Chiyomaru! You'll never rap in this town again!
I forget about that reference because I'm not a PlayStation kid.
All right. Next up, we have VPN Sorcerer. Short for Very Pretty Network. There we go. I got it.
Very personal network.
Very personal. All right. A Wind Cyberse Pendulum. Level 7 monster with 2,650 attack, 1,250 defense, with a red scale of 2 and a blue scale of 9. Folks, Crusader has finally cracked open the different scales for different zones thing. I know there's like a monster that does it, but it's not printed that way, so it doesn't count.
Arc Clock does not count.
Yeah, no. Arc Clock Wyvern is a sham. It's a what's the word? It's a not a call out. Cop out. That fool.
It's a coward.
It's a coward. All right. Pendulum effect. When this card in the Pendulum zone is being pointed to by a Cyberse Link monster, your cards can't be targeted or destroyed by your opponent's cards. Oh, so it's got kind of like that Yusaku's not Link Dragon effects. That's pretty cool.
I don't know what that is.
Oh, like Cyberse Quantum Dragon and the Fusion one. They have like a thing where it's like if you control a Link monster, your monsters can't be targeted for attacks except this one, that kind of thing. So it's got kind of a similar kind of thing when a Link monster is pointing to it, so it's kind of like a yin-yang, a yin to their yang kind of thing.
Yeah.
Alright, let me move this over here. Okay. This card gains the corresponding effect depending on which zone it's in. Red zone. Your monsters in this card's column and adjacent column in the main monster zone can attack directly, but all damage from extra deck monsters and non-Cyberse monsters are halved. Neat. Left zone. Blue, when you're Pendulum summon, you must summon at least one Cyberse type monster. Okay, so the right end is kind of a bonus if you're on theme. The left hand makes sure that you're playing Cyberse when using these.
Yes, and can I spoil something about the synergy?
Oh, please.
You're supposed to use the 2 Pendulum monsters and Pendulum summon little swap security, and then use him to swap them to get all the damage buffs.
Ah, alright, okay. That's pretty nifty. Okay, as a monster, when you tribute summon this card, you may move one Link monster you control to any available monster zone. That seems pretty good with that other effect in the Pendulum zone. Then if there are no other monsters in its column, it can attack directly this turn. When this card is removed from the field by an opponent's card, you may banish until the end phase of your next turn one monster your opponent controls. Hey, Farfa effects!
Also, sorry about the wording, this was made so long ago.
Yeah, if we were giving it a revisit, we would want to change the order of the words in that one, but I believe it works exactly like how Farfa would.
Yeah, just when it goes, it takes someone with it.
I am the only one with the brains to rule Lilat. Banishes you. All right. Next up, we have Interweb Intruder Interceptor. I love alliteration names. It's my weakness.
Well, if I keep showing up, you're going to get a lot more of those.
Yes. Okay. Wind Cyberse Pendulum, level 5 monster with 1250 attack, 2450 defense, with a red scale of 1 and a blue scale of 5. As a Pendulum card, while this card is being pointed to by a Link monster, while in the Pendulum zone cards you control unaffected by your opponent's card. All of them are just unaffected. Oh my gosh. Oh my god.
Wait, I might have. This might be old bad printing. Cards you control. Oh yeah, just blanket, just protection.
Just protection is one thing. Unaffected is like, yeah, all my cards are towers. Enjoy having attack power. That's the only way you're getting out of here, buddy. And that's if I don't have battle protection.
Yeah, that's what the other one has.
Okay, see? So we have towers boards now. Okay. This card gains the corresponding effects depending on which zone it's in. While this card is in the right pendulum zone, when you pendulum summon, you must summon at least one Cyberse type. Okay, so it has the opposite one as the previous one in that zone. And while this card is in the left pendulum zone, your monsters in this card's column and adjacent main monster zones gain attack equal to the other monsters in its column, but if there's a link monster, they will gain their attack Okay, I gotta reread that one. Yeah, that one's throwing me. Left zone,
Well,
your monster in this card's column and adjacent column in the monster zones gain attack equal to the other monster in its column, but if there's a link monster, they will gain their attack instead. So does that mean that it's not going to gain the other column, it'll just gain its own attack?
it has been so long. This text, I no longer understand.
It's been lost to time, defragmented beyond the firewall.
I think it was meant to be where it's gaining attack from the other one, and if it's a link monster on its own, it just doubles its attack. But I don't remember.
It's been so long. All right, and any monster you control that battles an opponent's monster will have all battle damage reduced to 0.
Because I knew that something big would be made with it.
Okay, yeah, so we're making it so we can't just OTK our opponent with that.
Yeah, because
but it will punch over everything.
Games.
Alrighty. And as a monster, you can only control one of this card. When this is summoned, you may change it to defense position, and once per turn, you can select one monster you control or in your grave and reveal a monster in your hand with the same original name, and then return all of your opponent's monsters that do not share the same column as your monsters equal to the number of monsters you control, and you cannot return. Reveal a monster in your hand with the same original name, and then return all your opponent's monsters that do not share the same column equal to...
Would you like it simplified?
Yes, because I don't think it says where it returns them to.
So it's supposed to return them to the hand. So basically, say you have a full board of monsters, and the opponent also has a full board of monsters. You bounce everything back into the hand, except extra deck monsters. Everything that shares, just if you have a bunch of monsters, you get to return as many as monsters as you have, except big boss monsters people worked hard to get.
Okay. So definitely rewards you for the pendulum thing of going wide, having just as many bunguses as possible, not necessarily having the biggest bungus, even though your pendulum effects are going to make sure you have the biggest bungus possible.
Yep, and the specific requirement of having two monsters with the same name was to mess with my older brother, who basically plays Highlander in every single deck he plays, of just one copy of every card, no matter how consistent he needs it.
Okay. So you're just all like, I'm going after my relatives specifically.
Yep.
Get them out of here. All right. Well, are there any other interactions or anything we haven't talked about yet that you wanted to point out?
These need erratas.
That is, I don't think any of us would argue with that.
I don't know, because I made these so long ago. I wanted to give you a different archetype of 12 cards. That was a legacy support for something. I'm not saying what. You gotta wait till I make it. But I wanted to give you something. And because I forgot what I was doing yesterday, it's like, shoot, I can't make those cards. Let's go in the old catalog and throw him some ancient stuff. See if he can decipher it.
Well, I think we did an alright job with deciphering it, but I'll tell you what these are. Really cool.
Yeah.
Alrighty, so, unless there's anything else you would like to add, I believe it's time for the Nova Scales.
I'm ready for judgment.
Alright, novelty. I don't know what to tell you but to give you a 5 on this one. It's the different scales that I've always wanted to see being used on pendulum cards, and you're bringing it to the forefront. We're talking about things like swapping pendulum scales. I think this is just beyond Konami's usual design, Ken, in every way, and I love them. So that's getting a 5 from me.
I made it out of spite.
Well, good.
If Konami won't do it, I'll do it.
Okay, objectivity. I'm a little torn on this one. We've already talked about how there needs to be several erratas in place here to fix that up. So obviously on problem-solving card text, we need to knock some grades on that one. Power level wise, I would almost say that despite everything, it's balanced because of its type, but then I remember that Cyberse has access to some of the most powerful Link monsters ever made, which is a mechanic that works particularly well with Pendulum once they get off the ground. So I think I need to give this a 2 on objectivity.
Tis fair. I personally thought I would get a 0.
Well, I'm glad that any score I give you would be infinitely better than the 0. This is almost problem-causing card text. Blitz, stop. Stop.
Oh, you want to see that? Wait for the next time when I send in the Pendulum Archfiends. I tried to send that in with these, but Discord said, that's too much words.
Wow, it seems that you have somehow exceeded our file limit of 500 megabytes with words alone. What?
They're ritual pendulums.
Okay, versatility, this is getting a 4. I don't think every Cyberse deck is going to want to run pendulums, but I think that with the power level it provides, the gigantic scales that it has, and the absurd effects that they can provide, I'm sure just about any Cyberse deck is going to want to find a way to work with these ones. So this is getting a 4 on versatility from me.
If you want to make it more versatile, I just needed to put Magician in their name, and boom, you can search them with Pendulum Call.
Oh gosh, you're right. I'm almost kind of glad that we didn't do that.
Yeah, that was on purpose because I did not. So my experience right before leaving was Pendulum FTK.
Oh, so those were fun.
I did not. That was in my memory when making these cards of just like, I want to make a cool pendulum thing, but I don't want it to murder people.
But not you. And then Yu is like, what did I do? Anyway, I'm the incarnation of evil.
Please don't remind me.
And awesomeness, yeah, it's a 5. I like I said with the novelty section, there's a lot of things going on here that I specifically love to see. There's a lot of experimentation going on here. You can pull off some wacky combos, it looks like, with these, so I have to give it a 5 on principle because of all of that, which means that we're looking at a total Nova score of 16.
Well, I'd like to see if I can point out something which might bump up the score a little. The Pendulum monsters, you can run just one of 3 copies, and you can make a full pendulum scale with only one name.
Okay, so I'm going to put awesomeness down to 4 now, because... No!
No, that's meant to be cool!
No, okay, I'll keep going over 5, okay. But yeah, we've maxed out novelty, we've maxed out awesomeness. Versatility and objectivity. But those are objectivity, something we can work on. These are some fine cards. Even though you said that they were very, very old, I'm very taken with them. Thank you so much for sharing them. These cards are a treat. Okay, let's go ahead and try to duo with this one with Kernyelik's Rhymemaidens. The Rhymemaiden monsters appear to be aqua, water, effect, ritual pendulum monsters. That's a mouthful. Let's go ahead and get started with Rhymemaiden Nixie, a level 4 water aqua effect ritual pendulum monster with 600 attack and 1200 defense with a scale of 3. Pendulum effect, during your main phase, you can ritual summon a Rhymemaiden ritual monster from your hand by tributing monsters from your hand or field whose total levels equal or exceed its level. You can also tribute face-up Rhymemaiden cards in your spell and trap zone, including this card, by treating them as level 2 monsters. Ooh, alright. You can make this card's pendulum level become 11, but you cannot special summon from the extract for the turn you activate this effect except pendulum monsters. Okay. And as a monster, when this card is ritual or pendulum summoned, you can, I assume, add a Rhymemaiden remix card from your deck to your hand. Quick effect, you can target a monster your opponent controls. Its attack and defense becomes 0 until the end of the turn. You can only use each of these effects of Rhymemaiden Nixie once per turn. Monsters your opponent controls lose 300 attack and defense for each Rhymemaiden Remix card in your graveyard. Okay. Oh, so there's Rhymemaidens and then Rhymemaiden Remixes. Okay. Rhymemaiden Mellow is a level 6 water aqua effect ritual pendulum monster with 600 attack and 800 defense, also with a scale of 3. During your main phase, you can ritual summon a Rhymemaiden ritual monster. Do they all have the same pendulum effect? Oh, they do. Okay, they all have the same one. You can ritual summon using it. It can use Rhymemaiden cards in your spell and trap zone, and they count as level 2. You can make them scale 11, but then you can only special summon pendulum monsters from your extra deck. Okay, so they all have the same ritual effect. That's pretty cool. They all have a scale of 3, but they can turn to 11, so that's pretty cool. Rhymemaiden Serena, level 8. Oh, no, we didn't check out its monster effect, doy. Okay, Mellow. Monster effect. When this card is ritual or pendulum summoned, you can send a Rhymemaiden card from your deck to the grave. You can target a monster on the field with 0 attack or defense, which we are going to be doing as much as possible. And if you do inflict damage to your opponent equal to its original attack or defense, whichever is higher, you can only use effect once per turn. Monster your opponent controls lose 300 attack for each Rhymemaiden Remix card in your graveyard. Okay, do they also have the debuff effect? Because that definitely helps. I love the ritual decks where all the ritual summon effects are pendulum effects. It's not bad. It's a pretty good idea, to be honest. I'm surprised they actually haven't explored that design space here. All right, Rhymemaiden, Serena. Okay, now we're on to Serena. Pendulum effect does that thing. Monster effect. Rhymemaiden monsters you control gain attack and defense equal to their level times 300. Hey, that's nice. You can target a monster card your opponent controls, negate its effects also until the end of the turn. Also, it can't be destroyed by battle this turn. Interesting. Monsters your opponent controls lose. Okay, so this one buffs your field based on monsters, though, not remixes. Target a monster you control, negate its effects on the turn, and then it's negating. They did explore, but it was one. Oh, I wouldn't call that exploring the design space if it's a single one-off card. And I don't believe Pendulum Graph Dragon does ritual summon as a pendulum spell. It has like a different effect. Gonna start doing that custom card review stuff. Been a while. Hey, I encourage it. We should be talking about custom cards more. I think the community has a weird aversion to talking about it, but there's like a lot of cool stuff that people think of, like this. Rhymemaiden Melusine is a level 10 Water Aqua effect ritual pendulum monster with 500 attack and 3000 defense with a scale of 3 with the usual Rhymemaiden pendulum effect. When this card is ritual or pendulum summoned, target a Rhymemaiden card in your grave and add it to your hand. Nice. You can only use this effect of Rhymemaiden Melusine once per turn. Negate the activated effects of all monsters with 0 attack or defense. And then it has the debuff effect with Rhymemaiden remixes. Very powerful that each one of them has it. That means that if you have even one Rhymemaiden remix in graveyard, 3 monsters applies at 3 different times, so that's a debuff of 900 per card. That's not nothing, especially if you have a lot of these cards. And speaking of which, we're now moving on to the Rhymemaiden remix cards of Soothing Fidelity. Continue a spell card when this card is activated. Add a Rhymemaiden monster from your deck to your hand. Very good. If a Rhymemaiden monster you control be destroyed by battle or card effect, you can destroy this card instead. Okay. Monsters your opponent controls. Oh, and they by themselves do a 300 attack and defensive debuff. Holy cannoli. Rhymemaiden remix of Aesthetic Waves. The activated effects of a continuous spell. The activated effects of your Rhymemaiden cannot be negated. Okay. It doesn't say. I assume it means cards, but like it could mean like Rhymemaiden spells or Rhymemaiden monsters. But I'm going to assume it means cards here. Quick effect, you can destroy this card. Rhymemaiden cards cannot be targeted by card effects until the end of the turn. And then it provides the 300 attack and defense debuff. But if you pop it, it goes to the graveyard, which means it multiplies its debuff effect. And last one is Rhymemaiden remix of Accelerated Knights. When this card is activated, all Rhymemaiden monsters you currently control gain 600 attack. Nice. Permanent boosts are good. You can destroy this card, then target a Rhymemaiden monster you control. It can make a second attack on monsters during each battle phase of this turn, and then it provides the debuff. Okay, so it has a activated effect, which means that once it leaves the field, that 600 attack is not going to go away. It's not based on it being on the field. It just gives them attack power, and then you can just pop it to get even more debuffs out of there. Okay, so Very interesting archetype here. There's we brought up Pendulum Graph Dragon previously, and there's actually a really important wording in there that these cards do not have. Because Pendulum Graph Dragon says you can ritual summon this card with Odd Eye's Advent. It must either be ritual summoned or pendulum summoned from your hand. None of these Rhymemaidens have that stipulation in their monster effect, which would be required to pendulum summon them like this. There's like the Nouvelle cards can apparently bypass the whole needing to be summoned in a particular way thing and not mention it. But I'm going to assume that when it comes to pendulum summoning, it doesn't just automatically bypass it because it's pendulum summoning. They would need to have that in there. So I'm going to assume that is the case. We would just need to add that moving forward. So that's kind of a knock on the problem-solving card text. They can be scale 11 by their own effect. Yeah. They're all scale 3, but they can change to 11 by applying a pendulum-only special summoning restriction. But that does mean that any 2 Rhymemaidens is a very powerful complete scale. Because even though you're limited to only summoning pendulum monsters, there's a lot of good pendulum monsters summoned from the extra deck. And it just says extra deck, right? Yeah, so you could summon like anything from hand. Like you could tech an Apex Avians and be off to the races on that. Okay, this is a really, really well thought out theme. Despite my misgivings with like the problem solving card text on here, there's a great idea here. Another example of using your spell and trap cards as tribute fodder, making all the ritual monster, all the pendulum monsters, the ritual spells that you need. I'm glad that they specified that you could use these cards. I learned recently that pendulum zones still count as spell and trap zones, even when you have a pendulum monster in there, so that'd be good. Must be either ritual summoned or pendulum summoned from your extra deck. Well, that's the thing, right? Because Odd Eye's Pendulum Graph Dragon specifically says that it can be pendulum summoned from the hand or be ritual summoned. But this one doesn't specify if it has to be ritual summoned or pendulum summoned from the hand or extra deck. So we can't know if it specifies one, either, or both in this one. But that's about what it would be. Oh, I didn't share this on Twitter. That's wild. Why did I not do that? Okay. Anyway, cool. So let's Nova scale this real quickly. For the pendulum archetype, let's Nova scale this. Incredible. Novelty. Is this new? So we've seen. Okay. I'm gonna give this a 4. There's some design space here that's being explored that we haven't done. That's a lot. That's really good. On the other hand, this is the second pendulum archetype based on musicians that we've seen. And if we add what is the word? What are they? If we add Melodious in here, this is the third one. I don't think Melodious have any pendulum scales, but they're very focused on like special summoning. I don't know if I should knock for that though. It feels like the aesthetic has been used before, like with Sulfachord. But it does have very strong theming at least. That it get there. I'm going to tentatively give this a 4 in novelty right now. Objectivity, I'm going to give this a 3. I'm worried about the power of these cards. The debuffs can stack really, really quickly in this deck. They're very strong, and they have a lot of really good effects that affect 0 attack and defense monsters. So, and we already talked about how the problem-solving card text can be tweaked a bit. So I'm going to give this a 3 in objectivity because I feel like the power level on this archetype in particular is going to be fantastically large. So I think a 3 on here is pretty good. Versatility, this has to have a 5, right? Like, okay, not a 5, a 4. A 4, because not every deck can use this. Once we lock out extra deck special summoning to only pendulums, you lock out a lot of different decks. But just about any Pendulum deck is going to love the fact that they have access to a scale 11 scale 11 and a scale 3. These effects are really, really strong to have on hand. They can ritual summon really powerful monsters themselves. It's just fantastic. I can't see not wanting to use these. And then awesomeness. I will still put a 5 on awesomeness on this though. I know I've been stingy with the other scores, but these are really cool. This does lock out Electromite and beyond. Oh, true. It doesn't say for the rest of the turn. It only just says the turn you activate this effect. So it does mean you can't use some of the best Link monsters available on the market. I'll bump it up to a 4. I'll bump it up to a 4. That's a good point, Zeldrek. That's a good point. But yeah, this is pretty awesome. I love seeing this idea being implemented. I like the idea of having the effects be very determinant on having the attack and defense debuff going. And technically, if you get rid of the monsters, you get rid of the debuff. So while it's strong, monster removal does interact with this. And while there is some protection, it's not like this deck doesn't seem like it's throwing out the protection immediately and making like them oppressively difficult to deal with. So out of all of this, I gotta say this is getting 17 on the Nova scale for me. 17 from me. So I think this deck is pretty baller. I like it. Double, how you doing?
Just a second, I'm gonna lower the volume. Maybe you will get some echo otherwise.
Okay, got it.
Trying to solve it. Just doing a mic test. Go ahead and speak.
Hello, testing.
Yeah, I can hear you well. Do you have echo or is it fine?
Oh yeah, I'm hearing you very well.
No, I'm asking you if you hear yourself.
Oh, hear myself?
Yeah, maybe I have my mic is kind of close to my sound, so.
Oh no, I can't hear me through you. That's all fine.
Okay, fine. I lower the volume.
So Double, very glad to have you around. All-star of keeping progression polls on track half the time. How you doing today?
Doing fine, and you?
I'm doing pretty good. I'm excited to see what looks to be a archetype meant to expand on the jar and pot of cards. Do you have a forward that you want to tell the audience before we get started?
Yeah. So about the archetype, you mean about the cards?
Sorry, say again.
If I want to say something about the card, like trying to present quickly what it's all about.
Oh yes, please go ahead.
So basically, you know this meme about people always asking what does Pot of Greed do, and I'm the kind of people who's often like, yes, but what if we took the meme and try to take it seriously or made real support around it? And like, I've seen other people trying to make support for Pot of Generosity before, like just for fun, but the most cards I've seen weren't really balanced and were like or were like really broken and didn't really try to use the card very well. So I decided to take it on my own hands to basically do what Konami did with Exchange of the Spirits and stuff like that, but for Pot of Generosity. So you can see in the side deck. In the link I sent you, you have a few related cards. But basically, I really wanted to make a whole archetype around Pot of Generosity.
Amazing. All right, well, let's see how you did with Ancient Jar of Generosity.
Can you start with Avatar, please?
Avatar of the
Pot of Generosity. Yeah, it's
okay.
It's the first monster I made, so you will see the idea with this one.
Okay. All right. So Avatar of the Pot of Generosity is a level 3 water rock flip monster. Its flip effect is it can add a Generosity spell or trap card from your deck to your hand. Okay. If a spell or trap card or effect is activated, except during the damage step, you can change this face-down defense position monster to face-up attack position, gain 100 life points. If a card is shuffled into the deck or extra deck while this card and Pot of Generosity are face up on the field and or in the grave, you can shuffle this card into your deck, then special summon a level 4 or lower water, rock, or reptile monster from your deck in face up attack or face down defense position.
So I wanted to make something related to the pot in some times, and you see things like jars, like Morphing Jar are flip effects. Flip monsters have an issue in general. It's the fact that nowadays they're really slow. They always need specific cards to flip themselves and trigger their effects. And so the idea I had with this deck was, what if they didn't need a specific card or effect to flip themselves, but if they could do it from the face down using any spell or trap card or effect. So you can activate Pot of Generosity and you can flip these monsters while they're face down, because they have a fake effect where you gain 100 life points, but the real useful part is a cost where you flip the monsters from face down to face up. And there is cards like this in the game, like for example Deus Ex Color, which has a similar kind of ability where it can flip itself as cost when targeted, and then it has some kind of related effect. But I gave that effect to all my flip monsters.
I wish more flip monsters would be okay with doing that. I know there's like things like Amaterasu or Big Shield Gardna that do that, but like we need more of those. We need to treat flip monsters like trap cards or counter traps or something. So
Yeah,
I like
I really
that
think
you're doing that with these cards.
I think this is a design philosophy they should adopt for monsters like Flips and Geminis, where maybe they can't access their effect by themselves, but maybe a whole category of cards could unlock their effects more easily. So there is this part. There is besides that, all my monsters have a flip effect with a unique effect, and they all have another third effect that triggers when another card is shuffled. So you can see what's been done with, for example, the Tearlament Field spell. That's the same kind of trigger effect, and they shuffle themselves to do something, generally access the deck or some other effect. And since they shuffle themselves, that can trigger another monster, for example. So you can do a little chain of effects this way.
Alrighty.
So you can go ahead and show the other cards in the order you want, and I'm gonna keep talking about that a bit later.
Alright. Alrighty. Then next up we have Ancient Jar of Generosity, a level 1 water rock flip monster with 400 attack.
Do you see the eyes in the picture? Do you see the eyes?
Yeah, just like very faintly, like little eepy eyes. Alright, when flipped, it fusion summons a fusion monster from your extra deck using monsters from your hand or field as fusion material. If a spell or trap card or effect is activated except during the damage step, you can change this face down monster to face up attack position to gain 100 life points, and of course trigger its flip effect. If a card is shuffled into the deck or extra deck while this card and Pot of Generosity are face up on the field and or in the graveyard, you can shuffle this card into the deck, then target a face down monster on the field and change it to face up attack position. Oh, okay, so that gives your ability to give your other flip effects the ability to do stuff if they don't have that particular effect of these generosity cards.
Yeah, I wanted it to work with a bunch of different flip effects, and so I sent you a deck list in addition to the card if you want. And if you look at that link, you can see that I added a bunch of other flip-like archetypes, and I made a deck with that. I used Tinongles and Penguins and stuff like that.
Yeah, let's go. I know someone who's going to be very happy to see Penguin representation.
So yeah, you can show the deck list a bit later once we're done with the card.
Alright, next up is Serpent of Generosity, a level 1 water reptile flip monster. Here's where the reptiles start coming in. As a flip, you can place one card from your hand on the bottom of your deck, and then if a spell or a trap card or effect is activated, you can change this face down card to face up attack.
They all have the 100 thing.
That whole thing. Okay. If a card is shuffled into the deck or extra deck while this and Pot of Generosity are face up on the field, you can shuffle this card into the deck, then target one card on the field, and just banish it. Just get it out of here. Incredible.
It's kind of reverse Sinister Serpent, where you lose a card from your hand, and then you have the ability to banish, and you see the errata Sinister Serpent has an effect to banish itself in some condition if it's back in your graveyard. So I just made it all in reverse.
Now you have to deal with it.
Yeah.
All right, Spirit of the Pot of Generosity, level 1
some
water reptile
people
monster.
might recognize Undyne from the Mana series.
Oh yeah, very cute, looking.
Go ahead.
Okay, as a flip, you can change up to 2 face-up monsters on the field face down, so just get them. So, mess with your opponent or set up your own cards. I like that. And then its unique Pot of Generosity effect. You can shuffle this card into the deck, special summon a rock or reptile monster from your hand or graveyard in phase of attack or face down. Oh, okay, so any rock or reptile.
Yeah.
I can't think of any rock archetypes that would love to be able to summon their monsters for free.
Yeah, but it's on some kind of flip effect, and to access the last effect, you need Pot of Generosity. So whatever you do, you're not going to, let's say, splash this in Adam Emancipator and just get the summon back for free, unless you're playing the pot alongside it.
Yeah, you have to be playing this goofy card to gain access to all these powerful effects.
Yeah. The next card is Paradox, and that's like also one of the first cards I made. And I'd like to explain it, but go ahead, read it, and I'll add on it just after.
Okay, so when Paradox of Generosity, the continuous spell, is activated, you can add a Pot of Generosity from your deck or grave to your hand.
Mandatory. This is mandatory. This part is mandatory. Go ahead.
Okay, so you have to do that, and if you do, set a Generosity card directly from your deck. Okay. If you would shuffle any number of cards into your deck by the effect of a spell or trap card, you can return an appropriate card from your hand, field, or graveyard and/or banished cards instead of one of the cards in the original locations listed on this effect. And if this card in its owner's possession leaves the field because of an opponent's card effect and is now in the graveyard or banished, you can add a pot of spell or trap card from your deck or grave to your hand. Oh boy, the draw power you can get up to with that. All right,
Yeah,
what's the explanation on this one?
Basically, the first effect allows you to set a generosity card, but you can set both monsters and or spell traps, so you can really get what you need. You can set, it's like your special summon the monster face down from the deck, basically, if you pick a monster with that. But the middle effect is the more interesting one, because I wanted to find ways to get card advantage using Pot of Generosity or using some other shuffling cards. For example, Moray of Greed. And so this effect allows you to, let's say you activate Moray of Greed in normal time. Usually you would have to shuffle 2 water monsters from your hand into the deck, and then you draw 3. With this effect, you still have to shuffle 1 water monster from your hand into the deck, but you can pick 1 from your field or from your banished zone or from your graveyard instead of the second one. You can shuffle this one and still do the effect normally. So you don't have to get rid of 2 cards from your hand. You can pick 1 from your graveyard or from your banished zone, for example. So you can turn what would be usually an equalizer. So you lose 3 cards and you draw back 3 cards into a +1.
Okay, yeah, I was struggling with that one, but now that you walk me through that seems outrageous.
Yeah, but I made the wording very specific. It works only with spell trap cards, and you can only substitute 1 card no matter what you do. So you're not going to, let's say, activate I don't know, pot of Avarice and like shuffle from 5 cards from anywhere and draw your cards. You're still gonna have to shuffle, let's say, 4 cards from the graveyard into the deck, and then you can substitute 1. You can always substitute only 1 at a time.
Okay, yeah, that's a very important clause on that one, so that makes sense. This card is really cool.
Yeah, and there is a later idea behind Paradox, being that that philosophical idea where when you're being generous, are you doing this for the others, or are you doing this because you're you get satisfaction from helping the others or something like that. And I heard that from a friend a long time ago, so that's the little idea just behind this, but it's more complicated. Go ahead, continue within the card, please.
All right, next we have Source of Generosity, field spell card. Water monsters you control gain 600 attack and defense and lose 100 attack for each card in your hand.
Yeah, the less cards you have in your hands, the more you gain attack.
That's pretty good. Okay, each of the following effects will per turn. You can target a generosity card in your graveyard and set it to your field or place it on the bottom of your deck. If a card is shuffled into the deck or extra deck by the effect of a generosity card and you have Pot of Generosity in your grave, you can draw cards equal to the number of cards that were shuffled into the main deck from your hand and or field +1. Okay, so that essentially turns Pot of Generosity into a draw 3.
In some capacity, yes. Like yes, you if you get rid of 2 cards in your hand, and you will draw 3 cards. But you can combine in some capacity Paradox and Source of Generosity. You can find ways to turn Pot of Generosity into drawing way more cards than you're shuffling.
That's nifty. Okay.
That's the main idea.
All right.
For the next part, I have 2 fusions, and the trap is a fusion spell. Is a fusion effect.
Yeah, we have that, and we also have Ancient Jar of Generosity as another fusion effect, right?
Yes. Ancient Jar of Generosity is basically like a poly on a flip effect, but Pot of Fusion is more like a Miracle Fusion.
Got it. Okay, this card is treated as a generosity card. If fusion summons a fusion monster from your extra deck in face-up attack or face-down defense position by placing fusion materials mentioned on it from your hand or field on the bottom of your deck in any order. It is not limited to any particular kind of fusion summon. You just get to make whatever you want with this.
Yes, but you can use monsters from your graveyard or banished cards as material for a rock or reptile specifically.
Okay, if summoning a rock or reptile fusion monster this way, you can also use monsters from the graveyard interface at banished as material. Okay, and then you can banish this card from your graveyard, then target a face-down monster on the field, change it to face-up attack position. Oh, okay, so it's another flipper-upper, which we are in desperate need of. Wow, that's pretty nutty.
Yeah, so if you're using it to fusion summon anything but a rock or reptile, you're gonna just use from the honor field, so it's like a poly, but you don't even send the materials to the graveyard, you send them back to the deck. But if you're going to summon a rock or reptile, it turns into a miracle fusion. And I wanted to make this card and include any rock and reptile fusion that can be made, because I was always frustrated that reptiles don't have that kind of miracle fusion effect to summon Worm Zero, so I wanted to make it work with that.
Alrighty.
So you can summon your big Worm Zero using all the worms in your graveyard if you want to.
If you want to.
Yeah.
Or I could just make DPE.
Yeah. You can make DPE, but in this case you're only using cards from your honor field.
Yeah.
So
okay.
It's not really advantageous.
So now we're moving on to the fusion monsters.
Yeah.
Ascended Spirit of Generosity, a level 4 water reptile flip fusion monster, requiring 2 flip monsters as material with 2100 attack and 2000 defense. When it's flipped, if you have Pot of Generosity in your grave, you can target up to 2 cards on the field or in the grave and shuffle them into the deck. I wonder if that will trigger any other effects in the archetype.
Yeah.
Cough, cough. If this card is in your graveyard, you can send 1 card from your hand or field to the graveyard, special summon both this card and 1 flip monster from your grave in face-down defense position. Then you can change any number of face-down monsters you control to face-up attack position. Any number, my goodness. Prediction Princess is on the line right now. They have some questions.
Shadows are on the line too. The materials are very generic, so if you can. This is working in Shadows. They can finally use their
oh God, you're right. Oh gosh, you're right.
Yeah, this is still a fusion, so you still need some kind of fusion effect to make it. It's not like Unique Monsters, But yeah, it's really meant to support any kind of flip archetype that can summon this. You just can turn face up all your guys immediately by if Ascended Spirit ends up in your graveyard, you can summon it back and flip everything.
Alrighty. And then our
And
last is Avatar of the Forbidden Pot. Ooh, spooky.
I had a lot of fun with the artwork.
It shows. It looks really it looks really nice. Okay, so this is a level 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9 rock fusion flip monster with 3,000 attack and 2,000 defense, requiring a monster that specifically lists Pot of Greed or Pot of Generosity in its text, and a flip monster. As a flip effect, you can destroy all cards your opponent controls, then you can change any number of face-up monsters on the field to face-down defense position. That's nifty. If a spell or trap card or effect is activated, you can change this face-down monster to face-up attack position. Take 500 damage. Okay, so you have to pay a little bit,
Yeah,
but then you get to blow up their whole field.
it's not really a generous card, unlike the others. You see the opposite. The others give you 100 life points. This one takes 500. You take 500 damage. But yeah, the idea is that you want to fusion summon it face down using the pot of fusion, because you can fusion summon face down using the trap. And once it's face down, you can any spell trap interaction can flip the avatar of the Forbidden Pot. You can destroy everything. Then you can turn any monsters you need face down, including the avatar of the Forbidden Pot. So you're ready to use it again later when another spell trap interaction happens. So you need, if you want to use multiple times the destruction effect, you really need to use the reset on itself every time. Otherwise, it's kind of stuck in attack position, and you need another effect to flip it face down. But yeah, it's really the big payoff in terms of fusion.
Alrighty. Okay, well, we are coming up on our 15-minute time limit here, so I believe it's time to move on to the Nova scales.
I could never finish my explanation. I'm sorry if this is very long. Just wanted to add a little detail. Look in the side, you will see in the side deck there was that weird reptile monsters from years and years ago, Serpentine Princess. That was also one of my ideas behind the archetype. I was just like at some point, yeah, let's take this rolling nightmare that is Serpentine Princess and try to make an archetype that can work with it. And so that was when I went with the idea with Paradox, being able to shuffle the cards from other than just your hand. And so you could technically play this card, and you can then summon any low level 3 or lower existing from your deck if you manage to trigger it. I just thought it would be fun, but in the end, I got rid of the card entirely.
But it is nice to see that Serpentine Princess is being given an opportunity to work in some place other than a haunted house. So I'm glad you gave him the opportunity.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Then, are you ready for judgments to be doled out?
I'm ready.
Okay, so, novelty. Now, technically before I have said that I knock points off from novelty if we talk about a pre-existing archetype. I think that the Pot of Generosity archetype is a very underutilized and underappreciated one. So for all the stuff we're doing here, on top of expanding on flip monsters being able to trigger in more situations than just being flipped up, essentially, I'm giving it a 5 on novelty. This is wild. I loved reading every one of these cards. Objectivity. The problem-solving card text here, I believe, is pretty solid. We've made sure that everything is, whistle clean, works like it's supposed to. The power level, there are some strong effects here. The thing is that you're playing Pot of Generosity on top of it.
You have to play Pot of Generosity, otherwise you can't access the stronger effect.
So I think I have to give it a 5 on objectivity, because, it's nice, but it's not breaking any metas, and the card effect text looks fine. Versatility. Now, my question here is, I don't think there's a lot of decks that are going to be teching in the Pot of Generosity engine. You've made it so certain decks can by way of using Paradox of Generosity, and the water reptile and rock thing, or the rock and reptile things, means you could kind of like play it in some kind of Adamantipator build or Ogdoadic build, but I don't know if they want to use like these kinds of effects specifically. So I think
got it.
it's a 2-1 versatility.
Yeah.
And also it's a 5 on awesomeness. Like, you've made Pot of Generosity a playable card with cool effects that expand on like how flips should work. That there is no world in which this is boring. This is really cool. I gotta give it a 5 on that.
Thank you.
So I'm looking at a Nova count of 17 on the Pot of Generosity Legacy Support, a sentence I never thought I would ever say with my own mouth. So,
glad you like them.
Sorry, say again?
Glad you like them.
I love them. I'm sorry we didn't have a chance to look at the deck that you submitted for this one. But do you have any last words for the audience before we're finished here?
Be generous, everyone. Like, just be generous with one another, and that's like the whole point of generosity.
All right, wait. Thank you so much, Double, and I'll catch you on the Discord. All right. Next up, we have Marluxia is a girl submissions of 4 cards. It looks like main deck versions of all of the big monsters of the Vicious lore. So let's start out with Reich, the Heart of Calm. Is a level 4 Earth Warrior monster with 1500 attack and 2100 defense. This card is always treated as a Scareclaw card. They all have the 15-12 stat line. Very important. This card's name becomes Vicious Starfrost while in the hand, deck, grave, while banished face up, or on the field. That's actually really big for a ton of effects. That's huge. Next, okay, so if you control a face-up field spell, you can special summon this card from your hand to an adjacent zone to any card you control, okay? Field spells don't count as being adjacent to your left main monster zone, right? There's no way. But it's any card, right? So as long as you have a card, you should be fine. If this card is normal special summoned, you can target a Scareclaw card or a card that mentions Vicious in your graveyard and add it to your hand. Really good. A Link monster that was summoned with this card as material gains this effect. This card gains attack equal to the defense of all face-up Oh, wow, that is scary. Holy cow. All right, Rhino, the Heart of Reverie. Water Warrior. Treated as a Tier Limits card. This card's name becomes Vicious Starfrost everywhere. Is there a place where that's not vicious? Hand, deck, grave, banished face up on the field. Yeah, that's just everywhere. Okay. If you control a face-up field spell card, you can special this card from your hand, and if you do, send the top 3 cards of your deck to the graveyard. Every deck playing this card. If this card is normal special summoned, you can send a Tier Limits card or a card that mentions Vicious Starfrost from your hand or deck to the graveyard. If this card is sent to the grave by a card effect, you can fusion summon a fusion monster from your extra deck, and it has the Tier Limit effect. Holy bimbly scrimbly. Okay. Rise, Heart of Joy, level 4 Fire Warrior, 15 attack, 2100 defense, is a Kashtira card, counts as Vicious everywhere. If you control a face-up field spell, you can special summon this card from your hand, and if you do, you can banish the top card of your opponent's deck. If this card is normal special summoned, you can add a Kashtira card that mentions a Kashtira card or a card that mentions Vicious Starfrost from your deck to your hand, and if you do, special summon a Kashtira Xyz monster from your extra deck and attach this card to it as material. Yeah, hi, I would just have to immediately have Rise Heart, please. That's just if this card is normal or special summoned. Rhym, Heart of Order. This card is a Manadium card. It's also charted as Vicious everywhere. Light, Warrior, 15 attack, 2100 defense. If you control a face-up field spell, you can special summon this card from your hand, and if you do, destroy one monster in your hand or face-up on the field. You can only summon this card once per turn this way. If this card is normal or special summoned, you can add a Manadium card or a card that mentions Vicious Starfrost from your deck to your hand. A synchro monster that was summoned with this card as a material gains this effect. If this card attacks, your opponent cannot activate cards or effects till the end of the damage step. Ooh, makes it an Armades, which is excellent, considering that Prime Heart can gain a lot of different attacks. Okay, so let me walk you through a few things that I'm noticing here. All of these summon for free if you have a field spell. It doesn't matter what field spell it is, so any deck that has a field spell is going to want to run this. If you like level 4 monsters, you're going to want to play this on top of that because it's free material. Majestic Duelist, thank you so much for following here on the Orbital platform. I hope you enjoy your stay here, especially in your research of dualism. Rykar gives the effect to any link monster it uses material for, and gains attack equal to the defense of all face-up monsters on the field, not defense position monsters, the defense of all monsters on the field. That monster is getting huge if you go wide. Rhino Heart, what can I say, but it sends, it mills cards. It mills cards. It's a tier limit fusion, and it sends, and it's also just Rhino Heart because it sends a tier limit card from deck to graveyard too. Like, what in the world? Rise Heart, literally summon this card. Search any of these other cards because they all mention Vicious Starfrost in them, and then you just make a Rise Heart like. In any deck, especially one that has a field spell. And then Riem Heart is nice. The Synchro Monster effect is like probably the least bonkers of all of them, but still giving the Destruction Enabler on its own summon effect, and then also being able to give Synchro Monsters an Armades type effect is absolutely bronculous. So this is getting, we gotta break out the Nova scale right now, otherwise I'm gonna be here all day futzing over how good these cards are. So novelty. Are these cards novel? Here's the thing. I gotta give it a 1 on this one. These are all based on established archetypes, doing things those archetypes are already doing. Once again, though, 1 doesn't mean bad. It means you understood the assignment. You know what these things are all about, and you made a card to fit that. So there you go. Objectivity. Are these cards objective? Okay, so the problem-solving card text here appears to be good. They made sure to make it the Kashtira thing a parentheses thing, or not Kashtira, but like them acting as their particular archetype. They put that in parentheses so it always counts as those cards, and then they made sure to make it an effect where it counts as Vicious Starfrost, like how Suship Shari Red does it. That way it doesn't count towards your total deck count. So our problem-solving card texture is actually pretty good, which is why I'm not giving it a 1. I'm giving it a 2, because some of these are outrageous. Already, Rhino and Rise are just crushing every format that they're showing up in. Rykart, it's hard to argue with a free summon that nets you a Scareclaw card. Oh no, it recovers a Scareclaw card, so it doesn't search from deck to hand like some of the other ones do, but it is recursion. It gives your Link monsters great effects, and I can't argue with just a free monster that enables popping effects. That also gives like a little extra bonus to your synchros, a la Yang Zings. Like that's once again, not bad cards, but very strong cards. So there's an issue on the card text. If they count as vicious in hand, isn't that impossible? No. If a card says that it has an effect that applies in hand, it'll just do it, even though it's not public knowledge. It just counts as it in hand. And then versatility. Okay, look. It's a 5, okay? I mean, individually, some of these might get a lower score. I don't think every deck is going to run Riem Heart of Order. I don't think every deck is going to run Reich the Heart of Calm. But just the way you could splash in cards for Rhino and Rise, and the fact that you could just get a Rise Heart out of this for no reason, is so good that no deck would pass that up unless you're like that hard on graveyard stuff, in which case just link off the Rise Heart at some point. Get it off the field. You don't care because you're going to summon another Rise Heart and get it again. This card is going to see that. Now, awesomeness, are these cards awesome? I'm losing my mind over them, so it's making me feel something. Do I think it's a 5 awesome, though? Do I think it's a 5 and awesome? I'm going to give it a 4, okay? I thought about it for a second. I'm going to give it a 4. These are really cool, but I don't think they're like the most cool. So I'm giving them a 4 on awesomeness. Very powerful set of cards here. This puts them at a 12 on the Nova scale. Look forward to seeing these retrains in the set after Duelist Nexus, because we're going to see something like this eventually. And if they're as powerful as this, y'all should be running. Run away. Run to the hills. Go play Digimon or something. This is why Konami doesn't send me product. I'm always saying stuff like this. All right, well, thank you very much, Marluxia as a girl, for sending in these awesome cards. So, we are going to blitz past these ASAP because these are a lot. So, folks, stick with me. We're going to be going ASAP here. We've got a lot of Pendulum cards, a lot of effects. Let's get going here. Ritsuka Fujimaru, Master of Chaldea, is a level 1 light pendulum monster, spellcaster tuner, scale 4, level 1, 500 attack, 500 defense. As a pendulum effect, you can place this card in your extra deck face up, so just place it in there. If you would add this card to the extra deck face up while you already have a Ritsuka Fujimaru, Master of Chaldea, face up in your extra deck, another copy of this card, basically, place the card on the bottom of the deck. Then you can place one command seal counter on that card. Place the card on the bottom of the deck, then you can place a command seal counter on that card. It's on the bottom of the deck. I'm not sure how we put a counter on that, but Zeldreka will need to explain this. Please let me know. If this card is placed face up in your extra deck, you can activate, unless I'm reading it wrong. Okay, where's it supposed to go, Zeldreka? Yeah, I wish we could put persistent counters on things like a digital card game like that. Yeah, the command seal, I don't know a lot about Fate Go, but I know that. This one at the bottom, and place a counter on the copy already in the... Okay, so a card in the extra deck is getting a counter on it. Okay. This place face up, you can activate any number of the following effects. Place 3 command seals on this card, add a Chaldea spell or trap from your deck to your hand, or add a Chaldea monster from your deck or graveyard to your hand. Okay. Okay. Monster effect. While you control a Chaldea card other than Master of Chaldea, this card is unaffected by your opponent's card effects even while face up in the extra deck. If this card is face up in the extra deck, this card has the following effects. This card is always the top card face up in your extra deck. During each standby phase, place a command seal counter on this card. You cannot special summon or control monsters special summon from the extra deck aside from Chaldea monsters for... the fourth effect. When this card is placed face up in the extra deck, shuffle all non-Chaldea monsters summoned from the extra deck that you control into the deck. Remove a command seal counter from this card. It's a quick effect to special summon a Chaldea monster from your deck. And 6, remove 3 command seals from this card. Special summon up to 3 Chaldea monsters from your grave, hand, and or face up in your extra deck. Ooh, okay. Okay. We're keeping moving here. We're keeping going. Okay, Chaldean mana reactors. Continuous spell. All Chaldean monsters get attack and defense equal to their equal to 200 times their level, rank, or link ratings. Okay, so it's a booster. If this card is activated during each standby phase, place a command seal counter on this card. If this card leaves the field by an opponent's card effect, special summon a Chaldean monster from your deck, grave, and or face of extra deck. You can only control 1 mana reactor. Okay. So, gives you boosts, can summon cards in retaliation to stuff, gets you command seals. Chaldean Summoning Circle, spell card. Add a Chaldea monster from your deck to your hand. If Ritsuko Fujimaru, Master of Chaldea, is not face up in your extra deck, you take 2,000 damage. Okay, so you gotta be on the deck. It's the only way that's gonna work, otherwise you're taking a huge amount of damage. Don't look at Dynamorphia, don't look at any of the decks that care about taking damage. They will definitely not play this. Novum Chaldea, field spell. If this card is activated, place a Ritsuko Fujimaru, Master of Chaldea, in your extra deck, face up from your hand, grave, deck, or banished, or add a Chaldea spell or trap card from your deck to your hand. While you control a Chaldea monster, this card is unaffected by your opponent's card effects. All Chaldea monsters return to the field during the next standby phase if they are banished or banished face down from your field while this card is on the field, even if this card leaves the field. Hold on a second. Return to the field during the next standby phase if they are banished or... Return to the field... my phase. Even though it leaves the field. After activation, I presume? I don't know what the trigger in that is. Your opponent cannot activate cards or effects in response to effects that remove a command seal counter from anywhere on the field as cost. Wow, incredible. Okay. Mash Chirolite, Shielder of Chaldea, Pendulum monster, light level 4, scale 4, attack 15, defense 3,500, warrior, pendulum. Effect monster. As a pendulum, you take no damage from card effects and direct attacks while you control a Chaldea monster. Cool, so I guess that helps keep us from taking that 2,000 damage. The first time each Chaldea card would be removed from the field each turn by your opponent, it is not. As a monster, you can only control one Mash Chirolite, Shielder of Chaldea. You can only use each effect once per turn. If you have no other Chaldea cards face up in your extra deck, this card cannot be summoned in defense position or have its battle position changed to defense. If Ritsuko Fujimaru, Master of Chaldea, is face up in your extra deck, you can special summon this card from your hand, Pendulum Zone, or face up in your extra deck to a main monster zone. Your opponent can only target this card for attacks and card effects. This card cannot be destroyed by battle or card effects. You can remove one command seal counter from anywhere on the field as a quick effect to negate a card effect that would remove a card you control from the field. Boy, that is a shielder. Mash Chirolite, Ortanax mode. What in the world is an Ortanax mode? Synchro Pendulum monster, light level 5, scale 5, 2,500 attack, 3,300 defense, warrior synchro pendulum effect monster. Pendulum effect, you take no damage from card effects. The first time each Chaldea card would have its effects negated by your opponent, it is not. Interesting wording on there. I wonder how that works against things like infinite impermanence. Alright, it's a monster effect. As a monster effect, its synchro materials are a Ritsuko Fujimaru monster and a Mash Chirolite monster. So the two that we've talked about previously. You can also special summon this card by using the above monster cards on your field as material. This is treated as a synchro summon. Oh, okay, so the levels don't necessarily have to match. You can just use those two. Okay. Even if one's not a tuner. This card's name is treated as Mash Chirolite, Shielder of Chaldea while on the field or in the graveyard in the extra monster zone. You can only control one Mash Chirolite, Shielder of Chaldea. Does that previous one say that? It does. Okay. Okay, or next one. If this card is synchro summoned, you can set a Chaldean super weapon trap from your deck. If your opponent controls a monster, you can activate that card this turn. Your opponent can only target this card for attacks and card effects. This card cannot be destroyed by battle or card effects or be attributed. You can remove a command seal counter from anywhere on the field as a quick effect to negate a card activation that would remove this card from the field or negate its effects. If this monster would leave the field, you can place it in one of your pendulum zones instead. All right. Okay, Chaldean Super Weapon, Black Barrel Replica, Counter Trap card. Shuffle one card your opponent controls back into the deck. Then your opponent takes 2,000 damage. Woof! The effect of the card shuffled back into the deck are negated and cannot be activated until the end phase of your opponent's next turn. You must have either Ritsuko Fujimaru, Master of Chaldea, face up in your extra deck, or control Mash Chirolite, Shielder of Chaldea to activate this card. And you can only activate the effects of this card once per turn. Chaldean Super Weapon, Hume Barrel Rayproof. Banish one monster your opponent controls face down. Then your opponent must reveal all other copies of that monster face down. That are in their hand, grave, deck, and extra deck. If they do, they must banish one of the revealed cards face down. But you must have these cards, the previously mentioned cards, to activate this effect, only do once per turn. Da Vinci. Yo, they got Da Vinci here! Is that a counter trap that doesn't respond to anything in particular? Yes, it does not seem to in anything particular. Yeah. Okay. Da Vinci, Rider of Chaldea, Pendulum Monster, Light Level 4, Scale 4, 1000 Attack, 1000 Defense, Spellcaster, Pendulum Effect. When you activate this card, you can add a Chaldea card from your face-up, extra deck, or graveyard to your hand. If you control a Chaldea card in your other Pendulum Zone, negate the effects of the first monster your opponent summons that turn. Wow! Monster effect, you can only control one Da Vinci. If Ritsuka Fujimaru, Master of Chaldea, is face up in your extra deck, you can special summon this card from your hand, Pendulum Zone, or extra deck to your main monster zone. This card gets 100 attack for every Chaldea card you control. If this card is normal summoned, you can add one Novum Chaldea from your deck or graveyard to your hand. That was the search card, correct? No, it is not. That is Chaldean Summoning Circle. Novum Chaldea is your setup card. Okay. It's a field spell, right? Yeah, field spell. Okay, okay. Okay. This card gains 100 attack. Summoned. You can remove one command seal counter from anywhere on the field to negate a spell or trap effect. Neat. Shadow Border, Chaldean Mobile Base is an Xyz Pendulum monster, light, rank 4, 0 scales. Attack defense, 2000 defense, machine pendulum effect monster. If you control another Chaldea card, negate the effect of the first monster your opponent summons that turn. Chaldea monster cards cannot be returned to the hand, shuffled into the deck, or attributed by your opponent. As a monster, you can make this out of a Ritsuka Fujimaru monster and a Da Vinci monster. You can also special summon this card by sending the above cards from the field as material, or one Da Vinci monster you control as material. This is treated as special summon this card by using the above monster card on your field as material. Or one is... Oh, okay. So you can either use both or just Da Vinci. Okay. This card's name is treated as Da Vinci, Rider of Chaldea, while in the field in the grave in this deck. You can only control one. Ritsuka Fujimaru, Master of Chaldea, is face up in your extras deck. You can special summon this card. This card gains 200 attack for each Chaldea card you control. Okay, that makes it a bit beefier. Discard up to 2, I believe it means detach 2. Banish this card until the next standby phase. If you detached a Da Vinci card, attach a Da Vinci card from your graveyard to this card as Xyz material after it returns to the field. If you detached a Ritsuka Fujimaru card, banish up to 3 cards on either field or either graveyard. That is not temporary. Wow. You can remove one command seal counter from anywhere on the field, negate a spell or trap effect. If this card has Da Vinci as Xyz material, you can also negate a summon or monster effect, then banish that card. Woof. If this monster would be destroyed, you can place it in one of your Pendulum Zones instead. If you can Pendulum Summon level 4, you can Pendulum Summon this face-up card in your extra deck, and then attach a Da Vinci card from your graveyard to this card as Xyz material. Okay. Melusine, Lancer of Chaldea, Pendulum Monster, Water, level 5, Scale, Fairy, Pendulum Effect, 2200 attack, 2200 defense. As a Pendulum card, all Chaldea monsters you control deal piercing battle damage. If you have another Chaldea card in your Pendulum Zone, destroy both cards, then add a Chaldea spell or trap card from your deck or grave to your hand. You can only control one copy of this card. If Ritsuka Fujimaru, Master of Chaldea, is face up in your extra deck, you can special summon this card from your hand, Pendulum Zone, or face up in your extra deck to a main monster zone. This monster deals piercing battle damage. Your opponent cannot activate cards or effects when this monster battles. You can remove a command seal counter from anywhere on the field as a quick effect. When this effect resolves, link summon one monster that mentions Melusine, Lancer of Chaldea, using this card and one Ritsuka Fujimaru, Master of Chaldea from your hand or deck as material. So quick linking, that's pretty cool. Deals piercing battle damage. Melusine, Ray Horizon, link Pendulum Monster, light, link 2, left and right, scale 6, attack 3000, Dragon Pendulum Monster as a Pendulum card. If a Chaldea monster you control destroys a monster by battle, your opponent takes damage equal to that monster's original attack. We've swapped out piercing for Flame Wingman. You'll love to see it. Your opponent takes battle damage equal to any you would take. That's horrifyingly powerful. Its materials are Ritsuka Fujimaru and a Melusine monster. You can special summon this card with the above monster cards on your field as material. This is treated as a link summon. That does seem redundant since it's a link monster. You would already be doing that. This card is treated as Melusine, Lancer of Chaldea. You can only control one copy of this. Only the effect was return. If this card is link summoned, you can destroy up to 2 cards on the field. Nice. As a quick effect, because if you're quick linking with this, that's 2 pops. Your opponent can't activate cards or effects in response to this effect's activation. If this card is link summoned by the effect, and it gets bonuses when using that effect. Incredible. If this card destroys a monster by battle, your opponent takes damage equal to the monster's original attack. Then this card gains 1000 attack. You can remove a command seal. Monster cards. Okay, never mind. I was the fool. You can use it while in the scales. Zaldreka has caught me at a very important time. There we go. Remove one command seal from anywhere on the field. Destroy a card on the field. And if this monster would leave the field, you can place it in the Pendulum Zone instead. If you Pendulum Summon level 4, you can Pendulum Summon this face-up card in your extra monster zone. All right. We got a Link Pendulum monster, folks. Okay, Arash, Archer of Chaldea. Oh my goodness, we have. Okay, we're gonna make it. We're gonna make it, folks. We're gonna make it. We're going to do this. Okay, Arash, Archer of Chaldea, Pendulum Monster, Earth, level 1, Scale 1, Attack and Defense 1000, Warrior Pendulum Monster. While it's in the Pendulum Scales, all Chaldea monsters you control get 500 defense. You can shuffle this card into the deck, destroy all spell and trap cards your opponent controls. If your opponent activates an effect that would negate this effect, your opponent can banish one card in their hand face down, or that effect is negated, and that card is banished face down. Blech. Yeah, you can negate me, but you better pay the price. Okay. If Ritsuko Fujiwara, Master of Chaldea, is facing an extra monster zone, you can do the special summoning effect like all of the other historical people do. You can remove a command seal counter from anywhere on the field and shuffle this card into the deck. Destroy all monsters your opponent controls, and if your opponent activates an effect that would negate this effect, your opponent can banish one card in their hand face down, or that effect is negated and that card is banished face down. Gwoof. Gwoof. Okay. So in the scales, can hit all the back row. As a monster, you can use a seal to get rid of all of your opponent's monsters, and your opponent gets punished for stopping you. Kiyohime, Berserker of Chaldea, is a pendulum monster. Fire, level 3, scale 3, dragon pendulum effect monster with 900 attack and 200 defense. As a pendulum card, if Ritsuko Fujiwara, Master of Chaldea, is not face up in your extra deck, you can place a Ritsuko Fujiwara, Master of Chaldea into your other pendulum zone. During each end phase, deal 500 damage to your opponent, and all Chaldea monsters you control gain 500 attack. As a monster, you can only control one copy of this card. You can only use the effect once per turn. If Ritsuko Fujiwara, Master of Chaldea, is face up in your extra deck, you can special summon this card from your hand, Pendulum Zone, and or face up in your extra deck to your main monster zone. If this card is the only monster you control, this card gains 600 attack and can attack directly. That bumps it up to a healthy 2500 attack. Dandel is trash. Thank you so much for following here on the Orbital platform. I hope you enjoy your time here and your research into refuse. If this, you can remove a command seal counter from anywhere on the field as a quick effect. For the rest of the turn, this card's original attack becomes 4,500, can attack all monsters your opponent controls, and card effects cannot be activated in the battle phase, but this card cannot attack directly. I believe you still benefit from that 600 attack bonus, making this a 5,100 multi-attacker. Incredible! Miyamoto Musashi, Saber of Chaldea, Pendulum Monster, Light, level 5, scale 5, attack 3,000, 2,500 defense. As a pendulum effect, you cannot activate this card if you have special summoned a non-Chaldea monster from your extra deck this turn. All Chaldea monsters gain attack and defense equal to 100 times their level, rank, or link rating. Non-pendulum monsters sent to the graveyard are banished instead. Woof. If you have a Chaldea pendulum monster in your other pendulum zone, you can increase or decrease this card's pendulum scale by 4. Monsters cannot be special summoned to your side of the field aside from Chaldea monsters. This effect cannot be negated. Monster effect, you can only control one of this card. You can only use effects once per turn. If Ritsuko Fujiwara, Master of Chaldea, is face up in the extra deck, you can special summon this card from your hand, Pendulum Zone, or face up in your extra deck to a main monster zone. You can normal summon this card without tributing if you control no monsters. You can only special summon Chaldea monsters. This effect cannot be negated. Any monster that this card destroys by battle is banished face down instead of being sent to the grave. If this card battles a monster with more attack than it, you can have this card gain attack equal to that monster's attack. So it's an honest for anything it wouldn't be able to defeat otherwise. If you do at the end of the damage step, place this monster on the bottom of the deck. Okay, so it goes away after you use it, but it does beat anything. You can remove a command seal counter from anywhere on the field and tribute one monster on either field as a quick effect. Place this card on the bottom of the deck. Okay, so if it just needs to run away, it can do that. Elizabeth's Bathory, Idol of Chaldea, Pendulum Monster, Wind, level 4, scale 4, Worm, Pendulum effect, 800 attack, 800 defense. As a Pendulum card, you cannot activate this card if you have special summoned a non-Chaldea monster from the extra deck this turn. Monsters your opponent controls lose 1,000 attack and cannot activate their effects during main phase 1. Rough. If you have a Chaldea Pendulum monster in your other Pendulum zone, you can increase or decrease this card's scale by 1. This card cannot be special summoned by side of the field aside from Chaldea monsters. This effect cannot be negated. Okay. And a kaiju too. You're right. It does do that too. That's pretty funky. All right, as a monster effect, you can only control one of this card. Usual restrictions that we've seen on these other creatures. Special summon effect that we've seen on other creatures. If this card is normal summoned, you can add a Chaldea monster from your deck to your hand. If this card battles, deal 500 damage to your opponent. Nice. You can remove one command seal counter from anywhere on the field to return a monster your opponent controls to the hand. Hey, comp evac. Elizabeth Bathory Idol Group of Chaldea Fusion Pendulum monster, light, level 6, scale 8, attack 1500, defense 1500, worm fusion pendulum. As a pendulum card, monsters your opponent controls lose 1500 attack and cannot activate their effects during any main phase. All Chaldea monsters you control gain 100 attack for every monster card used to originally special summon this card. During each end phase, you can place a command seal counter or a Ritsuka Fujimaru card face up in your extra deck. Okay. As a monster effect, it takes a Elizabeth Bathory monster or one or more monster cards. Must first be special summoned by placing the above cards you control face up in your extra deck. You don't use polymerization. If you are using Ritsuka Fujimaru as material, you can also use one monster your opponent controls as material. Okay, if this card is special summoned from the extra deck, you can place a command seal counter on a Ritsuka Fujimaru card face up. Okay, more command seals. Gives us more resources. This card's original attack is increased by 500 for every monster card used to originally special summon this card. During each end phase, you can place a command seal counter or Ritsuka Fujimaru. Okay, we got that. You can remove a command seal from anywhere on the field to shuffle a card your opponent controls into the deck. Even stronger than Comp Evac. We've got Great Mech Man. Fu, mascot of Chaldea, Link Pendulum monster, light, Link 2, left down and right down, scale 0, attack 0, beast pendulum. Place this card face up in the extra deck as a quick effect to place a Chaldea pendulum monster from your hand, grave, or is face up in your extra deck in your pendulum zone, so it can replace any of your scales for anything else that you want that's currently in rotation. If a Mash Chirolite monster you control would leave the field by an opponent's card effect, you can banish this card face down from your pendulum zone or face up in your extra deck instead. Then you can place one command seal counter or Ritsuka Fujimaru monster, Master of Chaldea, face up in your extra deck. As a monster effect, 2 monsters, including a Chaldea monster. You can also special summon this card by using the above monster cards on your field as material. This is treated as a link summon. This card is treated as a Ritsuka Fujimaru card. This card cannot be used as material for the summon of an extra deck monster except Chaldea monsters. You can only control 1 copy of this card. You can only use each effect once per turn. Select a Pendulum Zone, quick effect. If there is a Pendulum card in that zone, you can place it in your extra deck face up, special summon it to a main monster zone, or add it to your hand. Then you place 1 Chaldea Pendulum monster from your hand, grave, or face up in your extra deck to that Pendulum Zone. Or in the Pendulum Zone, rather. This card is unaffected by your opponent's card effects. If this monster is targeted for an attack, this card gains attack equal to double the attacking monster's attack until the end of the turn. Yowza. So it's a monster that's unaffected by anything. Your opponent's card effects, and you can't beat it in battle because it'll just be double whatever it fights. Okay. Unless they have like an Armades effect. You can remove 1 command seal card from anywhere on the field to negate 1 effect that's activated in the hand. Woof. If this monster would leave the field, you can place it in one of your pendulum zones instead. If you can pendulum summon level 4, you can pendulum summon this face-up card in your extra deck. Okay. Woof. Okay. We did it, folks. It also puts up no offensive pressure, though. That's true. That is true. You're not winning with this card. But it's not getting punted. Okay. So, we're going to go right into the Nova scale on this one, because we got... Okay. Novelty. Now, I got to give it a 5 purely off the back of the fact that it is a deck that essentially changes how you use your extra deck. It makes it a place that generates counters to use effects from. There's a lot of things that you use cards from your... Oh, drink some water. Oh my god, I have no water left. I have a drop of water. Okay. It has an interesting resource mechanic. You have a ton of different cards that do a ton of different things. They're very powerful, but it uses your pendulum zones as material for basically any kind of summon. Very, very wild stuff. So I'm gonna give a 5 on that. Objectivity, I do have to give it a 1. This archetype, Not only does this archetype have a wide variety of things that it can do with all of its stuff, also there's a lot of problem-solving card text issues that I noted. Namely, there are things that should be for Pendulum monsters that are in the Pendulum spell effect. Just about anything that doesn't apply to it, like things that would say like this card should be banished from the extra deck face up, were in like Pendulum sections when they should be in monster sections, because unless you're in the Pendulum zone, you're always using that bottom text for that. So 1 on that one. Versatility. 1 on that one. It clearly locks you into Chaldea very easily, very quickly, and for your entire turn. So versatility, once again, not bad. It just means that we are not splashing this into a bunch of other decks, though I don't think it needs to. It has a ton of cards. Awesomeness, I do like it when decks use stuff from when it's based on things. I do love, my archetype is based on X, Y, and Z. We've got a bunch of Fate Go stuff. I don't know a lot of Fate myself, though, is kind of the problem. So I'm going to give it a 3, but your score may vary. If you saw references to Fate in these cards that you really, really enjoyed, your awesomeness score is definitely going to go higher than mine. I'm just not familiar enough with the source material to really be all like, yo, this effect is a reference to this part of the show. So my personal Nova scale, it's an 11. Very powerful archetype. It does a lot of different things. There's clearly a lot of love put into this. And I do love the command seal idea as a resource. But it is very, very powerful, and you're just basically playing this deck all by itself. So 11 from me. Not bad. That's just where it is on all of those scales. Thank you very much for sharing. I appreciate it. You look exhausted. Actually, we have 45 minutes left for my total call time, so we have time. So we've got time for you. So let's go ahead and get you taken care of. And then tomorrow's jam-packed as well, so I would rather get it done now instead of oilier. Oh yeah, and there are some card stuff here. Just a quick scan of all the images here. Gives off a little. This is our main guy, our main dude. Mana reactors, shield lady, another shield, big cannon shield, Da Vinci. Yep. Archer, Saber, Idol Group. Fluffy! Greetings, Zara. How are you doing today?
I'm doing good, thank you.
Good to hear. Oh, and can I get preferred pronouns if that's okay?
He is fine.
He. All right. Well, Zara, thanks for stopping in. Let me go ahead and deploy what appears to be the Phoenician archetype.
Exactly.
Alrighty. So, any forward, any prologue information you want to share with the audience about these cards?
So pretty much, when I started like watching Yu-Gi-Oh and stuff like that as a kid, I freaking love Phoenician cluster Amaryllis, and I didn't know how incredibly busted it actually is. And when it got banned, I kind of just felt sad about Phoenician Seed. So I decided to create an archetype around it so that it can still be used by creating an archetype that all treat themselves as a Phoenician cluster Amaryllis in the hand.
That makes sense.
Also, as a quick side note, the last card in the side deck, please do not show it. It's gonna come up another time. Just I accidentally put it there. That's gonna come up for another stream maybe.
Oh, hey, Cartomancer, how'd you sneak in here?
Yeah, I'm gonna make a second round of Cartomancers, but they're gonna come up later.
Got it. All right, then I'll go ahead and get us started.
Yep.
All right, we're starting with the level 8 Fire Plant Monster Phoenician, not Cluster Amaryllis, just regular Amaryllis. If this card attacks, it's destroyed after damage calculation. If this card you control is destroyed, you can send to the graveyard, inflict 1,000 damage to your opponent, and special summon up to 3 Phoenician Seed monsters from your grave or that are banished but you cannot special summon from the extra deck for the rest of the turn except plant monsters. If this card is in your graveyard, you can banish a Phoenician Seed from your hand, field, and or grave to special summon this card. This card's name also becomes Phoenician Amaryllis once per turn. Oh no, while in the hand. Well, there.
Yeah, all the cards treat themselves as cluster Amaryllis in their hand, so they can be used with the seed.
That I love that. That slaps. And then Amaryllis just gets you like 3 free material to use during main phase 2 for whatever plant you want.
Yeah, so I just wanted to prevent that people just get the material for free in main phase 1, and just you have way too much material already. So I thought it would be better to do it with a battle instead.
Hey, no, makes sense to me. All right, next up is Phoenician Amaranth, a level 4 plant tuner monster that's fire, 800 attack, 1600 defense. Once per turn, you can increase or decrease this card's level by 1, modulation on a tuner. Who would have thought to do that? You can discard this card to the graveyard, special summon a Phoenician Seed from your deck or grave. All right. If this card is in your graveyard, you can banish a Phoenician Seed from your hand, field, or special summon this card. Oh, okay, so we have a lot of cards that are going to just banish Phoenician Seeds to bring it back.
So, so I pretty much took inspiration from Koaki Maru. So, like, the seed is used for multiple abilities, similar to how the Iron Core is. So all the main deck monsters have the ability to banish a seed from anywhere to get them back from the graveyard.
That's pretty nuts. And then Amaryllis just brings them all back with its own effect.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, so good. All right, Phoenician Calendula, level 4, fire plant monster. If this card is normal, with 800 attack, 800 defense. If this card is normal special summoned, you can add a Phoenician card from your deck to your hand, or special summon a Phoenician Seed from your deck, then send a plant monster from your deck to the... so it's also a plant foolish.
Yes.
Oh, wow. Okay. If this card is special summoned, you can target a face-up card on the field, negate its effects, which you can special summon by banishing a Phoenician Seed from your resource places.
Yep.
Amazing!
Or you can just banish it, you can just sacrifice it from the field by using the normal effect from Phoenician Seed.
Wow. Okay, so it has an initial effect that happens on normal or special summon, and then it has another effect that activates on special summon.
Yeah.
So you can special it from grave using its own effect, chain link 1, search a card, chain block it with the negation of any face-up card on the field.
I did not think about that, but yes, it can.
I'm losing my mind. Okay. What we did was we got rid of Phoenician Cluster Amaryllis, tore it into several smaller plants, and each one of those is just as broken.
Maybe.
I'm digging it so far. Okay. Phoenician Fireweed. If a Phoenician Seed is banished, you can special summon this card from your hand. Okay. A plant monster that was link summoned using this card gains the following effects. You can banish a Phoenician Seed from your grave to special summon a plant monster from your hand, or a Phoenician Seed from your deck or grave to a zone this card points to. If this card's in your graveyard, you can do the usual stuff. Okay. All right, so it's like some extension. It gives your link monsters a way to also further extend when you make it. God, what are the things that we can make with this? We have Aromatherapy Jasmine.
I have a couple of link monsters in the side deck that are supposed to work with it.
True. Oh, yeah, Dance Peony is pretty good with that. Alrighty. Phoenician Roots field spell. Once per turn, you can target one plant-type monster in your graveyard, banish a Phoenician Seed from your hand, field, or graveyard, and special summon that card. Okay. So now every plant has the banish a Phoenician Seed effect now.
Yeah, because they kind of take use of the Phoenician root system, right? So they just use their roots to regrow themselves.
Wow. Awesome. Okay, you can't special summon from the extra deck for the rest of the turn except plant monsters. Okay. If a Phoenician card would be just targeted or destroyed by an opponent's card effect, you can banish a Phoenician Seed from your graveyard instead. Oh, wow. I love this field spell. That's really good. All right, Phoenician Snapthorn, normal trap card. It targets a Phoenician Seed in your graveyard, or that's banished and special summon it. You can use the effect of Phoenician Seed as a quick effect this turn, but it's banished when it leaves the field. This card's name becomes Phoenician Seed while in the graveyard or banished.
Yes.
Okay, so it feeds into all of our own special summon effects. You can just banish
Yeah,
this.
so technically it allows you to have 6 seeds in the graveyard or banished, which feeds into all the other cards as well.
I'm pogging right now. All right. Phoenician's Rekindled quick play spell card. Target any number of Phoenician seeds in your grave or that are banished and return them to the deck. Then special summon a Phoenician seed from your deck. You can banish this card from the grave, add a Phoenician spell or trap card from your grave to your hand, or return a Phoenician monster from your grave or that is banished to the deck. Okay, so free monster recycles all your seeds in case you can't get them back with Amaryllis.
Also, it says any number. So if I understood it right, you can also use it when you don't have one banished. I'm not sure if that is true, but I think you could just use it to summon a seed if you do not have anything in the graveyard, in the banished pile already.
I believe because it says target, it does need to have at least one. You can't target nothing on a target effect.
I might change
how would
it.
How would that work with that? I don't know. Maybe you can return any number of Phoenician seeds. If we take out the targeting, I think that makes it work.
Okay.
But as intended, pretty good. Pretty good. All right, so the side deck full of a bunch of nifty cards that we can use, including Drago Stapelia and Trifio Veritum. I can't wait to see how we get Darks into rotation here.
You don't.
Oh, okay. Wait, then how do we summon them?
You cheat them.
Okay, we have cheating effects. Good. Okay.
You're gonna see.
All right. Phoenician Alrune, plant link monster, takes any 2 plants. When this card points... Oh, it has 600 attack. Fire attribute. While this card points to a monster, your opponent can't target this card for attacks. Nice. If a monster is summoned to a zone this card points to, you can make this card lose exactly 800 attack, and if it does, special summon a Phoenician seed that is banished to a zone this card points to. Huh. So you summon it to a zone it points to. Trigger its effect, summon another Phoenician seed to another point that it points to, but we can't activate it again because both the link points are taken up.
But you can link them off.
Oh, true. We can just do it after. We can just link those two and then do it again afterwards. You know what?
Because the new link monster is already summoned there.
Got it. Okay, all right. That makes sense. Okay. Phoenician Mandragora. Link 2, Fire Plant Monster, takes any 2 plant monsters. If this card is link summoned, you can activate each of the following effects in order based on how many Phoenician seeds are banished. 1. Target a monster on the field and change its defense. Change its attack to 0. Destroy all monsters on the field with 0 attack. And then change the attack of all monsters on the field to 0. So we 0 something out. Bop everything that's already 0. And then we just make them 0 right afterwards.
Yeah.
All right.
I wasn't quite sure in which order I should use the abilities, but I thought 3 banish, just putting everything to 0 is probably the strongest. So I wasn't sure if I should switch the 2 other 3.
It certainly feels more balanced this way. You still have to deal with the monsters now. Especially because it looks like it doesn't give the attack back at the end of the turn, so they're still just 0 monsters. So I think this is a bit more. In fact, it might actually be more broken this way if you have anything that deals double damage via monster battling.
It also nulls your own.
Oh, it bops all of our monsters with 0. It also makes our monsters 0 attack too, and it destroys all 0 attack. Interesting. So destroying our own cards would proc. Do we have an effect that would proc on that?
Maybe Amaryllis, I think, because it's destroyed.
That's true. It's not linked to the attacking destruction, so it would trigger with Amaryllis, and then you get 3 material to work with. And you still get to keep the Mandragora because it's gonna be at 0, but it's gonna survive. So you have 5 link materials worth of things to work with.
Yep.
That's nifty. Okay. Phoenician Bloom. Link 1 Fire Plant Monster, 0 attack, requires any Phoenician monster. Once per turn as a quick effect, you can banish this card and 1 plant monster this card points to. Special summon a plant-type fusion monster from your extra deck, ignoring summoning conditions, but banish it when it leaves the field, and this is treated as a fusion summon. And now it all comes full circle.
Yeah. So because the entire game itself kind of locks you out of being able to use the you are only allowed to use plant links. So I was thinking about like how can I give more boss monsters to this archetype, but by being completely locked to plants, I was thinking about giving you the possibility to also use synchros and fusion monsters. That's why there's why also there's the tuner, which allows you to go into Petralis, and the Queen of Thorns, which is very mean. They're not in that.
Oh God. Yeah, we'll just get our Amaryllis back for free every turn. It's fine. It's whatever. Yeah, whatever. Quacky Maru.
I have to say, I think. Oh no, okay. The boss monster of the archetype is still there. I wasn't sure if I forgot it or not, but it's Spider Lily is the last one in the extra deck.
All right, Phoenician Spider Lily. Link 4, fire plant monster with 1500 attack, requiring 2 or more monsters, including a Phoenician monster. Plant monsters this card points to are unaffected by card effects. This card gains 1000 attack for every Phoenician seed that's currently banished, bringing it potentially up to 4500. And at the end phase... No?
7500.
Oh, right. Because of the trap cards.
Yep.
Oh! At the end phase, shuffle any number of Phoenician seeds minimum that are banished into the deck. Then, if no Phoenician seeds are banished, destroy all cards on the field.
Yeah, this kind of call back to the Red Rose, Black Rose Dragon.
Oh, hey, yeah, that's actually kind of cool. I would have missed that. That makes sense. Okay, wow. So we've really embraced the idea of plants that are on fire, exploding and destroying things. Are there any interactions that we haven't gotten to talk about yet that you want to cover?
Pretty much one funny thing that I found out in playtesting was if you summon what's it called? I'm bad at the English names. If you summon Jasmine, Aromacephy Jasmine with Fireweed, you can use it to summon out a monster that you can immediately sacrifice with Jasmine's ability to just like get another card out.
Mm-hmm.
So the deck, I created a test deck with it. So Lone Fire works pretty well with it, of course, because it's a plant. Mardell, the generator, is very good with this. And I also found out that like running the Evil Thorns in it is also pretty funny because you just get 2 free material because of it.
Yeah. This free link material, it's fine. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
This is 2023. We don't pay anything for our material for any kind of summon. All right. Well,
Oh, Giga Plant too. Sorry.
Oh, yeah, Gigaplant. Yeah. Yeah. Look, I know you all have Phoenician seeds or something, but let me just get y'all back on the field too. Just don't worry about it. It's fine. It's on me. Alrighty. Well, that being said, unless you have anything else to add, I think it's time to render judgment with the Nova scales.
I think I have everything, but there are 2 more cards that I want to show afterwards, just as a little bit of a teaser for future streams.
Alrighty. So, then novelty. So, this is based on an existing archetype, but I don't know how much archetype counts for a group of cards with only 2 existing ones previously.
And one banned.
Yeah, and one of them being banned. I hope that there's not like an FTK hiding in here that hasn't been ironed out or something that I'm missing.
I hope not. I tried to make sure that it doesn't happen.
Yeah, Amaryllis looks like a bit more of what was intended. So for novelty, I'll give it a 4. I'll give it a 4 for that. It's based on a archetype that we don't see almost anything for. One might argue is non-existent. So I think a 4 is warranted here. Objectivity. Is the problem solving card text here? Did we find any problem with problem solving card text while we were looking through here? I forget if we did.
One thing that specifically with the problem solving card text, it treats the bloom allows you to cheat out a fusion monster. So I'm not sure if it actually works with a Twinkle Moss, which I added in the side deck because it's just very funny. Because you need Nex usually. I do not know if that works or not.
This card can be special summoned set by Nex. This card, it does say ignoring summoning conditions, so it should get around that. So for all the people out there who want to draw cards off of Twinkle Moss, you now have a great way to summon it.
Yeah, because Twinkle Moss is another one of those cards. It's so incredibly bad to run Nex.
Yeah, but if we can cheat it out though, then we're cooking. So it's powerful. It does a lot of like recursion, but that's plants. Plants, like literally plants versus zombies. Who's the more iconic graveyard reanimation deck? Hash it out in the comments, folks.
It's
but
also the Phoenician thing, just they revive themselves all the time. So I kind of wanted to go into that specifically.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't think that this is broken because while it has like removal, it's got a lot of reanimation. I don't see it doing anything that plant decks aren't already doing. So I think I have to give it a 5. I think this is pretty solidly put together.
Nice.
Maybe if I was feeling super nitpicky, I would say we have to put this card's name is Phoenician Cluster Amaryllis while in the hand at the top of the card because that's where it always is, but that's not like actually affects the card. That's just templating. So you got past my sensors on that one, Zara. Ooh.
Yeah.
Okay, versatility. A lot of these things say like Phoenician, but a lot of them also just work with plants in general. There's a ton of just generic plant link monsters that would love to pop Amaryllis, get 3 free link materials, and then revive a whole bunch of random cards out of the graveyard. So I gotta give it a 5 on versatility too, because okay, that's not true. It can't work with everything. It can work with any plant deck though, so I'm giving it a 4 on versatility. Huge swath of decks that can play this. Awesomeness. Is this awesome? Buddy, this deck is so awesome. We're bringing back Amaryllis from the dead. We've ripped their spirit from the FNList, said you can't have this anymore, making a whole series of dynamically fiery monsters. We've got some cool extra deck cheating. We've got popping. I love these cards. These are really cool. I love them. So I'm dropping an 18 score on the Nova scale.
That's fun. That makes me happy to hear. So, just as a final thing, the second to last side deck card.
Yeah.
One of the archetype that is very old of mine that I created once. Also my name maybe. So it's based around Zeralemand. Might show up in the future again. I just thought I'd just give a little bit of a sneak peek to it. It's very convoluted, so I'm not sure if I'm gonna completely rework it or not.
Well, I guess we'll find out next time on Custom Card Reviews.
Yeah. And the one to the left of that, which is based on the game StarCraft, on the strategy game. Which they're just big, very big link monsters. They might have a link 8 in there. So
it's big. It's very big.
Yeah. They might show up too, but I'm not quite sure about that.
All right. Well, Zara, thank you again so much. I look forward to seeing your namesake cards sometime in the future. And I will see I'll see you next time, all right?
Yeah. See you next time.
All right, take care.
Fun with my cards?
1,000,000% fun. Let's get started here with Armathos, the Skyblaster Commander. A level 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Level 9 Fire Winged Beast monster with 3,000 attack and 2,700 defense. This monster can be special summoned by having at least 2 Skyblaster monsters from the X deck on the field. While this card is on the field, all your Skyblaster monsters gain 1,000 attack and defense, and deal piercing battle damage when battling a face-down defense position monster. That is going to be difficult. And we'll get to that when we talk about problem-solving card text. Leader of Skyblaster. Time is starting to catch up with him, and now has to worry about who will succeed him. Oh, the drama. Yeah, for sure. I definitely know how to play Magikey. This is a lot. Alright, Portress, the Grand Skyblaster, is a level 8 Earth Winged Beast Synchro monster, requiring 1 tuner and 1 more non-tuner Skyblaster monsters as material. Your opponent can't target your opponent with card effects or attacks except this card. This card is unaffected by trap cards. Once per turn, if this monster destroys a face-down defensive monster, look at your opponent's hand, select a card, and return it to the deck. The deck is then shuffled. So it's a forceful sentry when it defeats a monster in battle. Outrageous. One of the 2 field commanders of the Skyblasters, Castell being the other. His massive heart belies a big, his massive size belies a big heart and a bigger appetite. I love it. Aramite, the Skyblaster Engineer, is a level 1 Water Winged Beast monster. If this card is summoned while your opponent controls a face-down defense position monster, add a machine monster to your hand. It doesn't say where, but we're getting a machine from somewhere. This monster can't be destroyed in battle. Chief Engineer of the Skyblasters, his size has led to the development of a Napoleon complex. He works hard to develop the best gear and tech for his comrades, out of personal pride as the best engineer in the world as well as duty. Why is my card so comparatively small? You can't do that to me. I should be big. Okay, I dig this. Aramite, the Mechanized Skyblaster, requires Aramite, the Skyblaster Engineer. Okay, I guess they're getting their upgrade. Oh, there we go. A Aramite and a Machine Monster. When this card is fusion summoned, flip all face-up monster cards your opponent controls to face-up defense position. When this monster is sent to the graveyard, you can add an Aramite, the Skyblaster Engineer, from your grave to your hand. Okay, so it gets it back. It flips the monster's face up, which I feel like it should. It's already face up, so I think that meant to do face down, because that would actually synergize with the attacking face down monster's effects. But I do like the fact that it recycles into its smaller form. Does it special summon or add? Okay, it adds it back to the hand, so we normal summon it, and then we get the machine. Lore, mech that Aramite uses when he needs to join the fight, and also to one-up Portes and Castell. Alright, Taya, the Skyblaster Automaton. 2 effect monsters, including a Skyblaster or a Magikey monster. Hey, wow! The Magikeys are back. 2 effects, including this linked card cannot be destroyed by battle. You can target one of your Magikey monsters in the graveyard, shuffle it into the deck, then you can set a Skyblaster or Magikey spell or trap directly from your deck. You can only use the effect once per turn. Lore, a mysterious sniper who joins recently who has an apparent connection to Clavicus. She seems familiar. Okay, so yeah, this is basically Galatea. It's a reskinned Galatea to use for Skyblaster or Magikeys. And we all know that Galatea was pretty powerful. I meant to say from deck to hand, and then I meant face down. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, Marcel, the Wind-Up Skyblaster. Once per turn, during your standby phase, you can add a level 4 Skyblaster monster from your deck to your hand. A robot made by Aramite, he's good at following orders, but has difficulty acting on his feet. Partnered with Billikid in the hopes of teaching him adaptability. Billikid, the Skyblaster Scout. When this card is normal or special summoned, you can special summon a level 4 or lower Skyblaster from your hand in defense position. Neat. An anthropomorphic goat cowboy who joined after being bailed out by Portress. Good at acting on the fly, but is a bit of a loose cannon and rule breaker. Partnered with Marcel, who will hopefully keep him on track. Hopefully. Alright, Sinkino, the Port Punk Skyblaster. Yeah! Born in the slums of Port Regal, he joined the Skyblasters in order to hone his skills, make some money, and to eventually bring his friends along and get them out of the dregs. Partnered with Clavicus, but he secretly resents him as an overly optimistic, spoiled military brat that hasn't really seen battle. Clavicus, for his part, hopes to become friends with him, even though he acknowledges that will take some time to earn his trust. The Riku to Clavicus' Sora, he will be responsible for Clavicus' current situation with Maftiel. It'll nearly get him kicked from the Skyblasters if not for Clavicus vouching for him. After this, he begins to open up to his partner, but is suspicious of the actual demon that now possesses his gun. That's pretty sweet. And we have an actual, I guess we have Megalo Smasher, but we have a Skyblaster water monster for the Magikey deck, finally. Skyblaster Drone, level 4 wind monster with 1000 attack and 1500 defense. Developed by Aramite for scouting purposes, the information they accrue has proven essential for the Skyblaster and their missions. Added lore, one of the drones returned and reported a mysterious building hidden within the mountains, and after recovering reports of people in that area disappearing, decided to send for a preliminary investigation. Clavicus volunteered, much to the chagrin of his superiors and new partner. Eventually, they relented, and the two were sent out. Okay, so does that mean that this mysterious building is the place where all the Magikey stuff happens? Seems like a pretty good setup. Okay, and that about does it. That is our Magikey Skyblaster combo archetype. I love Portress, by the way. I love, this is my favorite. I love this guy. Alrighty, so let's go ahead and begin. Iskander, real quick, we have a few minutes left before we have to end the stream. Are there any interactions that we haven't talked about real quick that you want to share with the audience before I begin the path of talking about cards and scales and such? I'm very good at I'm a professional, folks. I'm a professional talking man. As a self-proclaimed Magikey expert, I can confirm that what Magikey needs the most is actually good spell support. True. Not that I know of. Okay, well then let's get this crack-a-lackin' here. Novelty. So have we seen something like this before? Well, we have seen Skyblaster and Magikey before. This is meant to be support for both of those things. The thing is that Skyblaster isn't really an archetype. Like, I know that there are Skyblaster cards, but there's not really like a Sky Blaster like roster of support. So I'm actually a little torn on this, to be honest. It essentially builds an archetype out of Skyblaster, which was beforehand just like a aesthetic or just like a series of cards other than that. So we have to look at the mechanics then. The mechanics here. Well, we do have one that is just straight up a different card, just reskinned for this archetype. So, I don't know if we can give it like a full novelty score here. I think I'll give it like a 3. A 3 on novelty. We're exploring an archetype that hasn't really been done. There isn't like a lot of Magikey support in here. Like there's some normal monsters, which I guess having a good normal wind monster is a thing, because I don't think we have a good normal wind out of all of the ones that we would normally play. Like normally for builds that I'm using like the doll monsters, so we have that, but now I have a bigger statted one. Read Castell, it makes sense. It's all face down related. Oh, yeah, for sure. It does look something down face down. So it does help with that one. Though actually when we get to... Actually, we're going to go to objectivity, and we're going to cover something like this right now, because there is an issue with this. So let's use Portress as an example. Once per turn, if this monster destroys a face down defense position monster. So here's the thing, right? You cannot defeat a face down defense position monster in battle, because you'll get to damage calculation, and it'll flip the monster up, and then you'll destroy it. So there is no point... You can destroy face-down defense position monsters by effect, but you can't do it by battle. So the way these effects are worded right now technically can't work. You can say something like, if the destroyed monster was face down at the start of the damage step, that would trigger the effects. But just saying if it destroys a face-down defense position monster will not work. So a little fiddling on there will make it work, but as it is now, it's not really, it's not going to function as intended. Aside from that, though, objectivity, I think these cards are not ridiculously powerful. They flip things face down, which is a great thing to do to your opponent's cards, which I like. But it doesn't do it in a way that just kind of breaks open the game. So I'm going to give it a 3 on objectivity. It could use some problem-solving card text fixes. But aside from that, it's a pretty balanced archetype. Does some nice stuff. Versatility. Technically, you can use these cards in 2 archetypes. Skyblasters, which is the one that it made for itself, and Magikey. I love having the ability to search those cards. Them good Magikey cards, because while Rhymemaidens is correct, we do need more good ones. Being able to see the ones that we have is very, very important. Outside of those, though, I guess there are decks that like to flip things face down. I'm going to give it a 2 on versatility. Okay, awesomeness. Does this archetype light a fire under me? The Tin Dangler. It wants to flip our stuff face down. Does this flip our own stuff face down? This only flips our opponent's monsters face down. I guess if I have to question it, this isn't like a 5 out of 5 score for me. I do like seeing stuff being made for neglected archetypes, though. You know what? I'm going to say for all the work you put in for adding all the lore to set things up on top of everything, I'm going to give it a 4. I'm not fully invested, but I like that you put in the effort to like get some story put in there to get the world all built up. I super appreciate that. So I'm going to give that a 4. That means that we are landing at a 12 on the... Nope, those are in the wrong order. A 12 on the Nova scale. A pretty nifty theme.
Hello.
What? Wait a sec. Is that channel editor Great Big Pillock?
Yes, the editing monkey of the orbital platform, and
What?
I'm very annoyed with your pronunciation of the word Noki earlier. Come on.
Oh, what is it supposed to be? Is it supposed to be Noki?
CH makes a K sound in Italian, okay?
What did I say?
Nocci, I think. Nocci.
Oh, okay. That sounds like something that I would say.
Well, anyway, nitpicking aside, how about we get on with this?
Whoa, hey, you
Mm-hmm.
can't stop nitpicking. That's like half the reason I need you to edit for me. Like, I need you to find these things.
Valid. Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Nova. You did like a hard vowel noise on this one. I need to do the soft vowel noise. It's not going to be the same otherwise.
All right. So.
All right. So, Pillock.
We're off to a flying start.
Do you have an intro for the Hercules cards here before we get started?
Well, yeah, for the mythology nerds among you in the chat, I have a real treat for you today, because if you couldn't tell at a glance, this archetype is based on the myth of Hercules and his 12 labors. Now, as you might see, I'm going here for a Greek pottery aesthetic, and that made finding specific images extraordinarily difficult. And just between you and me, I just want to say that finding specific images without genitals all over the place was equally hard.
Yeah, the Grecians, they love their boobies and their peepees.
Oh, great. But anyway, the ultimate objective of this archetype is to embody the finer details of the myth and the effects. Basically, flavor takes precedence over most things. But unlike with things, unlike with existing archetypes such as Ally of Justice, for example, I'm not going to sacrifice playability for it, or attempting to at least. But anyway, I believe I got to get you onto the stream here. Okay, so you are on Hercules as it speaks, and I don't know who this one's based on. Don't know about you either, but
I'm honestly a little lost. I've only played Hades. I just know like Zagreus. I don't know the running guy. I don't know.
Achilles. I don't know, but I think that's Achilles at least. Anyway, but in any case, this is just a normal monster, and since it's got flavor text, I'd like you to crack out your best storytelling, boys, for this one.
Oh, you betcha.
Yeah.
Ancient Champion Hercules is a level 4 Earth Warrior normal monster with 2,000 attack and 2,000 defense. After committing an unspeakable tragedy, he was sentenced to a lifetime of toil and hardship by a tyrannical king. By traveling through harsh lands and defeating fearsome monsters, he tamed the world's madness by atoning for his own.
10 out of 10.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
But anyway, it's a normal monster. What more can I say? And also, it's an Earth Warrior, so it's inadvertent War Rock support, but...
Hey, let's go!
Yeah, but the day you start playing normal monsters in War Rock is a day that is not going to be happening anytime soon, I don't think. So anyway, and next card. This is the cornerstone of the of the whole archetype, but if anything, this is a field spell, Tyrant's Throne Room, which is based on the throne room of King Eurystheus, the king who tasks Hercules with his labors. All right, you followed me so far?
Yeah.
All right, and since Hercules is so vital to the deck, it will search him on activation. And we put a ton of restrictions onto the field spell, namely no extra deck summoning, no direct attacking, and that will make sense before long, I promise. And because this is actually incredibly vital to your playstyle as well, and because it has protection from everything as long as Hercules is on board, and the cornerstone of the game plan is to complete the labors, so to speak. Because when a labor goes to the graveyard, it will replace it with another labor with a different name from the deck, representing the act of Hercules completing a labor, and then Eurystheus assigns him the next one.
All right.
Does that make sense?
Yeah,
How do we
it's
win?
kind of like an alternate win condition where instead of beating up your opponent, you're finding like sub-objectives to do instead.
Yeah, and when you banish all 12 from the field of the grave, you win. Simple as that.
You're done! You got it!
Yeah. All right, that's your game plan. And now let's get onto the labors themselves. You will find them in the side deck. I
Alrighty.
should have been timing this. Let's start with the first one. This is the Nemean Lion, the King of Beasts.
I'm keeping track. You've got like 10 minutes left.
Oh god. And anyway, the first effect, all the monsters of the archetype have this in common, where if Hercules is on deck, you can summon it from your hand, and that makes it easier to get them in circulation, so you can resolve the alternate win condition a bit quicker. And since they all have pretty big stats, that's why we have heavy restrictions on the throne room, since there would be nothing to stop us just beating your opponent's face in by throwing all the labors onto the board.
Makes sense.
Or linking them away. So throne room makes you commit to the bit, basically.
Yeah, if you are playing to win with this specifically, or you're not playing at all.
Basically, as for the mythology parallel, there's one rendition of the myth where the lion actually takes one of Hercules' thumbs off during the battle.
Oh.
And you might see there's a discard effect to represent this.
Oh, because it's from the hand. Oh, you cheeky monkey.
Yeah.
I like it.
Anyway, let's move on to the next one because, again, short time. Alright, the Hydra, Venomous Serpent, as everybody knows, not one of its heads off, two more grow in its place. To represent this, when this one's destroyed, it will bring itself back, plus a Hydra token with identical stats. But that's a hard once per turn, so it doesn't get out of control like the actual Hydra.
Okay.
I mean, nice and easy.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, now let's move on to this continuous trap, the third labor, Hunt for the Moonlight Deer. And you place 4 counters on it when it is activated. Sorry, this one, yes, thank you.
Now if I play Spell Canceller or Magic Deflector or whatever that is, that counts as a counter, right?
Counter cleaner.
Just get it out there.
Okay, but you remove a counter at any point if Hercules is on board to negate any attack, and when the last one goes, it goes away, no matter what, even if you don't remove it by that effect. And this one's modeled after the Hunt of the Ceryneian Hind, which was a deer sacred to the goddess Artemis, and Hercules has to capture it alive. And it can also run faster than an arrow, and hence the attack negation, just dodges everything.
Okay.
And it also took Hercules it took Hercules a year to catch it, and that's represented by the 4 counters, 1 for each season.
Ah, okay, all right. I dig.
Yep. Yeah. Okay. Next labor. Mountain Capture. which is just a searcher for any Hercules card, but you can just summon a monster if you search one out. Just nice and easy.
There you go.
And this is based on the capture of the Erymanthian boar. And every piece of Greek pottery I found concerning this has Hercules presenting the boar to Eurystheus, sorry, and the latter hiding in a wine jar. So that's what I had to base it on, because there's no freaking information on this myth at all. Like, here's your damn labor, Eurystheus. What's next?
Next, get me out of this giant jar. Come on.
Nope. Okay, you're stuck there. You got yourself into this.
No, my Pithoi, no.
Okay. What's next? Cattle cleanup, which is based on the Augean stables. Heracles has to clean them all up. And it spins a card on the field, but if it's a monster, you can just take control of it instead. And the latter part of that reflects how Heracles struck a deal with Augeas, who owns the stables, where Heracles can keep a tenth of the livestock if he can get the stables clean in a single day.
Yeah, didn't he like divert a river or something to do that?
Yes, indeed.
Nice.
I mean, initially it had as a bullseye, but too strong, I found in testing. So.
Got it.
Yep. Okay, next labor is Carnivorous Birds, which is based on the Stymphalian birds, a man-eating flock of birds, nice and easy. And it's not the most playable thing, I just gave it Spell and Traps removal in the end. So, just pick it clean.
Yeah, just give us some variety.
Clean.
Get out of there.
Just give us some variety, yeah. Yes. Then, next up, Cursed Bull, which is based on the Cretan bull, rampaging across the island of Crete, and I believe it's also the father of the Minotaur, if I recall correctly. But
that's got some history.
Yep. And Heracles stops it with a chokehold, but there's not a lot more than I know. Wow, syntax. What is that? And
I don't know.
Yeah. And anyway, the effect is column destruction to represent a bull charging, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, the next one is going to get a little bit gnarly. It's called Madman's Feast. It's more attack negation, but it's kind of inspired by Super Junior Confrontation. Are you familiar with that card?
That's like the little tiny like boxers in the ring, and they've got like the controllers off to the side.
Yeah, but essentially it just redirects an attack to when they attack you, or when they attack one of your monsters, you redirect it to one of theirs. But if there's no other target, it becomes direct essentially, but it doesn't do effect damage.
Oh.
And after, no matter what happens, the battle phase ends after you activate this. But if Heracles himself is getting attacked, you can just activate it straight from the hand, because Heracles is kind of important.
Just a smidge. You know,
Yeah,
it's kind of the whole thing.
Yeah. And this is based on the Mad King Diomedes, who, get this, trained his horses to eat his dinner guests. Right?
Well, that seems very rude, actually. Yeah.
Yeah. And he also attempted to do this to Heracles, but ended up getting wrestled into his own stables and devoured in the process. Hence the name Madman's Feast. Yeah.
Well, you live by the horse, you die by the horse, you know?
That's one way of
Classic
expressing
saying. Everyone says this.
Okay, let's move on to labor number 9, which is Audience with the Warrior Queen. Warrior Queen? What the heck is a queen? Anyway, as you send in one labor from your field to the graveyard to draw a card, and that's usually just a means to trigger the throne room's exchanging effect. However, the flavor part is that if you have 8 other labors in circulation, you can just send Audience itself instead to draw 2. Right? And this is based on a key aspect of the 9th labor, in which he has to win a belt from the Queen of the Amazons. But when she heard of Heracles' exploits so far, aka the 8 labors he's already completed, she was so impressed that she just hands the belt over. No fuss.
All right. Well,
yeah,
all right.
Yeah, and I actually had this based on with some having some tangential Amazoness support, but I couldn't make it work.
That'd be really funny though.
Yeah.
They're all Earth Warriors though, right? Maybe we could like, I mean that does loop in like Gokis and War Rocks and all that, but like, you know.
Oh God! Don't speak too loud. We'll get thrown out the airlock.
Oh.
Anyway, let's move on to Titanic Triplets, which is based on Geryon, some giant conjoined triplets, and they look after some red cattle, which Heracles has to steal. But that's all I've got on the labor itself, and so it's the same problem as Carnivorous Flock, in the sense that there's not much I can rewrite as an effect. But ultimately, I decided to make it a Spell and Trap Searcher, because those are always great fun. I love you, Alpha Ursatron.
You'll love having it.
Essentially, it's based at the end of Heracles' 11th labor, because he has to get Atlas to retrieve some golden apples from a venomous dragon. But because he's busy holding up the sky most of the time, Heracles just has to take his place for a bit. And,
just for a little bit.
and it provides battle and targeting protection to Hercules as long as there's something else to distract them, distract your opponent, basically. But if Hercules leaves the field while the heavens upon his shoulders is in play, the whole board just is destroyed because, the sky just collapses.
Oh, God.
Yep.
Yep. You know, when you said that flavor was the most important thing, you were not kidding, and I'm loving it.
Okay, last card. Underworld Security, which is based on Cerberus, the three-headed dog that guards the Greek underworld.
Dog.
And of course, because we can't have anything based on the underworld without some grave revival, well, there you go. Nice and easy, it'll bring back a labor once per turn. Well, a labor monster, of course, but yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, that's all.
Actually, I would like it if Cerberus would just keep reviving the draw spell, please. Can we keep doing that?
That's broken. Alright, so, what do you think of that?
I'm very surprised to see that you could fit all of this, the rich tapestry of Hercules' journey, into what amounts to 14 little cards.
I mean, it's a deck build pack. Well, slightly, just over.
Yeah, oh man, now I want to design like a fake deck build pack made of like community custom cards. I wonder how well that'll go over.
That's actually a shout now I think about it.
Alrighty. But yeah.
Zandrika does seem very enthusiastic about this.
Chat, remind me to do this. And once I get through like my 8 other projects on the back burner, we'll
Don't worry, I will keep you posted.
Alright, thank you. Okay, so I think my favorite standout is like I like how some of the names are really like serious, like King of Beasts, Venomous Serpent, and then you have some that are very like clearly Yu-Gi-Oh sounding names like Cattle Cleanup.
Well, I couldn't think of anything better for that one.
Hey, I think you nailed it. I love it. Alrighty, so let's go ahead and weigh these on the Nova scales, shall we?
Oh, this janky scale, which I noticed you've actually compressed into onto the stream itself. That's nice.
Yeah, I figured it might be good to have like a an overlay that's consistent instead of just kind of throwing it around the screen wherever.
Fair enough.
Okay, so novelty. I think by dint of not only not the source material itself, because obviously this is based on something, but I do like it when things are based on something. The alternate win condition of having to complete certain objectives, though, is something that I really like. There are certain things like FA. There's like an FA card.
Formula Athlete winners, I think, right?
Yeah, winners. Yeah. But like that's like perform a certain action a certain number of times. I like it when we have essentially different objectives to fulfill so that we can get there. So novelty 5. We haven't really seen anything like this. I think it's pretty cool.
I just want to point out that FA winners is near impossible to resolve.
I don't even know why they bothered making it.
Yeah, I've only ever seen it resolve once, and that was just from the opponent committing honorable Sudoku. I'll just say that. So you don't get demonetized. So don't get demonetized.
No, I appreciate your discretion with the use of very good brain ticklers.
Fair enough.
All right, objectivity. So we didn't really spend a lot of time going over the texts, which of course was by design, so we're trying to make sure that we talked about all of them in turn. I'm not seeing any issues with the problem-solving card text, though. Everything looks pretty clean on an initial look over.
The only one I'm squiffy on is Madman's Feast, the 8th labor, the second trap card, because I've got just 2 things which ultimately end the battle phase as alternatives. I think this is a case of problem-causing card text in this case.
That has to be one of my favorite Emily tweets right now.
Oh, well, problem-causing card
Problem-causing card text is so good.
Never gets old.
All right, well, I will someone might be able to look this over, like in editing. I'll look over and be all like, hey, that looks a little suspect. But for now, I'm just going to give it a 5. On top of the problem-solving card text looking pretty good. I don't see these being particularly crunchy in terms of any meta situations. There's some strong cards in here, no doubt about it. I, for one, love having 2 gigantic 2,800-point monsters that can, in essence, infinitely revive themselves. But I don't think that's anything outside the dint of current gameplay, so I think that's a 5.
Oh, okay.
Versatility, this one, it has to be a 1. You did a good thing here making sure that it was only locked into these cards that you could play, but because of that, I don't think there's any other deck that we could play this with, unless I'm missing something.
I mean, you could just like take a little put a little package in there, but like you could use, I don't know, Mountain Chase to search out Throne Room, which gets you Hercules, and then that turns things online, but then again, you would have to get rid of the Throne Room somehow. So yeah, I can see that actually. Yeah, I'm always slow. I just swing so low on versatility, man.
But like I try to remind everyone, that's not a bad thing. It's like this is like just different attributes. This one, it's just a 1. It just means that this is very much its own thing.
Yes.
And then awesomeness, yeah, I'm giving that a 5. It's the frickin' trials, labors of Hercules, for crying out loud. I love that stuff. I grew up with the Disney movie. I'm very much a plebeian in that regard. But
Zero
there was
to
a lot of zero. Man, I'm already feeling the songs bubbling up in my chest right now. Yeah.
I also want to say, just like whenever I summon Divine Arsenal, Double A Zeus, Sky Thunder, I just feel this compulsion to say, and then along came Zeus.
He hurled his quick effect board wipe that's not once per turn.
For some ungodly reason.
For some reason. But yeah, so big 5 on me for that one. This is
16 again.
Easy 16.
Wow. 3 for 3.
Hey, there we go. Weren't you the one who said that you were consistent on this?
Yeah, I did. But I thought I meant to break it for a change, but no. Okay, I'll take 16 again.
All right. Well, thank you very much for showing these off. Any parting words for the audience?
Well, not this time, unfortunately. I don't even have a funny image to show you.
Attention, everyone! A troupe of performers and magicians has requested to come aboard and give us a show. Let's give a warm welcome to Wins Harry and his magnificent troupe. Please note that the troops Zenomaru nor myself are responsible for any and all magical powers, abilities, items, and or equipment that may go missing during or after the show is in progress. Presenting what looks like the Drago Phantom Thieves.
Yep, this is translated pretty easily from Buddy Fights.
Oh boy, buddy fight. That's not the word. What is it?
Future card Buddy Fights.
Future card buddy fight. Thank you. All right. So we've done the announcement, of course, but do you have a preface for the audience before we get started talking about them?
Note that this deck is a bit slow unless you have certain cards that will turbo out the activation condition.
Okay, so very strong, but unless the engine is online, we're not doing anything.
Basically, all the main deck monsters are vanillas unless the activation conditions for their effects are online.
Sounds good. Okay, so we got quite a few cards here. Is it okay if I run through all of them first, and then once we're done, we can start talking about how they all work together?
Go right on ahead.
Alrighty. Starting us off, we have Adoring Drago Phantom Thief. Sophie Parker, a level 2 Dark Dragon Tuner monster with 800 attack and 400 defense. Once per turn, if there are one or more cards banished face down, you may special summon a level 4 Drago Phantom Thief monster from your hand. Ooh, okay.
Huh. Weird. I thought there was a few more. Oh, never mind. Your positions are a bit shuffled. Never mind.
Okay. Elusive Drago Phantom Thief Phanto Maria Ludman is a level 4 Dark Dragon monster with 1600 attack and 800 defense. Once per turn, if there are 2 or more banished face-down cards, you may discard 1 card from your hand, and if you do, return 1 card your opponent controls to their hand. Ooh, yay. Abyss Soldier power, activate. Courageous Drago Phantom Thief Devious the Wake is a level 4 Dark Dragon effect monster with 1600 attack and 800 defense. Once per turn, if there are 2 or more cards banished face down, you may discard a card from your hand, and if you do, add a Drago Phantom Thief monster from your grave to your hand. Love to recycle. Gentleman Drago Phantom Thief Lita Lorenzo is a level 4 Dark Dragon monster with 1600 attack and 100 defense. And once per turn, if there are 3 or more banished face down cards, you may discard 1 card from your hand to draw a card. Ooh. Cycling is very important.
Yep.
Lucky Drago Phantom Thief Star Mouse is a level 2 Dark Dragon Tuner monster with 800 attack and 400 defense. Once per turn, if there are 1 or more cards banished face down, you may special summon this card from your hand. Hey, I love tuners that can do that.
Mm-hmm.
Renowned Drago Phantom Thief, is it Monakawin or Monakawin?
I think it's the first one.
Alright. Is a level 4 Dark Dragon monster, also has 1600 attack and 800 defense. Once per turn, if there are 3 or more banished cards face down, you may discard 1 card from your hand, and if you do, your opponent must discard a random card from their hand. Now that seems dangerous. Escape of Drago Phantom Thief is a quick play spell card. You can only activate 1 of these per turn. Return 1 Drago Phantom Thief monster you control to the hand, and if you do, add 1 Drago Phantom Thief spell, except another copy of this card from your deck to your hand. If there are 2 or more cards banished face down, you may instead return a Drago Phantom Thief monster you control to the hand, then special summon up to 2 Drago Phantom Thief monsters from your graveyard. Okay, alright. So we're either getting a Drago Phantom Thief spell to get our engine started, or once things are set up, we can just start deploying a bunch of Drago Phantoms.
Yes.
Okay. Alright. Continuous spell. Show of Drago Phantom Thief. Continuous spell card. Ooh. Okay. Once per turn, you may add 1 Drago Phantom Thief monster from your deck to your hand, but you may not summon it this turn. If there are 6 or more cards banished face down, you may instead special summon a Drago Phantom Thief monster from your deck. Hey! That's nutty! Sky Castle of Drago Phantom Thief.
Note, you can only control 1 show of Drago Phantom Thief.
Thank goodness. That would be wild, so I'm glad you put that in there. Alright, Sky Castle of Drago Phantom Thief Lebla Maurice is a field spell card. Once per turn, as a quick effect, when a card effect is activated, you may banish the top card of your opponent's deck face down. And while you control another Drago Phantom Thief card, this card cannot be removed from the field by your opponent's card effects. Get out of here, non-targeting removal. I don't want to see you. Non-targeting, non-destruction. You're out of here.
Yeah, and the thing is, that it can activate on either person's turn, on yours or your opponent's.
Oh yeah, it's got big Thunder Dragon Titan energy. All right,
Now for the heist.
Heist of Drago Phantom Thief. Normal spell card. Discard a Drago Phantom Thief card from your hand, then draw a card. If there are 2 or more cards banished face down, you may instead discard a Drago Phantom Thief card from your hand, then draw 2 cards. Okay, so it's a -1 before you get things started. But then once everything is fine, it's just a 2 for 2.
Yeah.
All right. I like that. It gives you kind of like it's not even on card economy, but it lets you try to dig for something that will make you even on card economy or get your engine online later. So I can dig that.
Mm-hmm.
I think more decks should let you do that. Like there's already a bunch of better consistency tools anyway. But like I think if you wanted to go halfway without breaking something, I think this is a good idea.
Yeah.
Alright, Lullaby of Drago Phantom Thief is a normal trap card. You may only use the effect of this card once per turn. Discard a card, then banish 1 monster your opponent controls face down! Alright! Face down banishing Magikey break is not half bad. If there are 3 or more cards banished face down, you may instead discard a card, then banish 1 card your opponent controls face... 1 card, okay, so it upgrades to being able to hit cards, not just monsters. Okay.
Yes.
Alright, Shuffle...
That's also discarding 1, but that just puts it into the graveyard where it can be retrieved later.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. With, which one? It's, Devious the Wake, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice. Okay, so Shuffle of Drago Phantom Thief. Normal trap card. Shuffles a Drago Phantom Thief card from your grave into your deck. Oh, so it works with this, too. If you do, banish the top card of your opponent's deck face down. If there are 2 or more cards banished face down, you may instead shuffle 2 Drago Phantom Thief cards from your graveyard into the deck. Then banish the top 2 cards of your opponent's deck face down. Hey, alright. Waltz of Drago Phantom Thief is a normal trap card. When an opponent's monster declares an attack, target the attacking monster and negate that attack, then banish the top card of your opponent's deck face down. If there are 2 or more cards banished face down, you may instead send the attacking monster to the grave, then banish the top card of your opponent's deck face down. Hey! And we have Party of Drago Phantom Thief, a continuous trap card. Once per turn, you may add a Drago Phantom Thief spell or trap card from your graveyard to your hand. If there are 6 or more cards banished face down, you may instead add a Drago Phantom Thief spell or trap card from your deck to your hand. And you can only control 1 copy of this card. Once again, very good. I hesitate to think what might happen if we had access to multiple of these. I see the side deck is full of Pot of Desires and the Nemorelia cards, presumably as a way to very quickly get your cards banished face down to allow these effects to reach their full potential.
Yes.
Alrighty. And then we have our extra deck, starting off with Dignified Drago Phantom Thief Bellarmé Heart, a level 6 Dark Dragon Synchro monster with 2400 attack and 1200 defense, requiring any tuner and a non-tuner Drago Phantom Thief monster. Once per turn, as a quick effect, if there are 4 or more banished face-down cards, you may set 1 Drago Phantom Thief spell or trap card from your grave to your spell and trap zone, and you can activate the card set by this effect this turn. Why, yes, I would like to get back my Raigeki break that banishes face-down, please. Next is Grand Drago Phantom Thief Wins Harry. Whoa, it's Wins Harry! The Wins Harry? Dang.
Yep.
All right.
His effects will be very familiar.
Oh my. Level 6 Dark Dragon Synchro monster, 2400 attack, 1200 defense, requiring a tuner and a non-tuner Drago Phantom Thief monster as material. Once per turn, you may discard a card, and if you do, banish the top card of your opponent's deck face down. Once per turn, as a quick effect, if there are 4 or more cards banished face down, you may banish this card, and if you do, send one card your opponent controls to the grave. During the end phase, if the second effect of Grand Drago Phantom Thief Wins Harry was activated this turn and was not negated, you can special summon this card from your banished zone. Okay, so what is this supposed to remind me of? Is this kind of like a Psyframe Lord Omega for your opponent's deck?
It's the second part of that. It's the second part of the second effect. Stardust.
Oh, okay. So it negates and then comes back.
Yes.
That's different.
Except in this case, it sends to the graveyard, then comes back.
Nice. Alright, next we have Many-Faced Drago Phantom Thief 20 Funny, a level, what is that, 10?
Level 10. But before that, go to the next one. That's supposed to be the boss monster right there, so there's one more synchro.
Oh, okay. Skipping, I don't know who this 20 Funny is. First up is Unidentified Drago Phantom Thief Gigo Marnie, a level 6 Dark Dragon Synchro monster with 2400 attack and 1200 defense, requiring a tuner and a non-tuner Drago Phantom Thief monster as material. Once per turn, as a quick effect, if there are 4 or more banished face-down cards, you may discard a card, then shuffle one card your opponent controls into the deck as a quick effect. Good grief. Alrighty, so far our tuners are what? Our synchros are get a free spell trap out of the grave that we can use immediately. A free way to just mill our opponent over and over again, and a quick shuffle for no cost. Incredible.
Yeah, but all those require setup.
Alright, but last, we've got Many-Faced Drago Phantom Thief 20 Funny, requiring a level 1 tuner and 1 or more non-tuner Drago Phantom Thief monsters. It's got 4000 attack, 2000 defense. Once per turn, as a quick effect, if there are 5 or more cards banished face down, target one monster in your opponent's graveyard, banish it face down. If you do, this card gains the targeted monster's effects until the end of the turn. Now that's funky.
Yeah, the thing is, it's meant to be a lot like Venom Dragon, but it's more balanced because it banishes that card face down, so you can't target it again.
Yeah, you're not just getting repeated value out of it over and over again.
Yeah.
All right.
Sure, technically you can still break it by accessing a certain Nightingale, but
that's banned now, right? I forget. That's gone.
I don't know, but just pointing out that's really the only way you can break 20 Funny.
That's fair. Now that we've gone over the Drago Phantom Thieves, what kind of info about these cards would you like to share with the adoring audience?
As you can tell, they love it when cards are banished face down, whether from your deck or your opponent's.
Yeah, so resolving one Pot of Desires just turns on the entire deck.
Yes. That's what I was referring to when I was talking about the turboing it out.
All right. Now,
if you want to play Drago Phantom Thief Turbo, you need to play Pot of Desires.
Now, I noticed on these cards that it says that it counts if there are 2 or more cards banished face down. It doesn't seem to care whose cards are banished. So, is there a future where you would make like a Runick version of this deck?
Maybe. Honestly, not sure.
Because I could see we have all the stuff that they already do, right?
Mm-hmm.
But if we activate like one destruction, they've already milled 4 face down. And you're ruining back row. You have the ability to summon some extra monsters that, while you can't use them as your synchro material because they all specifically need Drago Phantom Thieves, I don't see any restrictions that keeps your tuners from being used to summon other monsters. So that seems pretty good.
Yeah. Yeah, the main way of slowing down this deck, unless you play any outside cards, is quite literally all the main deck are vanillas until you get the prerequisite amount of face-down banished cards.
All right. Well, the deck still seems pretty strong, especially with tools like Nemorelia and Runick, and like even like an Extravagance being resolved is absolutely nutty. So combine that with the fact that it accesses dragons and dark monsters. This is a recipe for success.
Yeah.
Now, I know very little about Buddy Fight. Is the cards being banished face down a reference to
Yes,
their health system?
It's a reference to this archetypes. And basically, this is like an archetype in Buddy Fight. It's a reference to their unique gimmick called Magic Treasure. It takes cards from the top of their opponent's deck, puts them face down on their field, and puts them face down on their field as basically continuous spells.
Uh-huh.
That they can't flip up, and they're basically stuck there.
And do you have to like take them once they're there, or do they just stay there forever?
They stay there forever, but the effects of the Drago Phantom Thieves go online once enough Magic Treasures are active.
Nice. Okay, all right. Well, I think you have made a very successful conversion from Buddy Fight to Yu-Gi-Oh! We thank you very much for your service in converting other people coming from lesser card games. That's not true. It's Buddy Fight's valid. I've played a little bit when it first came out. It's actually pretty fun.
Yeah.
All right. Well, do you have any other closing remarks, or is it time for the Nova scales to arrive?
Honestly, I think it might be time for a Nova Scales, but I'd love to see what you all think of this.
Comment in the comments, folks. Tell us what you think about the wild Drago Phantom Thieves who will banish cards face down and use their powers to fuel their wily schemes. Especially, look, like, I love the names. Like, if you can go around calling yourself Wins Harry, I'm yours. Alrighty.
And if you notice, in most of the spell cards, Wins Harry is there. Like in most of the spells and traps, Wins Harry is in the card art.
Yeah, he's like mentoring all his little Phantom Thief people.
He's, you know how Joker is in Persona 5?
Yeah.
The equivalent.
Leader time. Good job, Harry. Okay. Anyway, so novelty. So we have an archetype built of dragon thieves who need to banish cards face down to make their thing work. So while we do have themes that require banishing as part of their play style, very few of them scale their power depending on how many cards are banished. I can literally only think of the Grenmagus and like Necroface as the things that care about that. Runics, of course, pure Runics, rather, do want to mill your opponent out, but the amount of that doesn't really matter. It's kind of a binary between, does your opponent have a deck and do they not? This one just wants you to have some specific thresholds banished, which I think is pretty cool. So for novelty, I think we can give this a 4. We can give this a 4 on that. Objectivity. Are these cards balanced? Is the problem-solving card text good here? I don't think I see any problems with the problem-solving card text. Because it's worded the way it's intended to. It can count our opponent's face-down banished cards, not just our own. It accesses a lot of special abilities here, like a whole range of it. We have drawing, recycling, special summoning, copying effects, recycling, removal, all that kind of stuff. That being said, there's not like a huge like lockout negate board here, so I don't actually think that this archetype is going to be super broken. I think I'm going to give it like another 4, specifically because it also works with any dark or dragon support without having any kind of restriction on here. And adding any of this stuff on top of a generic Dragon Link kind of deck feels like you're getting away with a bit too much. So I'm going to put a 4 on there. Potential wild stuff going on here. Otherwise, very fun solo deck. That combos with the next one, versatility. Can it be played in a lot of things? Well, you can play it in dragons and you can play it in darks. And Dark Dragon is one of the most popular type combinations, if not individual attributes and types in the entire game. I would be surprised if this did not mix with a lot of things. The only reason I wouldn't give this a full 5 is if your deck doesn't care about banishing cards. That would be a bit of an issue. So once again, we're doing a 4 on this one. Almost any deck could run this, and with the variety of effects that it provides, I could see it being run in certain decks. Maybe not as an entire, like, archetype, but, like, grabbing, I don't know, Sophie Parker as just, like, a free way to summon extra monsters out of your hand to make Link plays, or, running Lucky Drago Phantom Thief as a level 2 tuner you can just summon out of your hand for no reason. So I could see that being a 4 on that. Awesomeness, that's a 5. That's a whole group of Phantom Dragons. It uses face-down cards to their advantage. They look cool, they play cool, so they are cool. So I'm giving them a 5. So I'm giving this a little 17 on the Nova scale. Okay, yeah, Blitz, I've got you in comms. Hey, how you doing, Wolf?
I'm doing good. Just my stream is a bit slow for you, so...
Okay. Well, you don't got to worry about that. It's just you and me here in the guest comms. We're just talking with a whole bunch of people here. No pressure. Yeah. Everything's fine. Blitzwolf, do you have any introductions or forwards for your cards before we get started?
Well, first, I do want to mention Frankie and Double, who helped me design the effects and, like, rulings for these cards. They helped out a lot. And secondly, this box I am making is called Cross Animation. It combines 2 monsters or archetypes from characters in the anime with some sort of connection, them being familiar or effect-wise, whatever.
Well, that seems pretty nifty. I do love finding, like, connections between different cards that otherwise aren't getting those connections. It's like those rival packs or something whenever they do like the Code Talker Heat Soul or something, where they finally put together those cards. I love seeing stuff like this. So if we're in for some of those, I'm in for a treat.
Oh, you are in for a lot of those. But I will say, for the next few months, I'm gonna cut this in half. You'll probably have 4 cards.
But today we're doing 8.
Yes.
All right.
Now, I do want to say, if you can go down to the bottom real quick, it's a simple card. I mean, hold on.
Oh, God.
The third card, the third one. Sorry, I thought that I numbered this right.
Downfall Dark Emperor Nobunaga?
Nope, it should be TGXMXM.
Okay, there we go. I see it.
Yes, it's a simple one. Anime reference. All TGs become machines.
Yeah, I feel like a dingus. I didn't actually mention it in the video, even though I did look it up. Yeah, the TGs are all supposed to be machines, I think on top of their regular typing, too, but they just didn't translate that to the TCG for some reason.
Yeah, I mean, it was just an effect that they all had because they were like cyborgs.
Yeah!
Like, I guess you couldn't really translate that, but with this, I will say this. Machine dupe, pulse mines, any sort of spell or trap that revolves around machines. Boom. Add to the deck.
Oh, no. The Duel Links energy. It's suffusing the chat.
Yes.
All right. Okay. Well, unless you have anything else, I think I'll get started here.
Yes. Now, I will say this. I do have one thing to say.
One?
I fused together Blue Eyes and Red Eyes. Combine the power of the potential dragon and the power dragon. Come forth, the dragon of chaos plasma. Purple eyes, gray dragon.
I got chills. That rocks. Hell yeah.
Yes.
Alrighty. So, Purple Eyes Gray Dragon is a light, level 12, 3500 attack, 3000 defense dragon fusion effect monster requiring any red eyes and any blue eyes monster as material. While face up on the field, this card is also Dark Attribute. This card gains these effects based on the material used for its fusion summon. If it used specifically Blue Eyes White Dragon, this card gains a second attack during each battle phase. And if it used Red Eyes Black Dragon, if this card destroys a monster by battle, inflict damage to your opponent equal to that monster's original attack. If this card in its owner's possession is destroyed, you can special summon a Dragon Fusion monster from your extra deck that lists Blue Eyes White Dragon or Red Eyes Black Dragon as material, except Purple Eyes Gray Dragon, ignoring summoning conditions, and this is treated as a fusion summon. So you're telling me that, what, I can Red Eyes Fusion this? Maybe not, because it doesn't require Red Eyes Black Dragon, but it requires a Red Eyes monster.
No, it does work with Red Eyes Fusion.
Oh, okay. So I can just use Red Eyes Fusion, just send Blue Eyes and Red Eyes to the graveyard, get all their bonus effects, and then on my opponent's turn, if they beat this up, I can float into Dragoon?
No, because a Dragoon is counted as a spellcaster.
Ah, very clever. All right, okay.
Yes. So you can't go into that, but you can go into all the ultimates.
Ooh,
Yes.
That's nasty.
It is nasty, but it's a fusion between Joey and Kaiba. It's gonna get nasty.
Oh, yeah. That dragon hates itself. Congratulations, you gave it anxiety.
Yes, and I will say one thing. I did look up ideas for this. For some reason, I do have this little thing where I think purple, green, orange. People usually just make violet eyes.
But you went with purple.
Yes, because you hear blue mixed with red, purple.
It's right there. It's just the simplest way to do it.
Yeah.
All right, next up we have Galaxy Eyes Wind-Up Dragon, a rank 4 Light Xyz monster with 2000 attack and 1500 defense, dragon type, requiring any 2 level 4 monsters as material. You can detach a material from this card, then target a monster you control to change it to face down defense position, then banish one monster on the field, and if you banish an Xyz monster, this card gains 500 attack for each material it had when it was banished.
Now, can you guess what this mix is?
Well, Galaxy Eyes, I gotta say Kite. That's the guy. The wind-up, though, I did not think that had anything to do with the anime. So unless there's some, Mizar thing that I'm missing out on, I'm at a complete loss.
Okay, so Brock is known to use sprockets. But usually they give them wind-ups because they just have not made sprocket. And because sprocket is basically bootleg wind-up.
Okay, so not in the anime, but if Brock is in a game, they give him winds-ups.
Yeah, if you play Duel Links, he has all the lines for all the wind-ups.
Okay, okay.
Now, the way that I see this working, and I did want to put a little restriction for material requiring at least 1 light for just flavor-wise, but you can flip down your wind-ups to reset their effects.
Yeah, and they're desperate for that. They made a whole Link monster just to do that.
Yes. So, Xyz, and imagine just a galaxy-colored gears, little toy dragon.
Ah!
Overwind, stream of destruction.
Bah! Now give me your attack points, you silly Xyz monster. Nah.
Yes.
Alrighty. Now, it doesn't banish until the end phase, right? It's just that monster's just gone.
Yes.
That's just some great removal. Holy cow. Alrighty. So, next up is Assault Blackwing Red Dragon Archfiend! A level 8 Dark Dragon Synchro monster with 2900 attack and 2300 defense, requiring generic material. This card's name becomes Red Dragon Archfiend while on the field or in the graveyard, and if you would take battle or effect damage, place a black feather counter on this card instead. You can only use each of the following effects once per turn. You can remove any number of black feather counters from this card, then target that many cards on the field and destroy them. If this card in its owner's possession is destroyed, you can special summon a level 8 Red Dragon Archfiend, Blackwing, or Black Winged Synchro monster from your extra deck, and this is treated as a Synchro summon.
Yes. So I will admit, I like Blackwing Dragon. The looks are good. Is not counted as a Blackwing.
For some reason.
Yes, they added that ED and screwed that entire card. So I made one. Just imagine Red Dragon Archfiend with feathers and armor.
Yeah, that's pretty sick.
Yes. And you can mix this in either deck, flowing into any of the Red Dragon Archfiends, or summon Blackwing Dragon.
It is totally generic. You could play that in anything. Next up, we have Super Viacroid Diesel Gyroid XYZ, a light level 9 machine fusion monster with 3,000 attack and 2,750 defense, requiring VWXYZ, Dragon Catapult Cannon, Gyroid, and Steamroid. Must first be either fusion summoned or special summoned from your extra deck by banishing the above cards from your field and or face down extra deck. So you can just make this?
Yes, but okay, I do believe that there was a mix-up when we were making this card. It's supposed to be XYZ Dragon Catapult Cannon and Steam Gyroid.
Oh, okay, so we're not using the whole V to Z. We're just using XYZ.
No.
And then we're using the actual fusion monster.
Yeah, we finished this. I just copied and pasted and did not check all the stuff.
That's honestly even better, because now you don't have to worry about getting Gyroid and the Steamroid out of your deck. You just summon them. Wow.
Yes, want to know what... Oh, do you want to go over the effect first?
Yeah, can't be destroyed by battle. If this card attacks, it gains 1,000 attack during damage step only. As a quick effect, you can discard a card, then target one card on the field and banish. Okay, so I'm noticing that that effect has a hard once per turn.
Yes.
I am not noticing that this has you can only summon this card once per turn this way.
Well, here's the thing. What I would imagine with this.
Uh-huh.
You instant fusion Steam Gyroid. Then Super Viacroid Connection Zone.
I gotta look up Super Viacroid Connection Zone right now.
Remember, it gives you prevents your effects from being negated, and effect protection.
And is that the whole turn, or is it just like while it's using
while it's on the field?
Just while it's on the okay.
Yes.
So it's a bit better that way. Go ahead.
Yes. So you do it that way. You have a buy that can't be taken down.
That is true. I would also say that if you want to make almost any rank 9 in the game, you just run 3 of each of those in your extra deck, and you just make 3 of them turn 1.
I mean, you try getting out Steam Gyroid 3 times in one turn.
We don't have to. We can use the above cards from our face down extra deck.
Ooh, I shouldn't have thought of that.
Yeah. If it was Gyroid and Steamroid, that would be fine, because then you could only use the XYZ. But now, you just be like, okay, I'm playing Generator, Diesel Gyroid, Diesel Gyroid, Diesel Gyroid, overlay for Levitain, pass, and then you just win.
Well, like I said,
not a knock. I think it's funny.
It does sound funny. I will work on this. Work on fixing up the card text a bit.
Alrighty. Next up, we have DDD Downfall Dark Emperor Nobunaga, a level 8 Earth Fiend Synchro Pendulum monster with 1,500 attack and 3,500 defense, with a pendulum scale of 11, requiring generic material. This card is always treated as a super heavy samurai card. As a pendulum card, you can pay 500 life points to add a dark contract card from your deck to your hand, and as a monster, this card can attack while in face-up defense position. If it does, apply its defense or damage calculation. Once per turn, you can banish all spell and trap cards from the graveyards, and if you do, this card gains 500 defense for each card banished this way. If this card in the monster zone is destroyed by battle or card effect, you can place it in your pendulum zone. That seems nifty.
Yes.
You just get to boff all of the spells and traps out of the graveyard, potentially make it even bigger, swing in for stuff. It lets you search dark contracts when you get it in the pen to scale. That's nice. That's nice.
Nice. And fine name, because look up any DDD monster. It's basically like 3 descriptions and then the name.
Oh yeah, and the use of Nobunaga works out for the samurai stuff. So no, I think your theming here was downright impeccable.
Yes. Now I will say this: the attack, the monster effect, is mainly for the super heavy samurais. But if this thing gets destroyed, it is perfect for DVDs.
Mm-hmm.
Because then you easily search any dark contract you want.
Yeah, it doesn't specify spell or anything, so you can just get like the funny trap cards. You can get the field spell. You just go ham.
I mean, they don't have a searcher for dark contracts.
Oh, they have to have a searcher for dark contracts, don't they? Like you normal summon
Nope.
the level 1 pendulum monster.
Well, I don't really play Yu-Gi-Oh! That much. Know that much.
Well, I will say, though, even though they do have a searcher for it, it doesn't mean that they wouldn't be upset to have more of them. Redundancy is key, after all.
Yes, redundancy.
Yes, good. Make my deck
Now
too
then.
consistent.
Now then, the most evil of cards.
Salamangreat Boral Blaster Dragon. A Link 3 Dark Dragon Link monster with left, right, and down arrows, with 3000 attack, requiring 3 effect monsters that are either fire and or dragon. This monster is always countered as a fire monster. If this card is Link summoned, you can target a Link 3 or lower fire or dragon Link monster in your grave and special summon it to your zone this card points to, but negate its effects. During your main phase, if you control this card that was Link summoned using Salamangreat Boral Blaster Dragon as material, you can target a face-up monster on the field and a Link monster in your graveyard. The targeted monster loses attack equal to the other target's Link rating times 800. Ooh.
Yes. So at most, you would probably hit with minus 2400.
Yeah, because you can like link with it, get the monster back, reincarnation Link summon, boff that monster, and then it can just go from there because now you have a Link 3 and potentially another Link 3 on board. That means it's Link 6 time, folks.
Yes, bring out Cyberse.
Try using the power of your AIs now, dog. I don't know what Varys's voice sounds like. I'm just saying things.
Good enough.
Okay.
Good enough for his edgy phase.
I don't have a face right now. It's just a shadow.
Yes.
Okay. I saw this as we were setting up this one.
Okay, I will add a bit of context with this.
Oh, okay.
GX is a weird show where they kind of introduce Jaden's a new best friend for Jaden every season.
Mm-hmm.
So I thought, okay, if Chaz is a rival, he has 3 archetypes. Let's give each one to a best friend. And the funny thing that I saw, half of the crystal beasts are beasts.
Mm-hmm.
What else the Chaz has are beasts.
Folks, I am honored to share with you Crystal Beast Rainbow Ojama. A light level 2 monster with 0 attack and 2000 defense. Unused main monster zones and spell and trap zones cannot be used while this card is face up on the field. If this card is destroyed in the monster zone, you can place it face up in your spell and trap zone. Continuous spell. Okay, hold on. I'm sorry. I'm gonna need like 2 seconds here. So you're telling me that you can normal summon this on an empty board, and the
block
only
the
thing
entire
people are
column.
playing is field spells.
Yes. That's the only thing that is protected from this.
Uh, uh, um, uh, um, 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 um. Okay, folks, I guess when I said that Ojamas were Kashtiras, I was 100% right.
Now, I will say there is one little ruling to this. You cannot place it when destroyed in the same column.
And why would that be?
Well, so that way you don't hold up an entire column the entire game.
Oh, this thing... Okay, I might be missing something. I don't see the word column in any of this card's description.
Dang it, I should have read these. Okay, so here's how the effect works. When it's summoned, it blocks all spells and monster zones in its column.
Okay, that is way less scary. I thought you would normal summon this and then just like everything was gone.
Oh no, sorry.
Okay, well, we know that it's not that bad.
No, it blocks all
In that call.
Yes.
Okay.
So that way, it's the Ojama effects, but on normal monster.
All right. Well, that's a funky little card.
Yes, and I will say you are affected by that effect.
Oh yeah, so you're missing out on your spell and trap zone.
And then on the monster zone when it's destroyed.
Okay, so it applies as a spell card too. Okay, very funky.
Yes, it has the Crystal Beast effect.
Got it. Okay, well, let's do we have any ending remarks before we break out the Nova scale on this one?
I am looking for someone to help me out for the next few months with these card text.
All right, folks. Then you know what to do. You got to go to the Discord. You got to follow that link. You got to join it. There's a custom card center. If you want to be a part of a group of people who love making custom cards, you come and join on there and you join this little custom card community we got. All right, so Nova scale. Now I got a bunch of different cards here. We don't really have a unified archetype here.
Nope, just rival cross the best friend.
So we're going to have to speed through these, but there's a few things that I can say apply to all of them. Number one, awesomeness. It's, look, aside from Ojama, which I just have to give a 1 on principle, I'm very sorry, I know you worked hard on it, but it's Ojamas.
Oh, no.
They're a sinful existence. Aside from...
I knew this.
Cool.
I knew this, and that's why I chose it.
You how dare you? How dare you?
Oh, no.
So,
I will...
we got a 5 on awesomeness for just the wide majority of these ones. We can put that there. Novelty, though. Now, novelty, these are all technically made to be associated with their particular archetypes. So this does mean I do need to give them a 1. Once again, not a bad thing. It just means you understood the assignment when it came to doing legacy support. So good job.
Oh, of course. It's meant to be... These cards are meant to be either worked with that one archetype or the other one.
Which brings us to versatility. That also means that we're going to be sitting on a 2 on versatility for just about all of these. Because they're meant to be between those two archetypes or work together with them, so it's about a 2. This leaves us with objectivity. So, we got a base 8 score on all of these. So let's go ahead and move through these. Purple Eyes Gray Dragon. You thankfully kept it from being able to be another way to float into Dragoon, which I really appreciate. That was some good foresight on that one.
I knew the terror of Dragoon from Master Duel when I would just play casual and everyone brought in Dragoon.
So I'm glad that you kept that that community trauma and channel it into keeping us safe in the future. So I'm gonna give it a 5, so that'd be a 13 on Purple Eyes Gray Dragon. Galaxy Eyes Wind-Up Dragon, I'm going to give it a 4. Not because I think the problem-solving card text is incorrect. Rather, it's very generic. In fact, I would say that this one particularly gets a 4 on versatility because any rank 4 strategy can access this and do a lot of pain with that one. So, Galaxy Eyes Wind-Up Dragon, that's a 14 on the scale.
Yes.
Okay, the TG card. I don't think turning them all into machines is particularly game-breaking. I'm sure there's some things it allows, but I can't imagine that it's going to hurt anything. So that gets a 5 in objectivity, so that's going to be a 12 score.
No, it's just an anime reference. Give them that machine support. They would need it.
Yeah, so we're just getting that. Assault Blackwing Red Dragon Archfiend. Now, this one does the whole negating damage to make counters, and those counters can pop things, and then it floats into other things. It's a generic synchro monster, so once again, I would give this thing a higher versatility score because it's a generic synchro that floats into some really good monsters without necessarily needing to invest a whole lot into it. Not a Blackwing on the field. It's Assault Blackwing Red Dragon Archfiend, though. Oh, but the name becomes Red Dragon Archfiend while in the hand, field, or graveyard, so it does become not a Blackwing once it leaves the extra deck.
Well, I mean, once it leaves the extra deck, its name is counted as Red Dragon Archfiend, so it does have those cards of support, but it still has Blackwing in the name.
Oh yeah, so anything that you can only be used specifically to make a Blackwing, you can use it, but once it leaves the extra deck, it can't be interacted with Blackwing cards, but I don't think that's a problem.
Yeah.
Yeah. That being said, I still think its versatility score should be a bit higher because it's a generic synchro. So we're going to put objectivity down to 4 because of how ridiculous it can be to negate that damage and then redirect that into just destruction. So that's going to be a 14 on the Nova scale.
Yes.
Okay. I know that there's like... So this might be controversial. I have to grade the cards based on what I was given, not what we meant to have on there. So based on the fact that this currently reads as needing the V through Z, Gyroid, and Steamroid, it's not as broken as the version that only requires the extra deck monsters as material. So that being said, its objectivity, I'm giving it a 3. Versatility goes down to just 1 because it requires the main deck cards to be played. But it's still getting a 5 in awesomeness. So that's an even 10 on the Nova scale.
Yeah, it was just translation when talking, I guess.
Downfall Dark Emperor Nobunaga. This is another generic synchro monster, but the effect isn't technically like usable in a lot of decks effectively. So we're going to give the versatility to 2. Just because otherwise it's a scale 11 monster that has no restrictions. So that's pretty hot. Not gonna lie.
What deck done like a scale 11?
I know I like it. I want more of them, honestly. Objectivity, that'll get a 5 from me, so that's going to be a 13 on the Nova scale. Salamangreat Boral Blaster Dragon. This is... Fire and or Dragon is actually pretty broad, so I'm going to give that a 3 on the versatility. The effect themselves aren't particularly outlandish. They're very flavorful, but not super, like, broken. So I'm going to keep the objectivity high, so this is going to end up being a 14 on the Nova scale. And then there's Ojama. 1 on the awesomeness.
Again, the effect is, wrong.
Yeah. Well, but like I said, it's the card that I have, not the card that we would mean it for it to be.
Yes.
So that being said, 5 in versatility, because you can essentially build your board, slap an Crystal Beast Rainbow Ojama right next to it, and then clog up everything else. Objectivity is getting a 1 because that's ridiculously busted. So I gotta give this Ojama an 8 on the Nova scale.
Okay, that's fine.
All right. So, thank you very much. This is the food eating stream now, folks. Reviewing your custom meals. Factor, call me.
Okay. I think I can whip up some deviled eggs real quick.
Thank you, Blitz. I appreciate it. Anyway, hello, Captain Blitz. How you doing today?
I'm doing good.
Alrighty. So, have any forewords or prologues before we take a look at these wonderful new cards?
Actually, yes.
Alrighty.
The Pendulum mechanic, first introduced in the revolutionary set Duelist Alliance, has generally been regarded as a flop. Outside of a few very specific and xenophobic decks, Pendulum just sort of congealed into a combo soup, which has taken various forms over the years, from 37 different flavors of Endymion to Pepe, which broke the game, Draco, not in that order. However, Pendulum seems to have been designed originally as a generic enabler, much like the other existing extra deck mechanics. Except for Ritual. In fact, several, both Arc 5 concurrent and Legacy decks received support in the form of a single pair of Pendulum monsters. That is not conducive to Pendulum summoning in a deck at all. Because even if you run 3 of each, you need 2 different Pendulum cards to Pendulum summon. And then one day, I notice, Archfiend Eccentric seems to be the most generically applicable Pendulum monster, because its effects are just good. Like, not overly powerful, just good. And sometimes feels occasional weird niches with decks like Six Samurai that desperately need spell and trap removal but can't run MST, or just a small world bridges. So I figured, if trying to add Pendulum monsters into a deck's core engine didn't push generic Pendulum, what if we made them replace the staple cards like Book of Moon? And thus was born the Eccentrics, a line of Pendulum monsters all based around generic powerful cards. Powerful in quotation marks. Because, like, they're just good. I'm not making, 13 new copies of Dark Ruler no more.
Not yet.
Not ever. I don't like that kind.
Alright, well that was one heck of an intro.
Yep.
Alrighty. So, let's begin with the Immortal Eccentric, a level 4 Dark Zombie Pendulum monster with 1400 attack and 1700 defense with a scale of 7. As a Pendulum card, you can destroy this card, then target a monster in either player's graveyard and special summon that target to either field. As a monster, you can tribute this card, then target one of your banished monsters and special summon that card to the field, but destroy it during the end phase.
This card is based on a combination of Monster Reborn and Different Dimension Reincarnation.
Oh.
Vaguely.
Alrighty. Next is the Time Twister Eccentric. Ooh. A level 3 light spellcaster pendulum monster with 1200 attack and 700 defense with a scale of 1. As a pendulum, you can destroy this card and change one face-up monster your opponent controls to face-down defense position. As a monster, you can tribute this card and then return one card your opponent controls to the hand. Well, that's pretty nifty.
Book of Moon and Compulsory Evacuation Device. Notably, at the very least, the Book of Moon effect doesn't target. And if I remember correctly, I can't actually see them on my screen right now, neither does the Compulse effect.
It does not.
Yep. So those annoying, towers things where it's like, oh, can't be targeted or destroyed. You're face down. You don't have effects anymore.
I can't be targeted. I didn't ask, Flip. Alrighty. Next is Warwolf Eccentric, a level 6 Dark Beast Warrior Pendulum monster with 2500 attack and 1500 defense with a scale of 1. As a pendulum...
Oh. Sorry. This one is pretty different.
Alright. As a pendulum card, you can tribute a monster... As a pendulum spell, you can tribute a monster your opponent controls. Special summon this card from your opponent... From your pendulum zone to your opponent's field phase of attack position. Okay. Sounds like a scalable kaiju.
It gets worse.
Oh, good. Okay. As a monster, monsters you control can't attack Also, monsters you control can't change their battle positions. If this card is special summoned, this card's owner targets one card you control and apply one of these effects until the end phase, depending on the card targeted. If it was a face-up card, that card's effect is negated. If it's a set spell and trap card, that card can't be activated. Okay, so you kaiju them.
There is a restriction. You can only special summon Warwolf Eccentric once per turn. Period.
Oh, well, gosh, I think that changes the math on this.
Look, okay, there are some funky situations where you can kaiju multiple times. This is a Pendulum monster, which are very recyclable. Probably shouldn't allow that, especially when it comes with negation stapled to it.
You know what? Fair enough. I'm glad that you put a once per turn restriction on this effectively. Alrighty. So, next up is Wild Oscillation.
There was one more thing.
Oh, yeah?
This is a Pendulum monster, so it's going to return to your face-up extra deck, where you can only summon it back as a monster to your field.
And that's a bit of a problem.
However, you may notice, this card has detrimental effects, and does not exclude itself from the negation. So you can just have it negate itself, because
because it's his owners, not the opponent.
Yep. No matter which side it goes to, you are always picking the target of the negation.
Okay, that's actually pretty cool. I'm not gonna lie. That's really neat.
The crazy box maneuver.
Whoa! Welcome to Howard's Discount Eccentric Warehouse. We're passing the effects off to you.
I meant the Xyz monster crazy box.
Yeah, I know, but I wanted to do a bit.
Okay.
Okay. Wild Oscillation. Is this? No, it says custom on there, so that's not the real card. What's the card this art is from?
Harmonic Oscillation, which is a normal spell that allows you to pendulum summon from your face-up extra deck using your opponent's pendulum scales.
That's so funny. Okay. Wild Oscillation, on the other hand, is a continuous spell card. When this card is activated, discard a card to add 2 eccentric pendulum monsters from your deck, grave, and or face-up extra deck to your hand. If you have 2 cards in your pendulum zones, you can target a monster in your graveyard whose level is between the 2 pendulum scales of the cards in your pendulum zones and add that target to your hand. If an eccentric card is added from the field to your extra deck face up, you can add one of those cards to so it recycles them too.
That is also a once per turn, but yes.
Hey,
for all but Warwolf, you can just get their effect off for free.
Incredible. I see the Dino Mists have been around.
I literally copy-pasted Dino Mist to charge.
Hell yeah. Hey, you know what? Take from the best. That's what I've been doing for years now.
The second effect of Harmonic Oscillation and the pendulum effect of Immortal Eccentric have potential for some funky recycling. Partially, that's just because if pendulum monsters wind up in the graveyard, it's pretty hard to remove them. And part of that was just because, well, why not let your regular monsters in on the pendulum recursion action?
We made a whole trap card for it. Why not give more effects like that?
Yeah.
All right. Well, I think that oh, no, go ahead.
Just for completion's sake, a quick look at Archfiend Eccentric, which is a pre-existing card, but did inspire everything and is still technically part of the archetype.
Oh, right. Sorry, I forgot we're doing Eccentric Explained. 1 second. Eccentric. Archfiend Eccentric is a level 3 Light Fiend Pendulum monster with 800 attack and 1000 defense with a scale of 7. As a pendulum spell, you can target one other spell or trap card on the field, destroy both it and this card. And as a monster, you can tribute this card, then target one monster on the field and destroy it.
Yeah. So Archfiend, Immortal, and Time Twister can get one effect out of any of them for free off of Harmonic Oscillation, or can otherwise recycle them through other means, and are just neat. They're just cool cards.
They're just neat.
Yeah.
Honestly, whenever Archfiend Eccentric came out, I was kind of hoping that was the direction Pendulums were going to go for a while, right? Just giving these, this mechanic that had previously been locked to just the most dedicated versions of that whole Pendulum deal, thereby restricting a lot of its wider usage, to just turning into things like this, where you would plug these in the place of already existing spell and trap cards, would have done a lot for its wider range of playability. But then, like you said, it all turned into a giant negate pool, and then it stopped being fun.
And then after that happened, they doubled down on the Xenolocks and things like Abyss Actor and Valence and Sulfachord can't run anything neat.
Well,
and the second they try and branch out, we get Super Heavy Samurai Prodigy Wakashi.
Yeah, exactly. If you were not built to be a combo machine, we will mold you into one.
So yeah, I just made these, assuming they were actual cards. Most of them will probably get teched into decks as just like, oh, I could use a few more revival spells or removal of these problem cards. And occasionally, if your deck like Crystal Beast or Lunalight, where you're already running Pendulum cards, or if you're just running enough of the Eccentrics, you can sometimes just Pendulum summon.
Just get them out there. Just have fun with it.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Well, unless you have any final statements, I think it's time for the Nova Scale. Do you have any final remarks, or
Please don't play this in Pendulum Soup.
Please stop. I gave this to you as a gift, not as a way to curse us. Alright, so, novelty. So the thing is, these are all cards that are, like, based on existing cards, and based on one card in particular. So in most scenarios, I would say that this automatically gets a 1. However, essentially what we're doing here is taking the idea of a singleton staple card for a while and branching that off into its own archetype. I think that's worthy of a high novelty scale in and of itself. So I'm going to give it a 5.
And then you add onto that the introduction of Pendulum as a generic tool again, and everyone is happy.
Yay! Alright, objectivity. I think by the fact that these are supposed to be not broken, but just retrains of other cards tacked onto Pendulums, I'm just going to give them a 4, if only for the fact that they very blatantly power creep existing cards. But outside of that... Oh?
Actually, with the exception of, I think the Immortal Eccentric, and maybe Warwolf, because there is actually trade-offs. Specifically with Time Twister, Book of Moon and Compulse are spell speed 2. While Time Twister is spell speed 1. Archfiend Eccentric suffers from the same fate. MST and Cosmic are quick plays, she is not.
True. I'm gonna scratch my chin here for a second.
And the trade-off with Warwolf is it does have higher attack than Gamciel. Plus, I think it has to activate at the very least. And at the very, very least, your opponent can MST it upon placing it in the scale. So they have a response to you kaijuing them, which is the main point of running a kaiju.
True. There are outs to it. I would say, though...
The point of kaiju is to out negation bodies like Savage Dragon and whatnot. Whereas if you be like, oh, I'm going to activate the spell, and if the spell resolves, I'm allowed to out your monster, they can just be like, well, it's not resolving.
Yeah, so if you don't have the follow-up to take advantage of having done that, then you're just as dead in the water without having dealt with the problem. That's true. I would.
Immortal is just blatant Monster Reborn power creep, but come on, no one plays Monster Reborn.
No one's playing Monster. But see, that's the thing. They might, if Monster Reborn was also a high scale, and also just a monster by itself. That's I think where the power creep really comes from. It's not so much that these are other cards that exist, it's other cards that exist with other effects stapled onto them.
True.
So, while individual effects themselves are weaker than their counterparts, the fact that they all come in a combined package is why I'm going to give them a 4, just because of that, because that makes them wildly more powerful in an options game.
True, but like, come on, seeing new staples would be cool.
Oh, I'm not saying that makes it uncool. I'm only taking a point off because of how powerful they are. I think that means everyone would like to have them.
Okay, yeah.
In fact, versatility, 5.
The only one that has any archetypal restriction at all is Harmonic Oscillation, which searches you staples.
Yeah, and if you're running those staples in your deck, you might just play this anyway on top of that. So, yeah. And it gets you cards back. It gets you cards out of your or monsters rather, out of your graveyard. In the scales between 1 and 7, yeah, you're missing out on like what? Name a level 1 monster that you can't have. Level 7 or higher monsters, but everything between that, or I guess 2s and 7s too, because it has to be between. But still, that's a wide range of monsters you get back with this card. So I gotta give this a 5 on versatility.
Yeah.
And you know, I gotta give it a 5 on awesomeness too. I love the idea. You've like I said previously in the novelty section, you've taken a seed of an idea that never had a chance to grow, and you've blossomed it into, while small, a little seedling of a potential idea, which is meant to reinvigorate Pendulum, not just as a pool of negations, but as a way to give just general decks the way to spam out multiple monsters. So that means that the Eccentric cards get a 19 on the Nova scale.
Also, funny note that is probably not relevant. All of them but Warwolf can be searched with the effect of Odd Eyes Pendulum Dragon.
All right!
Which I know will make Molly happy, among other things.
Alrighty. Well, thank you very much for sharing these Blitz. I super appreciate it. Any closing remarks for the audience?
Next month, there will be a lot of text. Because we are synchro summoning a fusion monster.
A fusion monster?
Yes, there will be synchro summoning of a fusion monster. Because Yuri knows no chill.
Oh, Yuri. Arc V really is just a big episode of Seinfeld, huh?
Seinfeld with murder.
Hey, is that Chibi Gohan?
Okay, for some reason my headset mic isn't working, so I switched over to my camera mic, but I guess I'll just have to use that for now.
It sounds alright.
Alright.
Alright, so any forward you would like to give to the audience before we start talking about your cards?
Just be prepared for anything.
Oh, after last time, trust me, I'm trying. Alright, so, we're starting things off with Ragin, Thunder God of the Gladiator Beasts, a Link 3 Light Thunder Link monster with 3,700 attack, requiring 2 or more monsters, including a Gladiator Beast monster. It's unaffected by other cards' effects. Also, Gladiator Beast fusion monsters special summoned to zones this card points to cannot have their summons negated. When this card is link summoned, special summon up to 3 Gladiator Beast monsters with different names from your hand, deck, and or grave. Also, you can't special summon monsters the rest of the turn except Gladiator Beast monsters. If this card is pointing to 3 Gladiator Beast fusion monsters, banish all cards from your opponent's hand, field, and grave. Also negate the effects of the cards banished by this effect. Once per turn, during damage calculation as a quick effect, you can make this card gain attack equal to the combined attack of the Gladiator Beast fusion monsters in this zones. This card points to... You can only link summon this card once per turn. Gladiator Beast fusion monsters this card points to are unaffected by other cards' effects. Okay.
Yeah, like I said, be prepared for anything.
Wow. Okay. So people in chat were saying that this was broken in Tri-Brigade. I actually think I have to burst their bubble. This is a Thunder monster, so you can't link this away with the Tri-Brigade effects.
But you can leak into it with the Tri-Brigades.
I guess you could use them to summon Dragasis and then just link into that. So never mind. Actually,
Exactly.
I lied.
Exactly.
It actually is completely busted. I lied completely. Okay, well, I'm gonna process that for a little bit, and we're gonna move on to the next one, and then we'll circle back when we do the scales. Next up is TG Fusion Librarian, a level 5 spellcaster tuner fusion monster with 2400 attack and 1800 defense, requiring generic. Technically, it's not incorrect. Technically, that fusion material does work.
It's a contact fusion monster. It's a contact fusion monster for.
Must first be special summoned from this deck by shuffling the above cards control into the deck. If a TG monster is summoned, draw a card. Oh, so just summoned. Like I can normal summon Rush Rhino and be all like, and now I draw.
Yeah.
So you could just play like, okay, I summon Gear Zombie, draw a card. Okay, all my monsters are TGs. I summon Drillfish, I draw a card.
Like I said.
I had Werewolf in hand, summon, draw a card. All right, I gotta move on to the next one now. TG Cyber Librarian, level 3 spellcaster tuner monster with 1200 attack, 900 defense. You can only use each of the following effects once per turn. If this card is normal or special summoned, you can add a level 3 or lower TG monster from your deck to your hand. And if this card is used as material for the summon of a TG monster, TG monsters you control can't be tributed until the end of your opponent's next turn. Okay, that seems pretty good. It doesn't search Screw Serpent, but like once you already have a monster on board, you kind of want to get like this searches Drillfish, all the other things I was talking about.
Yeah.
So that's pretty good.
Yeah, and then and the point of it is that like if once you use this, it's a lingering effect, so that way they can't like kaiju over like when it goes to their turn, they can't like kaiju over Trident Launcher or something.
Yeah, and Chad is pointing out that also Nibiru this stops, and I can't be upset about that. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Oh, it also doesn't say used as material for a TG Synchro monster. So if you use it for Trident Launcher, it still applies. Wow.
Yeah.
Awesome. Alrighty. And the last thing here is TG Clearmind Gladiator, a level 12 Earth Warrior Synchro monster requiring one or more tuner Synchro monsters and one or more non-tuner TG Synchro monsters. Folks, if there's anything more Clear Mind than this, I don't know what it doesn't exist. This is the Clear Mind Gladiator. If this card is Synchro summoned, place 3 TG counters on this card for each material used for its Synchro summon. Oh, so we're so we're starting with 6.
No, you're starting with 9, probably.
Well, because it says one or more non-tuners, so you can use a minimum of 2.
You could use a minimum of 2, but most likely you'll be using 3. And if you're going, if you're going through the main TG lines, you'll be using a minimum of 3, so you'll have like 9 counters on this.
Got it. Okay. If a TG monster you control will be destroyed by a battle or card effect, you can remove a TG counter from this card instead. You can only use the following effects once per turn. If your opponent activates a card or effect as a quick effect, you can banish a TG monster in your graveyard to negate the activation if you do destroy it. And if this card is sent from the field to the graveyard, you can target up to 2 level 5 or lower TG Synchro monsters with different names in your grave and special summon them. Okay, so it just gets a million counters, keeps your stuff safe a million times. Is it just a negate? Just an Omni negate? Just banish your TG monster from graveyard, get that out of there.
Yep.
And then it floats.
Yep.
Okay. I already like... Look, the fact that it only requires at least just 2 minimum already makes us leagues above Blade Blaster. Or Halberd Cannon, rather.
Halberd Cannon.
Everything's better than Blade Blaster now. Alrighty. Well, these are some funky cards, very powerful. Do you have any commentary on them before we move on to the Nova Scales?
I will say that the Cyber Librarian was actually the very first custom card I ever created.
Oh, nice.
So.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. And then the artwork on, and if you notice, the artwork is actually what it is. It's Cyber Magician and Hyper Librarian clothing.
Oh yeah.
And
I can see you grab the coat and made it to fit him, so that's pretty cute. I like it.
Yeah. And then the artwork on Clear Mind Gladiator is
that's the anime striker.
Yeah, anime striker, and I can't remember where I got the wheel from.
It doesn't look familiar.
And I got it from somewhere else. I just can't remember where. I got it from a different card. I just can't remember what I got it from. But I actually had Hardleg do the artwork for both of those cards.
No way.
Yeah.
Oh well, cool. Good. Thanks, Hardleg. Alrighty. Alexa, Nova, did someone... no one has submitted any Subterra custom cards yet, but they should, because Subterras are cool. Alrighty. Anything about Ragin or Fusion Librarian?
Well, for those stating that Fusion should have more synergy with Fusion Librarian, you can use Fusion Librarian to go into as the tuner to go into Clear Mind Gladiator, because it still is the tuner.
Oh, but it does say tuner synchro monster.
Oh, yeah, true. Okay, I'll get that fixed up then.
Though I would argue the fact that it draws you a card every time you summon a TG is already pretty synergistic with the TG archetype.
True.
So I think you're fine. Especially because you can instant fusion this. No, wait, it's a must first be special summon. Never mind. You can't instant fusion this. I retract that.
Okay. Yeah, I was trying to think of a way of how to instant fusion it, but still have, the ability to have the kind of contact fusion ability.
I believe for that you would say, you can also summon this card by shuffling the above cards you control into the deck, instead of saying must first be.
Okay.
Then it allows you to use stuff like polymerization if you want to, but then you can just IF it.
Okay. Okay, I can get that fixed up, so that way we can, and then, so that way we can instant fusion, and have that set to the side, and then, draw, 5 cards while going into Clear Mind Gladiator.
Yeah. Yo, if all of you were tired of seeing Kit Kalos off of instant fusion, you ain't seen nothing yet. Alright, well, unless there's anything else, I believe it's time for the Nova Scale.
And, just one, and then, if anybody's wondering, yes, Raiden is meant to be, holding, basically Tamer Editor, Heraclinos, and Domitianus underneath its 3 arrows.
And I assume we're doing some very big Tamer Editor looping line to get all those put together off the 3 we summoned.
Of course.
Of course. We were never not doing that. Alright. So, let's go ahead and get this started. So, novelty. You've seen it before, I'll say it again, this is not a knock against the cards, but I do have to give it a 1 because these are legacy support for cards. Not a bad thing, it just means you understood the assignment.
Yeah.
Versatility. I'm also going to put versatility in here really quick, too, for all of these. Technically, we can use this in Tri-Brigade. People already figured out how we can do this. So, for Ragin, I'm going to give it a 2. But the other ones are
Okay.
going to get a 1 because they're very specifically TG cards. They're not branching out for other things. So,
Although, well, yeah.
so awesomeness. It's a 5. Look, I know I've betrayed Gladiator Beasts in the past. I didn't play them when I could have in like Chaos Draft or something. I get it. I'm a man who seeks power, you know. I think the Gladiator Beasts would approve of me doing that, though. Let's be on the record here. They would want me to fight at my best. That being said, they are near and dear to my heart. I love them very much. Of course, I'm going to give Raging a 5. This card is so cool. Okay, so now we move on to objectivity here. This is a combination of how balanced is the card, how well is the card written out, how's the problem-solving card text. There are some small things about the card that I'm noticing that we would have to fix up in later drafts.
Okay.
One of them being the effect that keeps their summons from being negated. We would need to just give it a blanket protection, because if it's only specifically to a zone it points to, technically, before it's been summoned, it's not in any zone. So they could strike it even though it has this effect. You could say something like, your opponent cannot respond to the summon of fusion monsters that are summoned to cards those cards point to. That way you would stop things like Torrential Tribute, but the way this card is worded, it actually functionally does not keep their summons from being negated.
Okay. Well, you see, I was kind of like meandering with the wording, and I think I originally had it that way, and then I changed it, so I guess maybe I shouldn't know.
Okay. Wait, that's hopefully the takeaway from these kinds of things, right? A little bit of feedback to make them even better, even cleaner. Aside from that, though, I think the card's problem-solving card text is pretty clean. So we have to move on to how powerful this card is. And oh my goodness. Okay, so Easy Link 3 off of almost anything. If you're playing it in Tri-Brigades, we already talked about how you can do it there. If you're playing it in pure Gladiator Beasts, a Test Panther is only like a combo away.
Yeah.
So there's 2 really easy ways to get into a 3700 card that is itself a Towers that turns enormous once you point a whole bunch of cards on it. And the way that it is like, it sets up the summon because it summons all 3 of them. Does it negate their effects when you summon them out of the deck?
I think I had that on there.
No, all their effects are, I think so. No, yeah, all their effects are live, so you get all 3 Gladiator Beast effects on top of that. Absolutely huge.
Yeah.
Yeah. So for the problem-solving card text, it's a little lacking. The power level is extreme. Just out of, like you remember the Yosenju card that you submitted a while ago. This isn't that powerful as that, but it's still pretty powerful. So for objectivity, I'm going to give it a 3.
Okay.
Oh, 3, there we go. Once again, not bad, but for that particular grade, it's getting a 3 on that one. So Ragin, that's getting a 11 on the Nova scale. This card is so sick. Okay, so TG cards. Okay, versatility's down to 1. Now, I would say, despite that, these cards, I feel like are actually a lot more balanced than the Gladiator Beast one. Like, Clear Mind Gladiator obviously gives a lot of protection, but, you know, destruction is not exactly the most prevalent kind of removal going on nowadays. It's an Omni Negate, but for a Excel Synchro monster, you better have an Omni Negate on there. So, Clear Mind Gladiator seems fine. Cyber Librarian is just another one in a long line of TG main deck monsters that help you get to your
Trident launcher.
Yeah, get you to your Trident launcher, all of that. And TG Fusion Librarian is really powerful for the fact that it just draws you cards every time a TG monster is summoned, but now it's not every time a Synchro monster is Synchro summoned, so it's good. It's just not as generally good as it was in original form. So objectivity, I think we got to give it a 4. Like, we got to bump the score up on that one.
Okay.
And then same with versatility. No, I already said that it was a 1 on that one because it's specifically all this is stuff for TG stuff. So this is gonna get a also an 11 on the TG stuff. So a solid 11 across the board for all the customs.
Okay.
I gotta say, I think Clearmind Gladiator is pretty niftily put together.
I appreciate that.
All right. Any parting words for the audience before we move on to our next guest?
Well, I just want to thank you guys for showing up and checking out my cards, and hopefully I'll be back next month with some more cards and maybe something even more busted than Fujin.
I look forward to seeing if you can accomplish that. All right, take care. All right.
All right, I'll catch you later.
Catch you later. Whoa, hey, is that the Rex Raptor?
It sure is.
Alrighty. Well, thank you very much for joining us here tonight. How you doing?
I'm doing all right. Got some good old lycanthropes on the table.
Hell yeah. Alrighty. Well, is there any preview or prologue you'd like to give to the audience before we get started?
Welcome to the moonlit nights as we go through this dark forest.
Ooh. I can feel the hairs bristling on the back of my neck as we begin the haunting of the lycanthropes. Ooh. Alrighty, so let's go ahead and get started with Follower of the Lycanthropes Albus, a level 3 Earth Beast monster with 1200 attack and 800 defense. This card is treated as a normal monster while in the hand or in the graveyard. Ooh, I'm already liking where this is going. If this card is normal or special summoned, you can add a Lycanthrope monster from your deck to your hand. Then you can special summon a Lycanthrope monster from your hand. Also, you can't special summon monsters from the extra deck for the rest of the turn except Earth monsters. If a Lycanthrope monster is ritual summoned, you can target a spell or trap card your opponent controls and destroy it. Next up is Follower of the Lycanthropes. Is that supposed to be Palapis?
It's Palapis.
Alrighty. That's going to be a level 3 Earth Beast monster with 1200 attack, 800 defense. This is also treated as a normal monster while in the hand or in the graveyard. If this card is normal or special summoned, you can add a Lycanthrope monster from your deck to your hand. Then you can special summon a Lycanthrope monster from your hand, and then it does the Earth Lock. If a Lycanthrope monster is ritual summoned, you can target a monster your opponent controls. Okay, so Palapis and Albus do basically the same thing, but one pops spells, traps, one pops monsters. Does that sound right?
That's about right, and you'll find when we get to the next one, it's also quite similar.
Oh? Alright, Rufus, 1200 attack, 800. Oh my gosh, I'm getting deja vu. Okay. If a Lycanthrope monster is ritual summoned, you can target a card on the field and negate its effects until the end of the next turn. Ooh, that lasts a while. Alrighty, and then we have our usual Lycanthrope. So they're all level 3 because 2 of them make Lycanthrope?
That's correct.
Alrighty. Okay, and then we have our other Lycanthrope monsters. Lycanthrope of the Harvest Moon, level 6 Beast Warrior Ritual Monster, Earth Attribute, 2400 attack, 1800 defense. You can ritual summon this card with Synthesis spell. This card's name becomes Lycanthrope while in the hand, deck, grave, or on the field. If this card is ritual summoned, you can discard 1 card, shuffle cards your opponent controls into the deck up to the number of normal monsters used for the ritual summon of this card, and if you do, you can gain 200 life points for each normal monster in your grave. If this card is sent to the graveyard, you can add a ritual spell and a normal monster from your deck to the grave. Oh, if it's sent to the grave no matter what. So you can foolish this.
You still need the ritual spell and normie in grave. You need prep time, at least.
Wait, is there a requirement to have those in the graveyard for the effect to go off? Because I don't think I see it. Otherwise, we could just foolish this and then we just get free cards.
Ritual spell and normal monster have to be in grave to add...
Oh, from your grave. Okay. Thank you for bearing with me on that one. I am not doing my best, apparently. Okay. Well, that seems pretty good. Lycanthrope of the Red Moon is a level 6 Earth Beast Warrior Ritual monster with 2400 attack and 1800 defense. You can ritual summon this card with Synthesis spell, and this card's name becomes Lycanthrope on the hand, deck, graveyard, or on the field. If this card is ritual summoned using at least one normal monster, your opponent can't destroy or target or destroy this card with card effects. This card gains 200 attack for each normal monster in your grave, and if this card attacks a defense position monster, inflict piercing battle damage. If this card is sent to the graveyard, you can add a ritual spell and a normal monster from your grave to your hand. Now, I am actually getting some flashbacks on this one. Have we talked about this card previously?
We have. Red Moon I created a while ago, and I created a whole archetype along with it.
Yeah. Alrighty. Alright, next up we have Rise of the Full Moon. Lycanthrope Omen, a continuous spell card, and when this card is activated, you can add a Lycanthrope spell or trap card or synthesis spell from your deck to your hand. You can destroy this card to change face-up monsters your opponent controls to face-down defense position up to the number of normal monsters in your graveyard. You can banish this card from your grave for the rest of the turn. Your opponent can't activate cards or effects in response to the summon or attack declaration of your Lycanthrope monsters. So it's a Book of Eclipse, conditionally. And then when it's in your graveyard, it becomes like an Armades for things. I guess not Armades. I guess Magical Meltdown is more of a apt description of how the effect goes. That's pretty funky. Alright, next up is Howls at Midnight, Lycanthrope Omen. A normal trap card that has you discarding a card and paying 1,000 life points to special summon up to 2 level 3 or lower Earth Beast normal monsters from your deck or grave to your field in defense position. You can banish this card from your grave, then return any number of normal monsters you control to the hand, and if you do, return the same number of cards your opponent controls to the hand. Okay. So it's like an archetype-specific rescue cat that's also a huge board bounce once it's in the graveyard after you use it.
To note, the level 3 guys are treated as normal in hand and graveyard. You have to play actual normal monsters to get the bounce.
Oh. Or to summon them from deck, it looks like, too, right?
You can use normal monsters in deck.
Alright, cool. Alright, last main deck card is Lycanthrope Assault, normal trap card. Ritual summons a Lycanthrope ritual monster from your hand by tributing monsters from your hand or field whose total levels equal or exceed its level. If Synthesis spell is in your grave, you can also tribute normal monsters in your deck. Hey! During the main phase, you can banish this card from your graveyard to special summon up to 2 normal monsters from your hand or grave. Then you can Xyz summon a Lycanthrope Xyz monster using monsters you control. Well, that seems weird. All I know is wait a sec, what's that in the extra deck? That's Pack Leader of the Lycanthropes, Bernardi. A rank 3 Earth Warrior Xyz monster with 2400 attack and 1800 defense, requiring 2 or more level 3 monsters as material. If this card is special summoned, you can add a Lycanthrope spell or trap card or synthesis spell from your deck or grave to your hand. You can attach a material from this card, and as a quick effect, you can ritual summon a Lycanthrope ritual monster from your hand by tributing monsters from your hand or field whose total levels equal or exceed that level. If a ritual monster you control would be destroyed by a battle or guard effect, you can shuffle 2 normal monsters from your grave into the deck instead. So we get a free card on summon, and then we can just ritual summon our Lycanthropes willy-nilly. That seems pretty spicy. And as a reminder for everyone, Synthesis Spell is the ritual card for Lycanthrope. Because it specifically names Lycanthrope, that's why all of these other ones need to act as Lycanthrope, basically everywhere, so that this card can work with them. And then Lycanthrope itself, when it deals battle damage to your opponent, it burns your opponent for 200 damage for each normal monster in your graveyard, which is why it's so important that it has that the clauses on all the followers to help boost the damage of Lycanthrope. Is there anything that I'm missing on this? Any other interactions or stuff you'd like to share with the audience?
Yeah, so there's not a lot in Archetype that would be strange or weird, but out of Archetype, the amount of normal monster support allows us to special followers on follower turns. There's a few traps that let us do that, so we can do this shit constantly. There is a fun card called Ritual Buster, which negates all spell and traps the opponent controls, basically, when you ritual summon. And it has Lycanthrope on it, so kudos for theming.
Hey, you know what? I'll take it. Very flavorful.
And then, of course, pre-prep, prep, we need it named Lycanthrope. They all do.
Oh, yeah, I guess. I suppose they do. Oh, and because they count in the deck, we can search them with pre-prep too with Synthesis Spell. Very funny. Very funny. Alrighty. Well, do you have anything else you want to share, or is it time for the Nova Scales?
To quote, Wolf. This alpha wolf uses his sense of smell to find the enemy. Hey, quit sniffing at my socks.
Which normal monster is that? Is that like Axe Wolf Leader or something?
That is just Wolf.
Oh, it's
1200 attack.
Oh, it's just
defense.
Wolf. Folks, give it 07s in chat for Wolf. What a good doggo. Incredible. All right, so let's go ahead and crack this wide open. So, novelty. I'm going to take the usual route that I have previously. I know that I usually give Legacy Support 1s because of that, but we're making support for Lycanthrope here. This is basically a whole new archetype spun off from a singular idea, so it's getting a 5 from me. I like our focus on normal monsters. While normal monster ritual decks have been done before by way of, advanced ritual art, the fact that it almost eschews that by not giving us a new normal monster, but only makes them normal once we have them in the graveyard, feels fresh enough. And also it encourages you to use your other normal monsters because of that, like you were saying previously. Objectivity. I don't see any problem-solving card text issues with these cards, and unless I'm missing some kind of bonkers combo that is going over my head, I don't think that there is any issue with the power level here, so I think that gets a 5 on objectivity too. Versatility. Technically this does work with a lot of ritual support that already exists, but like that's rituals nowadays. Like everything is generic ritual support now if you make it ritual. So I'm going to give it a 3 on that. Especially because it also works with like Beast and Beast Warrior stuff. So there's all kinds of like Tri-Brigade stuff you could already get your get up to on this one. Awesomeness, yeah, 5. It's a bunch of werewolves from making an archetype out of a werewolf that just kind of existed out of nowhere, spun into a whole new archetype. It helps deal burn down with Lycanthrope. Yeah, I gotta give this a 5 on awesomeness. I love these things. I'm giving this an 18. This archetype rules. So, I think that's it for me. Any last words for the audience before we move on to our next guest?
Now that the Nova Scale has concluded, there's an FTK. Red Moon doesn't have a heart once per turn, and neither does Meteorus Drytron. Good luck, Drytron players. Have another FTK.
You tricked me! How dare you! Well, if you can make it work with Lycanthrope, I think you deserve it, so that's all good. Beluga Master, I see you have arrived.
Yes.
Good. Let me grab Discord here real quick. Am I on the right page? I am not. There we go. Baba ding, Baba dooey. There we go. Whoa, wait a sec. Iconics, that looks kind of familiar.
Yes. It's almost as if I only showed you a third of the archetype last month.
And now we're going through even more of this. Does this represent another third of it? Or are we completing the cycle here?
This is another third.
Alrighty. Okay, so last time we talked about Iconics, we had a series of monsters who were... Could you run us by the design ethos again? It has been a month. I need a bit of a refresher.
So the design ethos was, words. Initially, I had a thought of making a synchro archetype, and then I also wanted to kind of understand pendulums a little bit better because they're my least favorite and subsequently least understood type of card. So that's kind of how Iconics came about. As for design, it's fire zombies, water reptiles, and now wind beast monsters.
Yeah.
All with the like object of worship, a worshiper of the object, and then the thing that the object represents.
Hell yeah. All right, well, let's continue the journey with Iconoclasm, a normal spell card, and after which resolves, targets a monster your opponent controls. Special summon a level 5 or lower Iconic Tuner monster from your hand or deck, and use both cards to synchro summon an Iconic Synchro monster. Oh, cool, so we're battle balling now.
Yes, it's a spell speed 1. Just turn any of your turners into worst battle ball.
Worst battle ball? Hey, let's not go crazy here. This deck can use spell and trap cards. Let's give some credit here.
And Iconoclasm is the only card that doesn't fit into the naming scheme.
Got it. What's the naming scheme?
For spells and traps, it is Iconic Adjective.
Okay. Got it. Well, I guess that makes it a bit of an iconoclast then, huh? Anyway, Iconic Resolution. Normal trap cards. Send a card from your face-up extra deck to the graveyard, and all cards you control gain this card's Pendulum scale times 100 as attack. Okay, there we go. You can banish this card from your graveyard to send one card from your deck or graveyard to the extra deck face-up. Okay, so we're initially venting something from the extra deck to the graveyard, and that gives us a boost based on its pendulum scale. And then while it's in the graveyard, it refills our extra deck, it sounds like.
Yes. The design is a battle trap, essentially. And then just, since Iconics have this theme of recycling, just banish from the graveyard to recycle.
That makes sense. One thing I'd like to point out is that the one that puts cards in your face-up extra deck does not specify pendulum monsters, so I'm looking forward to putting a Monster Reborn face-up in my extra deck.
Oh, no! Okay, that's...
I am sure that rules would not let that happen, but that does seem really funny. Iconic Occurrence is a continuous trap card, and when this card is activated, you can shuffle a face-up card in your extra deck into your deck, then summon an Iconic monster from your deck in defense position. Once per turn, if a monster is normal or special summoned from the hand, you can set a Pendulum monster from the deck or face-up extra deck to a Pendulum zone. Oh, that's pretty cool. So it activates, you get a free monster if you have a face-up extra deck set up. And then otherwise you're just setting up your pendulum scales. That seems pretty neat.
Mm-hmm. Yep, and that is the way of getting the extra deck cards into the pen zone.
Oh yeah, was there like some kind of restriction that putting them in the pendulum zone from last time?
None of them had the effect to put them there themselves.
Right. Okay, well that's good. We have that. All right. Iconic Scale of the Lake is a level 2 water attribute reptile tuner pendulum monster with a scale of 12. As a pendulum spell, you can reveal an iconic monster in your hand to send a card with the same name from your deck to the grave and special summon the revealed card. Ooh, that's nice. As a monster effect, if this card is normal or special summoned, you can search your deck for an iconic spell or trap card and add it to your hand. All right, so we have a searcher for all those nifty cards we just talked about. or it just summons any of our monsters that we already have right out of our hand.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Zealot of the Iconic Idol is a level 3 fire attribute zombie pendulum monster with 1250 attack and 1250 defense with a scale of 1. As a pendulum spell, you can reveal an iconic monster in your hand, then shuffle the revealed card into the deck, then activate Library of the Iconic Texts from your deck or graveyard. Reminder for everyone at home, that was a very important card from the last time. Check out Custom Card Reviews Issue 2 for more information. As a monster, you discard this card from your hand to special summon a water attribute tuner monster from your deck. Its effects are negated, and if it's not an iconic monster, its effects are negated if it is not an iconic monster. Okay.
Yep. It can get you out like Deep Sea Diva, but it won't activate the effects.
Okay. I am looking forward to accessing Cristrons with that. That seems pretty funky.
Mm-hmm.
Alrighty, next up is Iconic Legend Manticore, a level 5 wind attribute beast synchro pendulum monster with a scale of 6, requiring an iconic tuner monster and one non-tuner monster of a different attribute than I assume the iconic tuner monster.
Yes.
Okay, it's got 2500 attack and 2500 defense. As a pendulum spell, when you pendulum summon any number of iconic monsters, you can draw a card from your deck and shuffle a card in your hand into the deck. Okay. That's a nice little loop there. When this card is synchro summoned, you special summon a monster from your face-up extra deck to your main monster zone. If this card is used as material for a synchro summon, you can shuffle a card your opponent controls into the deck. Nifty. Iconic Legend Hydra is a level 9 water attribute reptile synchro pendulum monster with a scale of 6 with 5,000 attack and defense, requiring an iconic tuner and a non-tuner of a different attribute than it. That is a lot of stats.
Yeah. When I wrote it down, I was like, maybe I should do it differently, but then it would break the theming of the extra deck. So I decided just keep it.
And the theming is very important. You can't break the theming. Alright, as a pendulum effect, when you take damage, special summon a Hydra token, which is a level 1 reptile tuner monster, dark attribute, 0 attack and defense, then special summon this card from your pendulum zone with its effects negated. As a monster, when this card is synchro summoned, you can special summon 3 cards from your face-up extra deck to your main monster zone. Yikes. Quick effect, when a card is placed in your extra deck face-up, you can target 2 cards your opponent controls or is in their graveyard and banish them. Woof. Now that's a finisher. That's a monster that I want to look at and be all like, I want to go get a beer with them and also OTK someone.
Yeah, and one thing to note, it's not when your opponent deals damage to you, it is when you take damage. So it is also just free access to Achilles that I showed off last month.
Oh, God. No. No. And by no, I mean yes. All right. Well, these cards seem pretty funky. Are there any synergies between these cards and or the cards from last episode that you want to cover for the audience? Get them all up to date?
So, Devout of the Iconic Scale that I showed off last month, it is, it has the randomly special summon one of 3 revealed iconic tuner monsters.
Mm-hmm.
That is designed to be used with the tomb, Iconic Idol of the Tomb, but it can also just get you Scale of the Lake, which will get you a free spell trap.
Okay, all right. I do love free spells and traps. They're usually the most busted thing in the entire game.
And specifically with Manticore, because it is a non-targeting removal for free the turn it is summoned, because you can just summon a one of the level 2 tuners and sync it off for Dullahan that I showed off last month.
Summon special 2 from yeah. Getting 2 more free monsters on top of that seems pretty nice.
It is a synchro climbing deck.
And boy, does it have a monopoly on all the ladders. Then if there's nothing else, then I believe it's time for the Nova Scales.
Alright.
Alrighty. Now, I believe I gave this a 5 in novelty last time, and I don't see any reason not to. While this is technically more cards of an archetype we've already seen, we've only seen it here in the custom zone, so that means that all of these are still fresh as daisies, so I'm giving this a 5 on that. This weird way of handling synchros and pendulums together really grabs me. This stuff is really cool.
Nice.
Okay. Objectivity. We've got some wacky monsters here. Like we were saying, Manticore is like a free removal. You tag it with another one, Dullahan gets you more monsters. Dullahan plus any non-fire Iconic tuner that's level 2 gets you Hydra, which is a 5,000 monster, which is then going to summon 3 more monsters. As a Pendulum, it can just make tokens. It can summon itself back, making what I assume in the future is going to be a level 10 Iconic monster.
The level 10 was shown off last month. Iconic Legend Achilles.
Right, of course. What was I thinking? Thinking that it was something to be determined when it was before us the entire time. This card summon its original attack and defense becomes the number of Iconic monsters you control face of deck times 500. Unaffected by your opponent's card effects. Oh yeah, and it's a towers too. You know, just tack that on there. Okay, yeah. So objectivity, I'm giving this theme a 3. This stuff seems really freaking powerful. I'm not sure how well it works with regular Pendulum, but it seems like it's doing good enough on its own to make gigantic beaters and just kill someone out of nowhere with little investment. All right, versatility. I forget, what did we rate versatility last time? Did we have any outside synergies here that we could find?
Specifically in the scales are very premium.
That's true.
And you can just play this without the field spell, which is the only Xenolock in the archetype, which I have figured out and I will be aiming to fix soon.
Oh god, yeah. Well, yeah, I think that can also get a 3 as well. I'm not sure what it was last time, but like you said, premium scales. Some pretty nifty synchro monsters. And some pretty outrageous summoning effects. I think that this might see at least a little bit of an engine in some other decks. Super Heavy Samurai, you know, is calling right now. They're calling for help. Please stop using me in every deck. Please stop. But awesomeness, it's based on iconic mythological creatures. I live for this kind of stuff. I gotta give it a 5. I gotta do it. So I'm giving this new batch a 16 on the Nova scale. Mwah. Mwah.
Hell yeah.
It's delicious. All right. Well, thank you very much again for joining in, Beluga Master. Do you have any final thoughts or any other notes you'd like to talk about before we move on to our next guest?
A couple things.
Oh, please.
Necron Thanacon pointed out, I forgot to put a hard once per turn on the special summon from the extra deck.
For Hydra?
For any of the extra
deck ones. Yeah, that might change some things, yeah.
Secondly, I do hope to be. I am fixing a lot of the things on my end as stuff comes up. So
you're looking to get them like updated as we go?
yeah.
Well, then I look forward to seeing what the final form of the Iconics will take. Muramasa, is there anything you'd like to share with the audience? Preferred pronouns, info about your cards, anything like that?
Yes, preferred pronouns, he, him, and the premise for the cards is, what if I made the Ghost Girl hand traps support them, unified them as an archetype?
Okay, so we're actually bringing them into the forefront as an actual archetype.
Yeah. And the design space I did for like the like how to like search them and whatnot is I went with like how the Monarch spawn trap like search and support the Monarchs by specifying their their stat line, because one Ghost Org is a psychic while the rest of the Ghost Girls are zombies.
For some reason, I'm so upset about that.
Yeah, she was the first one, so I guess they didn't have in mind of like actually making them all connected.
I guess, I don't know. Crossed Souls was, I think, the last of that year's cycle of sets, so I can only imagine that, like, 2 years beforehand, they had wrapped the set, ready to ship it, and they're all like, this is a really cool psychic-type hand trap, and then they realized it would be a problem if all of them were emergency teleportable, so they made them zombies, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, that makes a little sense as well. And number 2... Ash, her whole name scheme messes up the name scheme of the rest of the Ghost Girls. They're all the same in the Japanese. They all have like a similar name theming in the Japanese, but when they translated her over into the English, no ghost Ash.
Oh yeah, I guess that's true. Oh wow, I always just figured. Like, I think I substituted Ash Blossom as, like, some kind of ghost-sounding thing, and I never really, like, registered that.
Yeah.
Huh. Okay. Well, thank you for blowing my mind on that one. Should I get started with reading out the cards?
Yeah, go right ahead.
Alrighty. First up, we have Ghost Warrior and Silent Camellias, a level 3 Earth Attribute Psychic monster with 1800 attack and 0 defense. If this card is normal or special summoned, add a zombie or psychic monster with 0 attack and 1800 defense from your deck to your hand. That monster's effect can't be activated from the hand this turn. Once per turn, if a zombie or psychic monster with 0 attack or 1800 defense activates its effect from the hand and is sent to the graveyard, special summon that monster in face-up defense position to your side of the field, but that card is banished if it leaves the field. Okay. That's interesting, because some of the Ghost Girls require you to send them to the graveyard, while some of them require discards.
Yeah.
But I guess if they're on the field, that only matters for Ghost Ogre, and I forget if Ghost Ogre cares about that.
I'm
curious. I'm gonna look that up real quick. Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit. Activated. You can send this card from your hand and field to the graveyard. Okay, so after it has to be sent to the graveyard to activate the effect. So if you revive Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit, you won't be able to use its effect. That being said, it is still a level 3 tuner monster with a pretty nifty defense stat. I think that's still more than worthwhile to have.
Yeah.
All right. Next up is Ghost Priest and Monster Cat, a level 6 light attribute zombie synchro monster with 2600 attack and 1800 defense, requiring a zombie or psychic tuner monster with 0 attack and 1800 defense, and one or more non-tuner monsters. Its effect is that if this card is synchro summoned, shuffle all zombie or psychic monsters with 0 attack and 1800 defense and 1800 attack and 0 defense from the grave, and that is banished into the deck, then draw cards equal to half the number of monsters shuffled. Now, I gotta ask, does it round up or down?
It rounds down, so you're not like drawing too many cards from just summing out a synchro like that and
Got it.
spamming out and traps.
Yeah, I think that's the safe route to go. For every monster shuffled into the deck by this card's first effect, this card gains 400 attack for each one. Once per turn, if your opponent activates a card or effect, you can discard a psychic or zombie monster from your hand to negate that card or effect, then shuffle that card into the deck. So it turns not just the Ghost Girls, but all psychic zombies into outrageous hand traps.
Yeah, like you're obviously probably gonna be splashing in psychic and like generic zombie stuff into it anyway. So might as well make use of them, especially like the dead Ghost Girls that you've already like used one copy of.
Hey, I'm not gonna say no. Also, set out your talismans. Offer up your selfish prayers. The priest approaches. Your prayers shall not be heard. You are but sacrifices for the beast. Synchro summon, level 6, the hellish Onmyoji, Ghost Priest, and Monster Cat!
Yes, excellent.
God, I love summoning chants. Summoning chants are so cool.
They are.
Alright. Resonance of the Ghosts. Quick play spell card. During your opponent's turn, if you control a zombie or psychic tuner monster with 0 attack and 1800 defense and a zombie or psychic non-tuner monster, you can immediately synchro summon a zombie or psychic synchro monster with 2600 attack and 1800 defense with those monsters. If a zombie or psychic type monster is special summoned from the extra deck, would be removed from the field by an opponent's card effect, you can banish this card from the grave instead. I do like having protection against things that aren't just destruction like this. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
So this is, I'm rereading this. So it effectively gives us a way to quick synchro Ghost Priest and Monster Cat, as well as, I'm looking ahead here, another synchro monster that we'll get into later, it looks like.
Yes.
Alright, cool. Can't argue with that. Being able to quick synchro things has usually been a powerful effect. The previous one doesn't seem to do anything that'd be broken on the opponent's turn, I guess except giving you another negate, but we'll see if that changes with our next offering. For now, we're going over to Unification of Ghosts, a normal trap card. During your opponent's turn, if you control 2 or more zombie or psychic monsters that have the same level, with at least one of them having either 0 attack and 1800 defense, or 1800 attack and 0 defense, you can then immediately Xyz summon a zombie or psychic monster with 1800 attack and 2600 defense, using those monsters as Xyz material. If the monster Xyz summoned by this effect is still on the field during your next standby phase, attach this card from your grave to that monster as Xyz material. Okay, so just like the Resonance, we just have another way to summon more extra deck monsters, but this time we're focusing on Xyz.
Yes.
Alright. Which looks like it brings us to Ghost Tengu and Ominous Winds, a rank 3 wind attribute psychic Xyz monster with 1800 attack and 2600 defense, requiring 2 or more level 3 zombie or psychic monsters, with at least one having the 0 attack 1800 0 requirement attack size, or battle stat size.
Yeah.
This card gains 400 attack for every Xyz material attached to it. Nice. So that means, like, what, with 2, we're already looking at a 2600 attack monster, which is pretty nifty for a rank 3.
Yeah.
While this card has Xyz material, banished cards cannot activate or resolve their effects and cannot be returned to the deck, hand, grave, field, or extra deck, except all of the zombie and psychics with these attack stats that we've talked about already. 0-18, 18-0, 0-26, 18, 18-26, 1984, all that good stuff. Once per turn, if your opponent activates a monster effect that was special summoned, you can detach an Xyz material from this card to negate that effect and banish it. Ooh. So it's like Ghost Ogre, but it's like, no, destroying isn't good enough for you. You're going into the timeout zone.
Yeah. No. Goodbye. Go. Leave now.
Get out of here. All right, and summon chant. The winds howl and blow on the mountain top. The monk offers you, wanderer, safety in his temple. Fool! A false practitioner is he. Spirited away by the heavenly dog you shall be. Exceed summon rank 3. Brandish your Naginata, Ghost Tengu, and ominous winds. Pew.
Yeah.
All right. Next is Ghost Spider and Crooked Neck, a level 3 dark attribute zombie monster with 1800 attack and 0 defense. The effects of psychic and zombie monsters that activate their effects in your hand can't be responded to. Nice. While this card is face up on the field. Once per turn, take a psychic or zombie monster with 0 attack and 1800 defense from your hand, shuffle it back into your deck, then draw 2 cards. Once per turn, if a zombie or psychic monster with 0 attack and 800 defense activates its effect from the hand and is sent to the grave, special summon that monster in face-up defense position to your side of the field, but that card is banished when it leaves the field. Alright, so Ghost Spider works like Camilla's, right? With that effect?
Yeah, I was thinking all the non-tuners have the same last effect that special summons one of the ghost cards after they've used their effect.
That makes sense. And then you got all the material. That's not bad. Alrighty. Realm of the Ghosts, a field spell card. When this card is activated, you can add a psychic or zombie type monster with 0 attack and 800 defense or 800 attack and 0 defense to your hand with a different name from that of monster cards in your hand and graveyard. Once per chain, when a zombie or psychic monster with 0 attack and 800 defense successfully resolves its effect from the hand, you can banish either one card your opponent controls or a random card from your opponent's hand. And if you control a psychic or zombie synchro monster with their usual stat lines, you can banish 2 cards instead. For this card's second effect, zombie and psychic monsters you control gain 600 attack. Wow! Ooh, that's interesting, though. Because now we're messing with the established attack stat line, which could turn off some of these effects.
Yeah, now that I think about it, probably, but I mostly thought about the attack boost, only... I only thought, most of the effects that affect, that specifically think about the... You know what? I should have it as, being... They search for the original attack stats.
Yeah, that would fix it right up. You wouldn't have to worry about it at that point.
Yeah.
We've seen something similar, actually, with Vanadium recently, where if you have the field spell on board, it actually changes Rhymemaidens' attack power, so it's no longer that 1521. So, don't worry, the actual design team is doing it too.
Wow. Hooray.
Okay. Prayers of the Ghosts is a normal spell card. Add to your hand from your deck one of the Ghosts spell or trap card, other than another copy of this card. You can banish this card from your grave, and as a quick effect, all zombie and psychic monsters you control gain 1000 attack and can't be destroyed by battle or card effects for the rest of this turn. Okay. Big attack boost. We get to search another one of these cards. Seems pretty nifty. Tragedy of the Ghosts, counter trap card when your opponent activates a monster effect or a spell or trap card, and you have at least one zombie or psychic monster with 0 attack and 800 defense in your graveyard. Negate that card or effect, then banish that card face down. You can banish this card from your graveyard, and as a quick effect, you can target one of your zombie or psychic monsters from your graveyard, then one monster in your opponent's grave, and banish both targets. Wow, yeah, that's a lot of removal.
Yeah, I was thinking this deck would be a control deck that can push for damage when it needs to happen.
Hey.
That's why there's a decent amount of attack boost in here.
Hey, if it's good enough for Magic the Gathering, it's good enough for us. I'm gonna call it Manordome until Yu-Gi-Oh is long forgotten. I should remember to call it Manordome too. I do not like Vanadium. I'm getting TCG minded.
That does not sound good on the tongue.
Someone was saying there was a pun in there, but that's going over my head, and I'm the pun master. I should be seeing why they called it that for a funny joke, but I don't see it.
If there is a pun, it's a really dumb one.
Manadium, the competition to be the most man. Ooh, that's why we had to get all the Viciouses together. All right. Tortures of the Ghosts. Quick play spell card. Reveal a zombie or psychic monster with its usual stat lines from your hand, then apply the appropriate effect depending on the type of monster revealed. If it's the 0-18, negate the effects of a card your opponent currently controls. Or if it's 18-0, return a card your opponent controls to their deck. Okay. All right.
Now every archetype has its like quick play removal card.
Yeah, and you just get to have a little extra just for playing the hand traps. All right, and our last one is Ghost Fox and Stolen Faces, a level 6 Dark Psychic Synchro monster with 2600 attack and 1800 defense, requiring a zombie or psychic tuner monster with 0 attack and 1800 defense, and a non-tuner monster. Once per turn, as a quick effect, you can discard a card and send a zombie or psychic monster with 0 attack and 1800 defense that meets its activation conditions from your deck to the grave. This effect becomes that monster card's effects when that card is activated. Neat. Every time a card or card effect is activated from the hand, have this card gain 700 attack, and your opponent loses 700 life points. Unaffected by your opponent's cards and card effects, as long as its current attack is higher than its original attack. Ooh, okay, alright. And then, one last time. The terror of the familiar not being what it truly is. Eerie smiles leering at you like the carved-on smiles of a mask. A whole village suddenly disappearing overnight. Faces added to its collection. Synchro Summon, level 6. No one is safe. Ghost Fox and Stolen Faces. Beep.
Yeah.
Alrighty, so... I like the idea of spinning off the Ghost Girls into a pretty cool little archetype of its own. Do you have any interactions or anything that we haven't gone over that you'd like to share with the audience?
Let's see. Outside of like specific things that you could like tech in, like you could tech in two of the virtual world princesses, Nyan Nyan and Lulu, as like, you know, extra level 3 psychic monsters. Most of the main deck punk monsters, Wagon, Madam Spider, Xiamen, and Shadakusai. You could use Pharaoh, the Beast of the Pharaoh, which is like this old.
I'm familiar with Beast of the Pharaoh. That synchro climbing son of a gun.
Yeah. You know, just like other generic zombie and psychic stuff, because they're meant to work as an archetype, but flexible enough that they can allow other stuff be splashed into them, and like work as a small engine to get a little more oomph out of your hand traps.
Yeah, I could see Tortures of the Ghosts being played in anything that's already running the hand traps, because let's just add some permanent negation or a bounce to stuff. Like that's gonna be wild.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Well, may I begin the Nova scale process?
Oh, and there was one little thing that I forgot to add at the mention, like what they would potentially look like if they were like printed IRL. The non-tuners I refer to in my head as the Ghost Boys, because opposed to the Ghost Girls, they would be cute little chibi yokai guys.
All right.
And while the X-Deck monsters would be ghost men, being these handsome yokai be shown and looking guys that can like make these messed up expressions.
I do love having a good Yandere extra deck. That does bring a spark to my eyes.
Yeah, and that's about it.
Alrighty. AP Poppy, thank you so much for following here on the Orbital platform. I hope your research here goes well, especially into going into AP instead of AD. I don't know why you would do that, but I've been out of League for a while, so you do you. Alrighty. So, the novelty. So, this is, for all intents and purposes, legacy support for Ghost Girls.
Yeah.
Which is technically not an established archetype.
And it's more like just a group of cards.
That's true. But it is still a group of monsters. So in this scenario, I'm going to give it a 2. Technically, it's all like Ghost Girl adjacent stuff, but we are trying to add some flavor and depth to it. So I think we can give this a 2 for novelty.
Yeah.
Alright. Objectivity. Are these cards balanced? Well, there's a pretty big swath of them, and it's hard to keep all of them currently in my head about what they all do at once, but none of them stuck out to me as being like, this is gonna change the game. There's no way anything can fight against this kind of thing. So I don't think it's power creeping the format, so I think its objectivity score in that regard is good. As for problem-solving card text, I don't think I saw anything in that regard as either. So I think I have to give it a 5 in objectivity. Versatility. The funny thing is that it requires such specific types and like stat spreads for stuff, but because they're tied to the Ghost Girls, almost any deck can use them. Granted, you are clogging up the deck to add this engine on top of the hand traps that you're already playing, so you might not always do that if you're low on space, but it does give you the option, and some of these effects are pretty good. So for versatility, I'm giving it a 3. And awesomeness, look, I already think it's pretty cool that we're giving the Ghost Girls their own archetype, but then you added the summon chance, and I'm a sucker for summon chance. Let's get another 5 on awesomeness, baby. Let's go! Ah!
That's what I'm talking about.
That's what it's all about. All right, so Ghost Girls, getting a 15. I think they're pretty sweet.
Great.
All right, any parting words for the audience before you head out? Anything else you want to talk about?
Would it be all right if I shout out my VTuber boyfriend who's streaming right now?
You absolutely go ahead and do that.
All right, I like to shout out Jenga VT on Twitch. He's doing like a Dead by Daylight collab stream right now. He's a real great guy. He's a funny little man.
And so, we love funny little mans here on the Orbital platform. We stan them.
And he's having a new model debut soon. So keep an eye out for that.
All right, folks, you heard it here first. Wow, blah, blah. Like Blitz is saying, we're hitting the 3-hour mark. I am getting woozy. So thank you so much, and I will talk to you later, okay?
Thank you for your time, Nova. Have a good day.
Hey, always a pleasure. Take care. I'm gonna eat I'm gonna eat some of this right now.
We'll do no such thing.
No, okay, yeah, no. I wasn't doing anything. I wasn't eating.
What's up, man?
Hey, how's it going, Corb?
Yo, we chillin'.
Absolutely.
3 hours deep and we still got like 5 folks.
Honestly, I don't even feel it. That's a lie. Send help. I need like 18 kilograms of like caffeine like right now, please. I'm begging you, please.
Well, in that case, go ahead and have a few bites of food.
Oh, okay. Well, the food's gonna make me more sleepy. My tummy's gonna be.
What's wrong with you? Out here sleeping after food, like an amateur.
Don't you know you're supposed to use the food to puppeteer your body? Come on.
Yeah, that's the point.
All right, let's go ahead and transition over to the Custom cards from Corbin. Corbinisms, do you have anything you'd like to tell the audience before we start out? Any prologues, preferred pronouns, all that good stuff?
I am he, him. Corbin. You can see me around the platform, Discord. I'm there sometimes when I'm not doing my day job, which is actually pretty cool, but it still takes a lot of my time. The preface for this is I did a bit of a game design sabbatical after I finished my major in college, where every week I was out at my local card shop and I was learning every trading card game they had in stock. All of them. So I take card design unreasonably seriously.
All right.
Not to the point where I'm gonna, spend the time I could be spending with my girlfriend learning the new PSCT. That's what I have you guys for. But enough to where I really like to think of new, innovative card designs. And boy howdy, let me tell you, when Duelist Nexus dropped and they didn't have any lore archetype beginning, and instead they decided, hey, let's take all these monsters from way back in the day, retrain them, and give them their whole new monster type. I was like, wait a minute. I like you. You in particular. So I spent most of my afternoon tomorrow, because I finally had time, looking through the dregs of the early Yu-Gi-Oh! Video games, trying to find monsters I could make into Illusionists. So this is an assortment of 4 Illusionist support cards that were all formerly normal monsters or monsters that were Illusionists or Dreams in the games.
All right, that slaps. All right, then let's... Oh, go ahead.
There are 2 extra deck monsters, and if you don't read them like an anime villain, you're incorrect.
Ah, got it. I will put on my best. I guess I'll see which villain flows with me whenever I'm reading them.
Valid enough.
Alrighty. Then, let's start with Invitation to an Endless Slumber. A level 5 Dark Illusionist monster with 1500 attack and 1800 defense. Styled after a very familiar card, but I forget what this thing does originally.
Nothing.
Cool. Alright. If your opponent controls more monsters than you do, or if the only monster you control are Illusionist monsters, you can special summon this card from your hand. You can only special summon Invitation to an Endless Slumber once per turn this way, and if this card is used as material for the summon of an Illusionist monster, you banish it.
It's supposed to be reasonable Pankratops.
Oh, okay. So just a reasonable summoning monster to get your, get off the ground.
Yeah, you just put this down. I don't have to worry about anything. I should have had a min 1 clause, but that's irrelevant to anything. And kind of Cyber Dragon-y, Pankratopsy, have a level 5 to do later things.
Yeah, but there's an important clause that we're missing here. This card can be and can destroy monsters in battle.
Okay, I got an argument on this in the custom card chat. You are not about... No. No, you can't do this right now.
Were they giving you guff over it?
Absolutely. You know for a fact.
Okay. In their defense,
oh,
it's on all of them.
We have 5.
Yeah, touche. I'm looking forward to see how they keep with the Illusionist stuff in future sets, so I guess I'll give it a pass.
Mm-hmm. Got my eye on you, anime man.
Don't you fuck me on this, Nova. Don't you fuck me on this. I slaved over a hot stove making these PNGs, and for what?
I am literally eating my buffalo chicken gnocchi right now.
There we go.
So I, in fact, was my fire alarm went off twice.
I hate when that happens. Oh my god. It hasn't happened in a
When I was
while,
making
but like
these cards and when I was making dinner.
okay, now that first one is worrying. What the hell? You know what? We don't have time to get into that. Anyway, Juggler of the Dreamscape is a level 3 light illusionist tuner monster with 600 attack and 900 defense. If the opponent activates a monster effect in the hand, you can discard this card to negate that effect, and if you do, banish both this card and the card negated by this effect. Okay. Talk about your anti-hand traps.
That's it. It's that easy.
I mean, I've heard of Cyframe Gear Gamma, but this is ridiculous.
Yeah, no, I wanted literally the opposite of a ghost girl, an illusionist non-binary.
Are you a boy or a girl? I'm ending your turn. Alrighty.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. Honestly, valid. We stand. Alrighty. Next.
Can win in a battle. I don't know to who, but it can.
Look, if it's only got 600 attack, I ain't gonna worry about that. All right. Okay. So this is a card from one of the games, Shears of Shirlane.
So it was Claws of Shirlane was the original.
Oh, but this art is like them.
Yeah, it's literally the same.
I've
I didn't even
never
color
seen
tint
this
because I didn't have
before.
the time.
What the fart?
It's so cool looking. Though.
Oh, absolutely.
It's like relinquished with a lady sticking out of it.
Relinquished? What about herlinquished, huh? Get it together. All right. That terrible joke aside, level 6, Light Fusion Illusionist monster with 2100 attack and 2050 defense, requiring an Illusionist monster and a special summon monster as material. This card gains attack equal to the total level, rank, and link rating of the monsters used for its fusion summon times 200. If 2 Illusionist monsters were used as fusion material for this card, change all monsters your opponent controls to defense position, then destroy all other monsters not in defense position. If this card battles a monster, neither monster can be destroyed by battle, and if the opponent's monster is in defense position, this card deals piercing battle damage. Oh, so you remembered it for this one.
Yeah. Because this was attack based. You want to fight with this guy.
Okay, fair enough.
Pal. Non-binary pal. You want to fight with this one. This is by design.
Got it. I do like how they leaned into that with that. If they were going to make it so you couldn't have any battle destruction, they made it like we're going to attack you over and over again, buddy.
Yeah, just be big.
Just be big, attack a lot. Okay, yeah, that's pretty nifty. So, like, if all of them are illusionists, we get the big thing. And we have the illusionist... Oh, no, it doesn't have to be an extra deck monster. It's just a special summoned monster. So we have a ton of special summoning on those things. Holy cow. Yeah, I guess Shears is gonna get big. Like
Ideally.
these discounts that you can find at Sears. Not sponsored, but, you know, it's Sears.
My mind immediately went to Big Bill Hells.
What?
I'll send it to you. We don't want that on stream. I'll send it to you.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you for your discretion. Okay, how is this more Eldritch Horror than Relinquished? I wish I could tell you.
Because there's an vaguely feminine alien lady-looking thing sticking out of it, kind of robot in it.
Wow, it's just like my Xenomorph fanfiction.
Zeldreka knows.
Oh, it's that guy. Oh, okay, I know that. I know that. Okay. I know that guy. All I know is that line. It's like it's burned into my brain along with other choice
quotes.
It's
the home of challenge pissing.
God.
I was hoping to make this a YouTube video, but no.
Look, this is an hour. Okay, I'm stitching this together with last episode. This is going to be hour, 6 of a video, okay? The poor YouTube scanner person that goes through here and looks for, fuck you, Baltimore, at this point in the video, honestly, they deserve a medal for demonetizing this video. Good luck, folks.
I will explicitly go in the comments and put a timestamp.
Don't you, no one rat me out. No one do that. You're here because you like me, right? Right? Right?
This was a business agreement, and you don't even pay me.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay, so
I pay you for this.
that's true. Thank you very much. I don't know how to square that circle in an ethical way, but you know, thank you.
No, it's fine.
Alrighty, so.
Oh yeah, this boy.
This boy.
This boy.
Nirvana High Paladin, but like with older Yu-Gi-Oh art.
Yeah, no, like Nirvana High. Okay, can I talk about Nirvana High Paladin and how cool it is?
Oh, absolutely, please.
Nirvana High Paladin is really cool, and I love it very much, and it's very overrated.
Oh, overrated?
Yeah, like it sucks, but it's cool. Like no one should ever talk about Nirvana High Paladin, ever. But I love it.
This is my garbage thing, and it's amazing. None of you look at him. Stop it. It's bad for your health. God, I think I've summoned him like one time exactly when I was playing Yang Zing Metal Foes, and it was the funnest game I've ever lost.
Exactly, sucks.
It was so terrible. All right. Last on our list is Mirage Paladin, a level 8 Dark Synchro Pendulum monster, Illusionist, 2000 attack, 1000 defense, Monarch stats, requiring generic material. As a Pendulum spell, once per turn, if you control an Illusionist monster that was special summoned from the extra deck, you may tribute monsters your opponent controls whose total levels, ranks, and or link ratings equal 8 to special summon this card from your Pendulum zone. Yikes! If an Illusionist tuner monster was used as synchro material for the synchro summon of this card, thank goodness we just made one of those, place a Mirage counter on each creature your opponent controls. Monsters your opponent controls with Mirage counters can't be destroyed by battle and have their attacks become 0. If this card was destroyed by battle or card effect, you can place this card in your Pendulum zone. Now that's a really nifty way to use counters.
Okay, time out. I'm gonna cut off the comments. I'm gonna cut off the chat right here. I know I missed Synchro Pendulum. This was a last-minute revision to make sure some of the other text worked. I know.
Folks, we can see the card border. If that's what you're going to focus on, you're just as bad as all the people in the Dragon short telling me that actually sea serpents are sea dragons in the OCG. So I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear none of it.
I don't want to hear it either. I'll ban you.
Yeah, he can do it too. Not here yet, but he can do it in the Discord, and that's good enough.
Thank God I can't do it here.
We would have a viewership of 3 people.
Oh, you think we have 3? Okay.
Hey, Caleb, how's it going? How you doing today? Okay, so we got 4 cards.
It's fine, Blitz. It's fine. Don't. Next month, I'm bringing Magic cards. I don't care what anyone says.
To be fair, the stream does not say Patron's custom Yu-Gi-Oh card reviews.
It's true. I'm just seeding the next set.
So you're saying that it's Soul Ring, but you can prototype it into a Wormcoil engine. Very interesting. Okay, this is getting a...
That's my kind of stupid.
All right.
Let's go.
Alrighty. Okay, any other, any interactions or anything about the cards that we haven't talked about yet that you want to talk about?
Nah, they're all just idiots, and I love them.
All right, then we're going right to the Nova scale. Pew,
Let's
pew,
go.
pew, 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 pew. All right. So, novelty, by the very fact that Illusionist just came out, I think this has to get a 5. I guess if we count it as Illusionist has been around since the conceiving of the manga/game, then this is old as hell, but, I have barely read it, so I don't care.
And I don't respect you.
All right, well, after that devastating blow to my ego, objectivity. Are these cards balanced? Well, like I said, I'm not going to subjugate Corbinisms for not remembering a very key part of these illusion cards, so that's going to be fine. Problem-solving card text otherwise seems pretty good. I'm not going to care about the Illusionist Synchro Pendulum part of there. That's silly. Their power level isn't ridiculous. Mirage Paladin's Pendulum effect is bonkers as all get out. But it's very telegraphed, so I wouldn't call it broken. I like Juggler as like a counter hand trap.
Like my question to anyone like theoretically playing these cards, what game state does it have to be where you're getting both Mirage Paladin effects at once?
Yeah, like come on. All right, so objectivity, I'm also going to give it a 5. I don't like see an issue with any of these cards. They look fine. Their power level seems fine. Honestly, while Shears is powerful, it seems like it's doing almost the exact same thing as the new Mirage Chimera. So, you know, big punchy.
Like adjacent. It's a slight.
It's a little to the left.
Yeah, you put a little less into it and you get a little less, so it's a different card. But sometimes that's all you got.
And honestly, sometimes the option's enough. Alright, so versatility. This is where things get a little downgrady here. Because Illusionists just came out and there's like 5 of them.
Yeah, I know, I said that.
Yeah, and I'm reiterating it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you're getting a 1.
You'll probably get like a 3. No!
Nice try, buddy! Give it a few years.
My gold pride!
Better luck next time! Spell card. Alrighty. But awesomeness, yeah, it's getting a 5, whatever. This fucking rock. Corbinisms went elbow deep into the greasiest parts of this fandom, some of the oldest circuit boards ever printed in the history of mankind, to bring you updated versions of these old Illusionist monsters. They're really sick. I love seeing them. These cards are getting a 16 on the Nova scale.
See, now I just have to take like a point off Blitz and tie him. Just because he said that.
Well, I would love to see what your game plan is for doing that.
I'll figure something out.
Hey, you always do. Any last words for the audience before we move on to our next guest?
Yeah, sure. Thank y'all for being cool and hanging out on the Orbital platform. Thank you for not doing stupid illegal stuff while I'm not on. Trans rights. Gouda cheese is good. It's in the name. And I love my girlfriend. She's great. Going home now. Woo!
All right, take care. Hey, GoldenNova and the peeps out there. This is Sir Knight JCB. I sadly can't be here due to another planned stream, but I thought I'd give a quick briefing on what I got. With the exception of a one-off card that's meant to work with Shiranui in the side, all the cards here are support cards for War Rocks 4, Genex 5, and Shiranui 1, and Runick 3. Also, since I have some commissioned art planned just recently, the arts for Warrock Borealis and Warrock Warcrime are only temporary, so just imagine Borealis is a grown-up version of Gakdos, who's dual-wielding Lionel Savage clubs, and Warrock Warcry having the awakened Warrock behind Meteoragon and Borealis, who are powering up. Nonetheless, I hope y'all enjoy what I got, and kudos to the rest of y'all who submitted. P.S. Anyone got any recommendations for Photoshop apps that are free? All of these were made from separate apps on my iPhone 6S. Well, if you have any suggestions for JCB, let them know on the Discord on what other Photoshop apps they can use. Hey! Sir Knight JCB just showed up, actually, as we finished. Alrighty. Well, does that change your mind on if you want to present or not, or would you like me to go ahead and start talking about all these cards that you have for us here? I'm going to go ahead and get started. If Sir Knight says otherwise, we'll circle back on this. Right now, we've got Warrock Showdown, a normal trap card, that if this card is activated during the battle phase, This card's activation cannot be negated. Until the end of your opponent's turn, all monsters your opponent currently controls must attack a Warrock monster you control that has the highest attack if able. If this card is in your graveyard, you can banish this card until the end of your opponent's turn. All Warrock monsters you currently control gain attack equal to the difference between their current and original attack. Then immediately after this effect resolves, any effect that would increase a Warrock monster's attack is doubled. Okay. So, on the field, it's an attack magnet that can't be negated if you activate it in the battle phase, and while it's in the graveyard, it essentially doubles any bonuses the Warrocks currently have, and then all future bonuses are doubled. Holy moly! Holy moly! If only Great Big Pillock was here to see this. It's a shame that he lives in Europe, and so he's probably asleep right now. I'm not crying, you're crying. Speaking of crying, Warrock Warcry is a continuous trap card that you can only control one of. All Warrock monsters you control gain 200 attack. At the start of the battle phase, if all monsters you control are Warrock monsters, you can apply one of these effects. If you control a level 7 or higher Warrock monster, apply both effects instead. These effects are applied until the end of the battle phase. Warrock monsters you control can't be destroyed by battle. Or at the end of the damage step, if a Warrock monster you control battled an opponent's monster, but that opponent's monster was not destroyed by battle, you can send it to the grave, and if you do, inflict damage to your opponent equal to its original attack. The effect damage is treated as battle damage. I'm not sure how that shakes out, but I guess it would get around certain things like you can't take effect damage or something if it's applying right now. So that's pretty neat. And it also has the obligatory Warrocks gain 200 attack thing, which I think is a pretty nice touch. So it's like a more offensive medium, which you can set with medium, might I add. All right. What's our other Warrock card? Was there other Warrock? Yeah, let's cover all the Warrock stuff first, real quick here. Okay. Yen Sun, the Awakened Warrock, is a Link 1 Earth Warrior monster with 0 attack, requiring a Warrock monster, which thankfully cannot be used as link material, so you cannot link through it. While you control another Warrock monster, this card cannot be targeted by your opponent's cards, effects, or attacks. Once per turn during your main phase, you can apply one of these effects. Either you can normal summon a Warrock monster without tributing in addition to your normal summoner set, or immediately after this effect resolves, fusion summon a Warrock fusion monster from your extra deck using monsters from your hand or field as fusion material, except this card. Oh, so you just can't use this one. That's funny. Okay, so it helps us deploy our Warrocks, which is good. Next up is Warrock Borealis, a level 9, I believe, Earth Warrior fusion monster with 2800 attack and defense. Must first be fusion summoned, and if this card was fusion summoned using a level 7 or higher Warrock monster, Warrock monsters you control can't be targeted by card effects. This card can't be destroyed by card effects, and once per turn during a battle phase in which your Earth Warrior monster battled, as a quick effect, you can make all Warrock monsters you control gain 200 attack until the end of your opponent's turn. Also, any battle damage a Warrock monster you control inflicts to your opponent is doubled during each battle phase of this turn. At the start of the battle phase, all Warrock monsters you currently control gain this effect until the end of the battle phase. If this card battles, your opponent cannot activate cards or effects until the end of the damage step. So it takes Gyarados and any Warrock monster. Neat. We have the Fuser in Yen Sun, which is pretty nice. Gives targeting protection to all your Warrock monsters if you use a level 7 or higher, and itself can't be destroyed by card effects. And allows you to deal double damage. This is bonkers. This is outrageous. This is out of this world. Okay, was that all of the... Okay, that's the 4 Warrock cards. Okay, so let's do a real quick Nova scale on the Warrock cards, get it out of the way. We have a lot of cards here, and we want to make sure we make some good time here, but I do want to make sure they get their time in the sun. So, Novelty. It's a 1. It's Warrocks. I do like... I think the War Rocks is pretty underappreciated, so actually we'll bump it up to a 2. We'll bump it up to a 2 on novelty. It's not a very expanded upon archetype, so we'll give it a 2 on novelty. Objectivity. Do these cards break the game? Well, you're certainly going to be doing a lot more damage now. Both Showdown and Borealis increase your damage output exponentially. The Link monster, I don't think does much more than what the field spell does already. It just allows you to use it off of any monster instead of having to dig for the field spell, so that's nice. But I don't know if it's particularly pushing the boundaries here. Warcry is also pretty good, but I'm also not seeing it, overcoming Kashtira or anything. So I believe it gets a 5 in objectivity. Versatility. Warrocks work with Earth Warriors, but these cards themselves do not. Of course, Borealis does, so there is just the fact that you can splash them with Earth Warriors, so we'll give them a 2 for the broad Earth Warrior synergies. Awesomeness, they're Warrocks, they get a 5. They're big battle, they're big punchies, it's getting a 14 from me, folks. And that's the Warrock part. Let's move on to the Genex part. Genex Ally Nuclei is a level 4 Dark Machine monster with 2,000 attack and 1,000 defense. You can special summon this card from your hand, but it can't attack. If you control no monsters, or you control Genex controller, you can special summon this card from your hand, but it can't attack this turn. If this card is normal or special summoned, you can special summon a Genex monster from your hand except Nuclei. If you control Genex controller when activating this effect, you can special summon a Genex monster from your deck instead except Nuclei. You can target a monster you control, increase or decrease its level by 1 to 4. Also, you can change its attribute until the end of this turn. Okay, so off the bat, I'm 1,000,000% sure this is meant to help make Tri-Force and Tri-Arm. It modulates levels up or down by 1 to 4, which is a huge swing. And all you got to do is have Genex controller, which Unexpected Die is a card. Genex Generation X. They made GX support. Genex Generation X is a field spell card. When this card is activated, you can add a Genex spell or trap card from your deck to your hand, except Genex Generation X. Once per turn, you can target a Genex monster you control, special summon a Genex monster with a different attribute from your hand, deck, or grave. If you control Genex controller while activating this effect, you can special summon up to 2 Genex monsters instead. If a machine synchro monster was synchro summoned using Genex controller as material, it gains 1,000 attack, and it gains the following effect. If you use this card you control for a synchro summon, you can treat it as a tuner. Also, this card's name is treated as Genex controller. Hey, that's pretty nifty. Okay, so we get the Genex spell or trap cards. Which I assume is going to be these ones here, because I don't think Genex actually have any spell or trap cards outside of this. Please correct me if I'm wrong, but having access to more of our spell and trap cards is pretty good, even if they are the custom kind. Once per turn, target a Genex monster control. Potentially summons a lot of monsters if you have a Genex controller, but still works if you don't. Potentially getting you Genex controller if the Genex you have isn't. No, they're all. No, there's a ton of not. This is the whole point. There's a ton of not different attribute Genex out there, so it's very easy that you could use this to get Genex controller into circulation to get all of your big effects going. Especially adding all of this to the synchro monsters. So that's not nothing. Genex Genesis is a continuous spell card. When this card is activated, you can add a Genex controller or a monster that specifically lists Genex controller in its text from your deck to your hand. That is a lot of cards you can search with this. Once per turn during your main phase, you can immediately after this effect resolves, normal summon a Genex monster. You can only use this previous effect once per turn. During your draw phase, instead of conducting your normal draw, you can add a Genex controller or a monster that specifically lists it in its text from your deck to your hand. So you get to search on activation. You get to change your draw phase into any of those cards during your draw phases, and you get an extra normal summon of a Genex monster. That helps solve some problems. It helps get multiple attributes on the field to help you with your synchro summoning. Current days, it helps with your link summoning. And while I'm not particularly familiar with Genex themselves, if anyone can point out if there are any on-normal summon effects of Genex that are really important, I guess Genex Undyne comes to mind. No, actually, this is specifically for Genex Undyne, I would think, because you normal summon the Undyne, use the extra normal summon to get the controller that you just searched. Go into your synchros, so that's pretty nice. So actually, yeah, right there. So this card seems pretty freaking helpful. All right, next up is Genex relaunch. This is a I like this edit. That I think they pair really well with the background monster for this one. Genex has a whole cycle of stuff that searches other Genex on normal summon. Well, then it's for those specifically. All right. Genex Relaunch is a continuous trap card that targets a Genex monster in your grave and special summons it. That monster can't be targeted by your opponent's cards, effects, or attacks. If this monster leaves the field, destroy this card, and if this card leaves the field, destroy that monster. If the monster's original name was Genex Controller, this card gains the following effect. Once per turn during the main phase or battle phase, you can immediately after this effect resolves, synchro summon a synchro monster using monsters you control, including the monster special summoned by this effect as material. Hey! That's some quick synchron stuff there. It keeps it from being interacted with until relaunch gets destroyed, of course. But I can dig that, because then you can just activate relaunch on your opponent's turn, and if they don't respond to it, you just get to quick sync. Genex Matrix is a counter trap card. If a card or effect is activated while you control a Genex monster, negate the activation, and if you do, destroy it. If you control a Genex synchro monster, banish it instead. If this card is in your graveyard and your opponent special summons a monster while you possess a Genex monster on the field or in your grave with the same attribute as that monster, you can banish this card, negate the summon, and if you do, destroy it. Then special summon a Genex monster from your deck or extra deck with the same attribute as the destroyed monster. Ooh, that's actually kind of cool. The fact that it's dependent on the attribute keeps this from being just absolutely outrageous, allowing you to summon whatever you want. And I guess in some circumstances you don't want to, right? Because Triforce and Triarm need to have specific synchro material to even get most of their effects. But things like, I guess, Locomotion. It's just, if you could just pick a Locomotion all the time, you just always do that. So that's pretty cool. Unless their effects only work on Synchro Summon, in which case that doesn't help with that, but it does get you a big body, so that's also nice. Do we have any other Genex cards? It doesn't look like it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, let's real quickly do a Genex Nova scale here. Give a 1 to Genex. Look. It's legacy support, like I said previously. It's helping Genex do the thing it's always doing. It helps them, but it doesn't really branch out for anything. So it's getting a 1 on novelty. Once again, you understood the assignment, but that doesn't mean that means you get a 1. It's not bad, you just understood the assignment. Objectivity. Are these cards super powerful? Well, I do like that a lot of these cards kept with the particular theme of attributes. Summoning different attributes of things to force you to use a variety of them. Nuclei and a lot of these cards care about having Genex Controller, which is what they're all about. The Genex Matrix card is very, very powerful, being able to work both on the field and in the grave. Thankfully, they have a exclusivity clause, so you can't use them both in the same turn. But both of these effects are very, very powerful, but they do have very specific limits that keep them from going overboard. I like Relaunch's ability to do quick syncing. I also like that it doesn't limit you to only summoning Genex Synchro monsters, so you can technically just make anything with this. And I don't see any problem-solving card text issues here. So I'm going to give it a 5. Versatility. Will these cards see a play in a lot of things? Well, I don't believe so. Genex already require a lot of deck space to work as they are. or as it is. Technically, there have been a few of them that have worked in other decks, like Undyne and Genex Ally Birdman, but those have worked because of themselves specifically, not because of any broader synergies. Adding spells and trap cards to support them isn't exactly going to bolster their usage because the cards themselves are already pretty good in their particular context. So for versatility, I have to give it a 1 unless there's something that I'm missing. Awesomeness, though. Here's the thing. I've gone on record as saying that I do not like Genex. This is one of my most hated archetypes, not for anything specifically that it does, it's for what it doesn't do. There's a lot of attribute matter stuff that would later come up with Alistair the Invoker that is just not seen here. It's underwhelming, underpowered, and it feels like a big waste of potential. That being said, it is a kind of hatred that I reserve for archetypes that I just wish were better. And it's good to see some love and attention being given to them via custom cards. So I'm giving it a 3. This is a 10 on Genex for the Nova scale. Alright, 1 Shiranui card. What do these menaces have right now? Shiranui, Spirit Saga Supreme. We got Yoko here. We have Samurai Saga here. That's not Samurai Saga. Squire Saga. Link for Fire Zombie Link Monster. That is also treated as a Mayakashi card, so it's got both. Requiring two or more zombie monsters as material. The activated effects of your banished monsters cannot be negated. If this card was link summoned using a Fire Link zombie monster, this card cannot be destroyed by battle or card effects. If this card was link summoned using a Fire Synchro zombie monster, the following effect becomes a quick effect. You can only use each of these effects once per turn. Oh my goodness. Okay. You can target a zombie monster in your graveyard or that's banished and either special summon it to a zone this card points to or return it to the graveyard. You can banish one other zombie monster you control in your graveyard and banish one card your opponent controls. Those are pretty good to have as quick effects, I gotta say. Real quick on the Spirit Saga here. We've only got one card. Novelty, like I said before, 1 because it's for not just 1 but for 2 archetypes. Objectivity. Is it going to break the game? Well, it is a fairly high investment zombie link monster that's not going to get its full effect if we use the Mayakashi line that gets you to your link 4s. I've seen it before for getting absolute 0 Yukiohna. It will not get its bonuses with that. We have to go through the Shiranui line to get its protection effects. And its other quick effects... Or rather, it's going to get its protections no matter... No. It'll get neither of its effects if it uses the Mayakashi line. So we have to go to the Shiranui line. Otherwise, the big 3,000, we would do... we would go through Yukiohna instead if we were playing Mayakashi. So we have to play through Shiranui, which is much more difficult for them to get to stuff like this. So I think once it gets... to this point, it deserves the bonuses, so I think objectivity is a 5 here. Versatility. Will this see play in multiple themes? I'm going to give it 2 on the back of the fact that it only works with 2 archetypes here. At the very least, while you're not going to be getting its abilities if you use it through the Mayakashi line, it is still another gigantic link monster that you can make just in case Yukiohna is not available for whatever reason. It's got 3,000 attack, and there's nothing saying that you can't find a way to skip a turn where you're not able to, where you're not locked into Mayakashis to make this that way. Isn't meant to be super easy to make. I just wanted to make this link just because Konami hasn't made a monster with the 2 of them together. No, that's fair. Which is why I say it has a 5 in objectivity. To get it as powerful as it is, it's actually not easy to make. You have to really earn this. If you do it in the Mayakashi version where you can make a Link 4 zombie fairly easily, this doesn't get any of those benefits because it wasn't made using either of the required material. So actually, it's very flavorful that way, so I like that. In fact, because of the flavor, I'm going to give it a 5. I also like to see the girl meets girl and has a fight against another meaner girl. it's truly another in a long line of Yu-Gi-Oh! Tradition of the lesbian archetypes. You love to see it. So it's getting a 5. This is the Mayakashi getting a 13. Imagine being stuck in the Mayakashi Shiranui lore. Unexpected, really. Man, I wouldn't want to be that die. Ah. Good water, good water. How did I get there? How should I know? Good stuff. Good stuff. Spoilers, Mayakashi Shiranui is a toy line in the Goblin lore. It is! They literally have a toy sword. That's a toy fire sword. Alright, next up, we have the Runick cards. Runick. We got some. Oh no, we have another Mayakashi card in here. One second. Yukiona Frost Mayakashi, level 4 lower zombie. You can only control one of this card. If this card is link summoned, you can discard a card, add a Mayakashi or a Shiranui or Mayakashi spell or trap card from your deck to your hand. You can target a level 4 lower Mayakashi monster in your graveyard, special summon it. Also, you can't special summon monster in the extra deck for the rest of the turn except zombie monsters. If this card is link summoned using Yuki Musume, the Ice Mayakashi, as material, you can special summon a level 4 or lower zombie monster from your deck or grave. Ooh, that's actually really strong. I'm gonna keep this score for all of the for the Yukiona stuff because it kind of hits all the same bases. But this is really nice. Having a searchable way to get to the Shiranui spell and trap cards. And another great end is another card that encourages us to use Yuki Musume, which is a really strong card, is awesome. Okay, now we're doing Runics. Runick support. Okay, Runick counter encounter. All right. Activate one of these effects, but skip your next battle phase. It has the usual Runick summon from extra deck effect. If you control a Runick monster and your opponent activates a card or effect, excavate the top 5 cards of your deck. Then if you excavated at least 3 Runick quick play spells, negate the activation. And if you do, banish cards from the top of your opponent's deck up to the number of excavated Runick quick play spells. Also shuffle any excavated cards into the deck. Otherwise, shuffle all the excavated cards into the deck. Oh, that's pretty nifty. Having a negation for Runics ain't off-brand. The fact that we have Har over there is pretty on-brand for that. And then we have Runick Reflection bringing in the world of all things. Quick time event. Oh. Okay, each time a quick play spell card... Oh, it's a continuous spell card. Each time a quick play spell card activates, place a casting counter on this card. If you would take battle or effect damage, you can remove a casting counter instead. Ooh. If this card is destroyed by a card effect, you can banish the top card of your opponent. You can banish the top cards of your opponent's deck equal to the number of casting counters this card had. Okay, so it's like protection. And then if they try to get rid of it, they're going to have to pay the price for it. That's not bad. QTE's Runick is Sega property. Confirmed! The first good Sega game. That's a joke, folks. I'm joking. Sonic Adventure 2 Battle exists, so they have a good game. Shenmue rotted my brain as a teenager. Hey, from what I hear, it rotted a lot of people's brains. So, not mine though. I didn't have a Dreamcast. I don't ascribe to having like superior taste or anything. I just missed out. All right. Gran, the Runick protagonist, is a level 4 Earth Warrior fusion monster with 0 attack and defense, requiring 2 Runick monsters as material. But as we all know, we're just cheating this out with our Runick spells, so what does it even matter? You can only control one copy of this card. If this card is special summoned from the extra deck, you can discard a card to add a Runick quick play spell from your deck to your hand. You can special summon Runick monsters from the extra deck in your main monster zone with the effects of Runick quick play spell cards, but you cannot special summon monsters from the extra deck except Runick monsters. This card gains 400 attack and defense each time a Runick quick play spell activates and resolves, this card gains the following effect based on types of Runick monsters you control. For fairies, your opponent can't target other Runick monsters with cards, effects, or attacks. If it's beasts, once per turn, you can reduce this card's attack and defense by 800, then target a Runick quick play spell card in your graveyard. This effect becomes that spell's effect when that card is activated. Then if this effect successfully resolves, shuffle that target into the deck. That's pretty nifty, actually. And it gives you an honest-to-goodness monster that you can fight with if you have a battle phase, that is. Yeah, let's go ahead and do a quick Nova scale on this one. So what we've added here is a counter, essentially negation interruption. We've added a way to keep ourselves from taking damage. And we've added a way to put a monster on board that meaningfully does damage that allows us to summon more Runick monsters. It does lock us into only summoning Runick monsters from the extra deck, though it remains to be seen if we can find some other way to mess this up. If it's a continuous effect, for instance, we could always find a way to remove Gran from the field with something like a tribute summon, and then we have a whole bunch of monsters that we can tribute or use as material for different kinds of summons. Objectivity, I'm going to go ahead and just give it a 4. Not for problem-solving card text issues, I just think that Runick is already an incredibly powerful deck, and giving it direct negation in the form of counter-encounter is buck wild, not to mention what Gran can get up to. Versatility, because by the fact that they are Runicks, I'm giving it a 4. A lot of decks can just fit Runicks in there. Gran specifically locks us into a Runick-only playstyle, should there not be any way to get around its restrictive effect for its summons. But it's Runicks. Everyone's going to play it for those free cards, and honestly, who can blame them? And I've got to keep the 5 for awesomeness on here. I know that the Runicks are being played everywhere. I know the base playstyle for Runicks is really cringe, but the cards are so cool, and they find their way into just the coolest brews. I actually love them to death, so the Runick cards are getting a 14. Lastly, there is this Necro Overload card, normal spell card. Targets any number of zombie monsters in the graveyard or that are banished. Special summon them to your field, and if you do, you lose 2,000 life points for each monster special summoned by this effect. We can see why the Soul Charge art was used. Their effects are negated, and they cannot be used for Fusion, Synchro, Xyz, or Link summons unless you control Zombie World. Any monster special summoned by this effect is banished when it leaves the field, and you can't conduct your battle phase the turn you activate this effect. Okay. So real quick, novelty number 1. We are flooded with ways to summon a bunch of zombies in a single turn. This is following in its storied tradition, objectivity. I'm giving this a 2. While it does burn you for 2,000 for each one that you used, it is Soul Charge. And if it cost me 3,000 life points, if it cost me 4,000 life points, catch me finding a card that gains me life points so I can summon 2 cards. This card's getting a 2. Versatility. Technically, it's only for zombies, but zombies encompass a lot of things and can be splashed into several things that can utilize its engine, so we're going to give that a 3. Awesome. It's going to stay a 5. Soul Charge is really cool. It's a menace, but it's really cool. All right, Green Knight. Green Knight. They've got some familiar-looking cards for those of you who enjoy the Nova lore. The Morphages have come to play today. We also have some notes from Green Knight here about the cards here, and I will try to do a better job here of interspersing these together. So, first off, we have Lector Pendulum, the Amorphage Originator, a level 4 Dark Dragon Pendulum monster with a scale of 1. As a Pendulum spell, once per turn, and if an Amorphage card you control is tributed by a card effect, you may add them to your hand instead. Oh, I love Madolche Chateau. As a monster, target a monster your opponent controls. Take control of that monster until the end of your next standby phase. While you control that monster, it can't attack or activate its effects. Also, it's treated as an Amorphage card. Okay, all right. We'll take a little Snatch Steal as a treat. Okay. No, Lecter is our new version of him with an effect designed to make paying the cost of your floodgates easier and to recover the lost resources. Alright, alright. Amorphage Core, level 1, Dark Fiend Ritual Monster, Fiend Pendulum Monster with a scale of 8. 0 attack and defense. As a pendulum spell, while you control an Amorphage monster, cards cannot be added from the main deck to your opponent's hand except by drawing them, and has the usual, during your standby phase, tribute a monster or destroy this card. As a monster, must first be special summoned by the effect of Amorphage Creation. If you control another Amorphage monster, monsters your opponent controls can't target this card for an attack. Amorphage spell effects that affect both players only affect your opponent. Hey, that seems a little familiar. Amorphage monsters you control gain attack and defense times their own level. Gains 300 attack and defense times their own level. And if this card in the monster zone is destroyed, you can place it in the pendulum zone. Amorphage Creation is a honest-to-goodness ritual spell for Amorphages. Holy Toledo. This card can be used to ritual summon a Amorphage Core. You must also tribute a monster from your hand or field whose level is 1 or more. While you control an Amorphage ritual monster, you can banish this card from your grave, then target... While you control an Amorphage ritual monster, you can banish this card from your graveyard, then target up to 2 Amorphage monsters that are face-up in your extra deck and add them to your hand. Ooh, yes, please. Free scales, don't mind if I do. Oh, and it looks like World Legacy Memoriam is back. I believe this is the updated version. If you control no other monsters, you can special summon a... Nope, I believe this kind of snuck in here out of nowhere. Can this be used to work on the other guy? You know what? It doesn't say it can be used to ritual summon any Amorphage monster, but to be fair, Amorphactor Pain is not an Amorphage monster, so even that wouldn't have helped. I guess if it said it can ritual summon any dragon ritual monster, that would have changed things. But no, this is only used to make core. Oh, I should actually read the notes here. Okay, core is a new ritual to make our floodgates one-sided. Wasn't sure how to phrase that, so hopefully this isn't too bad. The attack boost is there pretty much because I didn't want to do another floodgate effect. True. Luster, the First Calamities. That's the extra deck monster. We'll get to that in a second. Amorphage Creation is our new ritual spell that we can play even when under our floodgate, our spell floodgate. Can banish itself from our grave to recycle Amorphages to hand. Can banish itself from our grave to recycle Amorphages to hand to be pendulum summoned, and be tributed again to keep our floodgates up. That's pretty nice. Oh, I think they meant to have a different card here than World Legacy Memoriam. Uh-oh. Can cards in the extra deck be targeted? I think you can target face-up cards in the extra deck, but you can't target face-down cards in the extra deck. This last one is Luster, the First Catastrophe. We are missing True Drake Overlord's Command. That's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. Green Knight, if you're in chat, please help us. Help us. We need to see your wonderful card. All right. Last up is Luster, the First Catastrophe, requiring 2 or more level 9 Amorphage monsters as a material. This card is always treated as an Amorphage and True King card. The attached material from this card, take control of 2 monsters your opponent controls until the end of this turn. While you control that monster, it can't attack or activate its effects, and they cannot be used for special summons from the extra deck. You may target up to 2 monsters you control and change their attributes. You can only use the first effect of Dragon Alchemy, the First Catastrophe, once per turn. Okay, alright. I'm not sure where we get level 9 Amorphage monsters. Perhaps maybe the missing card might have been able to help with this. Until the end of... It takes control till the end of this turn, so you don't get to keep them around to tribute them away for your scales, unfortunately. Can't attack or activate, and they cannot be used for special summon from the extra deck. I guess if you have the ability, you can tribute over them with, like, Goliath or Sloth. That's about it. Okay. Well, I kind of wish we weren't missing that last card to really get fully into what these cards are doing, but we can only cover what we have, not what we wish we had. So, the Nova Scale, Novelty. It is an established archetype. Amorphage is one of those archetypes that is very, very neglected, though. Having only received one wave of support and then having nothing else to its name. So I am going to give it a 3 based on principle, and also I'm a little biased. Objectivity. Are these cards problem-solving card text unified with it? Those are in line with, thank you, in line with problem-solving card text and the meta. Oh man, my train of thought is leaving me right now. So I like that Creation is now an Amorphage card that we can, ritual spell that we can play. Unfortunately, it only summons this new one. It doesn't get us our new card. But it's better to have this than nothing at all. This gives our opponent the floodgate effects, not us. Like, it keeps it negated for us. It only applies to our opponent, which is really, really cool. I don't think there's any precedence for problem-solving card text to do that, so we're just going to ignore that for now. Their power level seems fine, though. They're recycling cards, they're taking cards, they're establishing floodgates, but very, like, if you're using Lecter Pendulum, that's one floodgate you don't get to have because this does not have a floodgate effect. It recovers your cards, though, which is nice. So my objectivity, I'm going to give it a 4 right now. Just kind of, let's go 4. Versatility. Can the seaplane anything outside of Amorphages? I do not think so. Amorphages, with the help of Amorphage Core, could allow you to play things outside of the Amorphage archetype, but I think that's better for allowing you to play staples you otherwise wouldn't be able to. I wouldn't want to splash a whole other archetype in here unless there's something that I'm missing here, so I gotta give this a 1 on versatility. Is it awesome, though? I'm giving it a 5 on awesome. Amorphages are a pretty interesting deck. Maybe the floodgate thing itself isn't too interesting, but the loop of play there, trying to put sandbags up as it's slowly tearing itself apart, is something I really, really like. So I'd be down for it. Adventure Amorphage. That's fit. An adventure deck could work with that. I could see that. So yeah, this is going to be a 13 from me on the Nova scale. It might have changed if we knew what the last card was. Maybe we can get a little update on the Discord and we can get that figured out. But for now, we are going to leave it at that. So now we are at our last participant for the evening, Herbal D. We are now going to talk about some what looks like very silly cards, which I can appreciate. First up, we have High Quality Brick, a level 12 Earth Rock Tuner normal monster with 1,000 attack and 3,500 defense. A master craftsman crafted this high quality brick. This is one of the best building materials in existence. When we say that you brick so much that you can build a house, this is the card that you're talking about. And then it goes along with Stable Foundation, continuous spell card. When this card is activated, you can special summon a high-quality brick from your hand, deck, or graveyard. Once per turn, you can discard this card to apply one of these effects. If high-quality brick would be used as material for a synchro summon, treat it as level 0 until the end of the turn. Immediately after this effect resolves, you can special summon a synchro monster from your extra deck, whose level is equal to the level difference between 2 monsters you control, including high-quality brick. This is treated as a synchro summon. Has the same stats as Big Benkei. Yeah, who do you think the big brick is? The high-quality brick is? Okay, so you either make it a tuner, a level 0 tuner that can turn into basically anything, thus allowing it to essentially be metamorphosis for synchro cards, or you just like dark synchro with high quality brick. That's amazing. That's amazing. Next card is Mrs. Time. A level 3 Earth Plant monster with 1400 attack and 300 defense. When this card is sent to the grave as material for the summon of a monster, you can add a card from your deck to your hand. Just any card, huh? Oh, but it's an optional when effect, so it literally can't resolve. All right, ancient fairy dragon, but evil. Link 1 dark dragon link effect monster with 500 attack, requiring 1 normal summoned or set monster. If this card is link summoned, you can discard a card and reveal a field spell from your deck. Add up to 3 cards with the same name as the revealed card from your deck or grave to your hand. You can't activate field spell cards for the rest of the duel after you activate this effect. You can banish this card from your grave and any number of field spell cards from your hand or grave to special summon a link monster from your extra deck with a link rating equal to the total number of field spells banished by this effect, but its effects are negated until the end of this turn. This is treated as a link monster. You can only use 1 effect of Ancient Fairy Dragon, but evil per turn and only once per turn. What... Time Wizard, shut up, folks. Shut up. Wow, so that's pretty funny. Living in deck rent-free is a level 12 dark monster with 0 attack and defense. Is a fiend monster. This card does not count towards your total deck size. Cannot be normal summoned or set. At the start of either player's standby phase, special summon this card from your hand or deck. If summoned from the hand this way, draw a card. During the start of the main phase, if your opponent does not control living in deck rent-free, you win the duel. Otherwise, banish this card face down. Also, you cannot summon living in deck rent-free for the rest of the duel. This card is unaffected by other card effects. What the heck? So, it's a card that you have to play a copy of. A single copy, no matter what. Because you always have to be able to go, okay, during the standby phase, I summon living in deck rent-free. And then both players immediately banish them face down, and then no one can play living in deck rent-free ever again. So you only play the single copy. It doesn't do anything. It just keeps you from losing to your opponent's living in deck rent-free. What the heck? Wait, okay, so this is a activated effect. If you play Runics, your opponent summons... You both summon this during the standby phase. Before you move to main phase, you activate the one that destroys special summoned monsters, and then you win the duel. I win the duel. I win them all. I win all the duels. Oh, it's unaffected? Okay, that last line of text saves everything. Okay, never mind. We're fine. Okay. So it literally is just play this or you lose the game. It changes nothing about anything about deck building. That is so evil. Okay. Herbal D is clearly on that next level game design. Not because we're looking at something that could be in a real set. It's because Herbal D is building the best unhinged cards ever in Yu-Gi-Oh's history. Okay, how do I quantify these cards? How do I even do this? What do I even do here? This is like a 6 in every category. I think I have to do that. I think because these cards have moved beyond the ken of the natural world. Oh wait, no, actually I can just do 666. Unfortunately that's all I can type. Nothing else is being fit in there. That's completely wild. For the real stats, this is gonna be a 12. Like for realness, it's a 12. For a joke, it's a billion points. Just a billion points. Oh my goodness. I cannot think of a better way to end tonight's festivities than talking about some of the silliest cards ever printed, especially Ancient Fairy Dragon, but evil. That's great. You have an effect monster, and I have an effect monster, and I activate Change of Heart. I take your monster. I scoop it up. Sink. Speaking of Ancient Fairy Dragon, I sent you the file. Thank you. I look forward to summoning it to the fields of the internet presently. And on that note, we are all finished. That is everyone that wanted to have their custom cards reviewed in the month of April. Only a few hours before it actually ends. Good night. Thank you, Emily-chan. Thank you. Good night to you as well. Thank you, Zaldreka. And honestly, thank all of you for showing up. These are always really fun to do. Draining, but very fun to talk about. I love seeing all of your creativity. I love seeing what you guys come up with. Today's episode was brought to you in part by Dragon Shield. When you want to protect your cards with the power of dragon scales, get some sweet lore for them, and support the channel, check out my link in the description to get started. Today's episode was also brought to you by my lovely patrons, including this month's illustrious Quasar Commander Green Knight, Nebula Navigator's 3rd Dynasty, Ada Basilisk, Adam Zajdel, Andrew Newman, Avi Chali, Kane Senpai, Chibi Gohan, Danny Bound, Eric, Frankie, Genesis Yu-Gi-Oh, Gloomba 331, Great Big Pillock, Hair Bear, Harry, the Ominous Benefactor, Howling Zangetsu, Iskander 711, John Manji, Jordan, Julius Sneezer, Manor Charge, Marluxia is a Girl, Nathan Vig, Panther J, Rebel King Lucifer, RJ the Jank Monarch, Sammy Haim, Sir Knight JCB, Skybuster Leo, Sophie, apparently, the Fresh Prince of Con Air, the Charizard Flame, the Wizard Moose and Xander Wolfensberger, Cosmic Crusaders Almento 5010, Ariel Kersey, Bear Sharktopus Studios, Beluga Masta, Chaz Ghost, Chris Kessler, Corbynisms, Drachenwald, Emily, Eva Padilla, Give Cruel the Belt, you dumb bastards, Inblink, Jester Designs, Kale the Dragon, Carp, Kevon Public, King Scarlet Yu-Gi-Oh, Lord Whoop-de-Doo, Manga Pages, Marion James E. Picata, Matt Simmons, Michael Shimabukuro, Nadia McCarthy, Nitromo, Ruxith Sarani, Shizuki Nijimura, Star-Lord 777, Stephen Williamson, The Legendary Raven, Tucker Ordorn, and Zaldreka, as well as the wonderful Starlight Explorers you see on screen now. If you'd like to be a part of these credits, help me in my journey to cover all of Yu-Gi-Oh's archetypes, help keep the channel going, and participate in monthly custom card reviews, check out my Patreon link in the description, or consider becoming a YouTube member down below.